Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Vote.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? Stop.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents, and welcome one and all to a Sunday evening.
Your mic is off.
Oh, what happened? Oh, it's because I switched it. There we go. Now I sound
There we
all
go.
right? There we go. All right. Let's try that again. Hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dibular live from Bangkok, Thailand.
Namaste.
Namaste. There we go. All right. Well, thanks everybody for being here tonight. We got a great crowd in here to start things off. 790 strong in the YouTube chat, 393 over on Rumble. Russ is going to tell you all about his trip, but not yet. Not yet. We're going to jump right in. We, of course, have a special guest with us this evening. He is on Substack at mtracy.net. He can also be found all over the Twitterverse at Michael Tracey, an independent journalist. You know who he is. Where is he? Down here. Here he is, Michael Tracey. Michael, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
How are you, Michael?
I'm okay. I don't know that this is the most pleasant impetus for a stream I've ever had, but maybe we can get into it.
All right. Well, it's hoodie weather in New York and t-shirt weather out in Thailand.
Yeah, right.
So let's see. So hey, let's start out where we do agree. You have said numerous times that you are for full transparency vis-a-vis the Epstein files. You think everything should be released and available to the public. Do I have that correct, more or less?
Correct. But can I also just sort of set a bit of context for this discussion?
Sure.
Which is that I recall over the summer, I was being contacted by maybe listeners to your show or people who were aware of both of us who were demanding that I go on the show and defend my views on Epstein, which I relayed that I was perfectly willing to do. You know, I'm not one to go around petitioning to come on any particular show, but you know, I recalled having come on your show. I think it was November or December of 2024, and then occasionally I would be sent something or told something that one of the two of you said about me that I did not regard as properly representative of my actual views or distortion of my views. So I would always offer, hey, I'll come on and explain them for myself so I can characterize my own views. I'm happy to do it. In fact, I've been trying to get people.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cut you off, but just to be clear, when that first started happening and we were seeing ourselves tagged and you were responding, yeah, sure, I'll go on. At that time, we hadn't actually talked about it. We weren't even really tuned into what you were writing.
Okay,
about
that's
this.
fine.
We weren't even paying that much attention. Later on, more recently, when you said, hey, well, if you're going to say that, invite me on, because I did say something, we invited you on.
Yeah, I mean,
we didn't. I don't know where that was coming from.
As time went on, the overt trolling that I saw from the two of you seemed to
and that's why we invite.
I guess it culminated when I saw the video.
At the time that I first saw that, we weren't actually saying anything. I don't know where it was coming from.
Well, we may have made an offhand joke or something, but the point is, Michael, if I could just get in here, the point is,
on Epstein.
The point is,
if I'm a gatekeeper
viewers
on
of
Epstein,
ours, hang on 1 second, Michael, please, 1 second. just one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Our viewers who may troll you on Twitter, they're not affiliated with our show in any way. They're not our booking managers. So if they tweet at you, you should go on. That's not our agents
that's not what I was
inviting you on.
trying to emphasize.
All right.
What I would more emphasize is that in the past, I don't know, month or two, I've seen overt trolling from the two of you personally, and I guess it culminated in a video that I was sent it's got a big thumbnail declaring that I'm a gatekeeper along with Matt Taibbi of the Epstein issue, which is the most bizarre thing to ever possibly accuse me of.
I wanted to call it the PDF file defense.
Okay, well, whatever went up accuses me
went with
gatekeeper for Epstein. Now, if I'm a gatekeeper,
I said Epstein discourse. I said of Epstein. I said Epstein
how is it
discourse.
that I'm in such an extreme minority where I'm constantly and viciously attacked for my position or reporting on Epstein? My views are not shared by virtually anyone in the commercial media, in the alternative media. Interestingly, there's a total convergence on this subject, more or less, between the so-called edgy podcast alt media and the commercial media like CNN or whatever. So maybe we could explore that. But how is it possible for anybody to seriously claim that I could be a gatekeeper of any sort on Epstein when I've been nothing but bombarded with derision for my views on this? And there, in no way do I gatekeep what the acceptable position on Epstein could possibly be, because I'm in such an extreme minority that it's laughable. And then there was another thing that came up where I'm a public enough figure that I can tolerate a good deal of trolling. I will.
Yes.
I will assure you of that.
Mm-hmm.
You snippet out something, a clip of me, and try to make it seem like I'm like a sexual predator.
No, we didn't make it look like you were a sexual predator.
You still have no notion that maybe I could come on.
No, first of all, Michael,
that's when it gets a little weird.
We had nothing to do with it. Look, that's just pillow talk, baby. You know, we invited you on here for the real meat of the conversation.
Michael, first of all,
if you're gonna put out stuff on social media,
no,
to very strongly insinuate that I'm some kind of sexual predator.
Well, we did not
do that. Response?
We did not.
That wasn't our clip.
I was actually extremely careful not to do that. Russell wanted to troll you harder in the thumbnail, right? And I said I tried to be mild about it, and what I meant by gatekeeping is that you are sort of insinuating that peers in this space are sort of out of line in making certain assumptions and insinuations about the case.
I'm not insinuating that. I'm openly
you are
asserting
appealing to a certain journalistic authority that you claim in order to deem certain peers out of bounds for what they say. That's all I meant. Now, look, Michael, it's a YouTube thumbnail. We only have 100 characters. You post videos on YouTube, right? If I could write a paragraph titling the video exactly how I would categorize your attitude to the issue.
It was beyond the thumbnail, and there was stuff in the video itself that I don't precisely recall at the moment that was also totally wrong. And then I believe it was Russ who on X constantly posts this stuff from what I think is his own account, basically accusing me of being a sexual predator, saying I have some sinister desire to just in general defend like pedophilic wrongdoing or something.
I jokingly shared that clip, which I did not make. But I haven't. I don't think that, so I haven't leaned into that.
Do you want me to pull up a quote? I'm not trying to litigate any Twitter or YouTube drama necessarily.
You seem to be trying to litigate it. Yes, it sounds like you are.
But you said, "Hey, I'll be happy to come on to discuss it."
Correct.
And I said,
"So here we are."
Sure. And I invited you immediately. As soon as you said that, I invited you. So that's why you're here. In terms of things you might not have liked in the video we did.
I guess the point is, and this is the last thing we have to say on it,
if
I constantly see extremely uncharitable and incendiary depictions of me or my views, and it's more than possible to just have me explain my own views if you're going to devote a lot of attention to portraying them, then I think it would be reasonable to just have me come and speak for myself, right?
We're here right now.
Now here we are. Okay, great.
We're here right now. Now, we put the video out right before the holidays. We invited you on right after the holidays, and then you canceled because you weren't feeling good last week. And so here we are. All right.
Excellent. Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
Perfect. All right. Good. Yeah. So we agree that you want full transparency as it pertains to the Epstein files.
Yes.
Now, what is your critique of your peers' attitude towards this case? Because it does seem like a media critique overall, right? You seem to be of the opinion that so many facets of the media, both mainstream organs and independent organs, are being very, very irresponsible in their coverage of this case.
Correct. I mean, it's not wholly a media critique. I have gotten very deep into the weeds of the factual issues associated with the Epstein case, broadly speaking, and there are many dimensions of it, which is in part why it's so enduring as a salient issue that commands such political, cultural fascination. But yes, there is a media critique embedded in my overall outlook as well, in that I think the media coverage of this story from virtually every angle has been absolutely horrendous, to the point that it's almost staggering. I mean, there's very little regard for even minimal factual standards, verification of anything. People just exist in the realm of like inflammatory, speculative assertion and think that is adequate in terms of like a rational journalistic approach to this subject. And like I said before, interestingly enough, that indictment that I'm making now would apply in pretty equal measure to both the alternative, edgy podcast media and to the more mainstream media. And what makes that doubly interesting is this is one of the rare issues that I can ever remember where, for the most part, the mainstream commercial media, for example, CNN, but we could go well beyond CNN, and the more like podcast-oriented online alternative media are basically of one mind on a subject. I mean, can you remember, or can you proffer like another obvious example of that being the case? I'm not saying that necessarily makes inherently either the alt media or the mainstream media wrong just because they have that convergence, but it is somewhat notable. And I think the reason why that convergence exists is because the premises underlying the Epstein story are just so chronically underexamined, in part because if a journalist actually does apply proper scrutiny, what happens? Well, I can attest that you get flooded day in and day out, 24/7, with the most defamatory accusations, accusing you of, as Russ said in one of his tweets, being suspiciously prone to just defend sexual predators or pedophiles for its own sake, as though you get some kind of perverse pleasure from it, or having people constantly say that the FBI should seize your hard drive because you can't be motivated by any legitimate journalistic instinct in examining this stuff. You have to be motivated by some foul sexual depravity. And that's what I've been inundated with for months now as I've been focused on the story. And that's part of the overall, mass hysteria and moral panic that I would argue is very much attendant to this issue. But it does also contribute to this convergence of I think a bogus consensus in various sectors of the media on Epstein, and just the general lack of standards and incendiary, unsubstantiated extrapolations that characterize so much of this story. And I think that has a lot of bad consequences in terms of abridging civil liberties, in terms of just fomenting a general climate of panic and hysteria, which is like inimical to rational thought, and also, causing a widespread misdiagnosis of political issues that I think are legitimate and need a rational diagnosis. But when they're swept into this whole miasma of Epstein histrionics, that causes people to make, I think, misguided diagnoses of various political issues, especially around foreign policy, which is something that I spent quite a lot of time on and have for many years. So those are my basic views. And in terms of, you asked me initially, am I in favor of transparency? Of course. I have multiple pending public records requests, FOIA requests with multiple government agencies at the state level, the local level, and the federal level to get Epstein-related materials that are currently being concealed by the government. I'm 100% in favor of maximum transparency. That was one of the reasons I criticized the Epstein Files Transparency Act as it was called, that was passed in November, that was drafted by Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, that all the people who are fixated on Epstein seem to assume, but totally groundlessly, was going to finally compel the government to unleash its Epstein files and give in to this transparency. But I guess everybody forgot to read the actual text of the bill, because that bill was drafted by Massie and Khanna in conjunction with the so-called victims' lawyers, who run just an extortion racket that's massively lucrative, and had impressed upon the drafters of that legislation the utter necessity of including in the text of the bill sweeping exceptions to transparency, such that the government would be required, or would be at least strongly encouraged, which then gives the Trump DOJ huge latitude to redact whatever it wants. But the bill provides for an exception where records in the government's possession can be redacted to protect the supposed privacy interests of alleged victims. And the criteria for determining who's a victim is incredibly amorphous, and basically entitles the DOJ to redact virtually anything it wants, because, of course, the Epstein investigatory files are going to be extremely elaborately intertwined with information that can be deemed to be intertwined with the so-called identifying information details of alleged victims. So then when the Epstein file statutory deadline finally arrives, that would require the release of the files per the legislation on December 19th, and there were documents that coming out with just huge blocks of all black redactions.
So your interpretation is that was done to protect the victims who you feel are running a con? Is that what you feel they blacked that out to protect victims?
Well, if
you're perpetrators, not collaborators, victims.
Overwhelmingly, it's about protecting the alleged privacy interests of alleged victims. Hence why the victims' lawyers and the politicians who drafted the bill were so adamant in insisting that they would strenuously prioritize the need to protect the identifying information of alleged victims. And if the government, as it's claiming, if they're over like 1,000
not unusual
victims,
in sex crimes cases, though, Michael.
What's that?
That's not unusual in sex crimes cases. Generally, the names of the victims are redacted unless they choose to have them released. Like, that's not an exceptional request in a case like this.
Well, it's an exceptional request in the case of the Epstein issue specifically, because there are no adjudicated victims of the supposed 1,000, or Ro Khanna now says 1,200 victims of Epstein, meaning that were adjudicated in some bona fide adversarial legal process, other than a total of one from the 2008 plea entry that Epstein did in Florida. So it is unique for anybody to just be able to declare themselves a victim with no standards, with no verification necessary. And that will just be taken at total face value to flout radically the idea that what we want to bring about is full transparency of all the Epstein files. Now, it would be one thing if they said, okay, we're just going to redact the names, but it's far broader than that, right? It's any information that the government deems could potentially be linked to an alleged victim and could be used in some roundabout way to potentially identify them. So you're giving the government this enormous latitude to redact virtually anything it wants.
Okay, so
and
you seem
that was
to be
specifically codified in that law.
You seem to be of the opinion that the more sunlight there is on these victims, the less credible many of them
on
will
everything.
Look, yes, okay, all right.
So, why do people who want transparency think that it's appropriate?
Yes,
for there to be this glaring, gaping, enormous exception introduced, where we want transparency, but not when it comes to alleged victims, including many who were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. So we're not talking about pedophilia. We're not talking about quote unquote child sex trafficking. We're talking about adult women who, for one reason or another, got involved in Epstein's orbit or his milieu and then years after the fact decided or claimed that they had an epiphany and realized that they were in fact trafficked when they were adult women, and then received millions and millions of dollars of tax-free settlement money.
We will get into this.
Became available after Epstein's death.
Okay.
Why should their information be redacted?
All right. I have some stuff regarding that we'll get into in a little bit. Okay. But let's just
conventional with victims and sex crimes.
It's not
even
the manner in which the redactions are undertaken on this issue is not
the person by definition
it's much more
has not
expansive.
been proven to be a victim in the lead up to a conviction, but they still redact the names. They don't release the names of sex crime victims or alleged sex crime victims. And obviously the circumstances of the Epstein case are unusual in that he's dead. He's dead. So does that all of a sudden give them the right to release the names of people who didn't get the opportunity to adjudicate this in a court because he died under what your collaborator, Matt Taibbi, admits are very bizarre and mysterious circumstances?
I admit that as well. But we can get into that. But
okay, all right. Well, look,
I mean, are we in favor of transparency or not? The Epstein Files Transparency Act was a standalone.
There are
standalone
special
statute.
reasons
It's
to
a standalone
protect
statute.
victims of
In
sexual
theory,
assault
it could
that we
have
as a
actually,
society recognize. It's not specific to this case.
Yeah.
But the terms of this particular legislation and now law are specific to the Epstein case. This is a standalone law. It's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. In theory, it could have actually
But it
compelled
follows
the full
precedent for
disclosure
cases like
of
that.
all
Michael,
Epstein-related
hold on.
records.
But Michael, big
but
picture.
because
You feel
so-called
somebody
victims'
who
lawyers
was
played an
who was
outsized
preyed
role in
on as a
drafting the text,
16-year-old should
it
be
was
forced
decided
to
that
have
we're
their-
actually going to make these giant carve-outs to prevent actual transparency.
Right.
And then people are so shocked when the records come out and there are these unwieldy, endless redactions.
Okay, but big picture, Michael.
So you believe
big
they were
picture, Michael? Your
199
critique
pages
of this case
black.
transcends the
Oh,
Epstein Files Transparency Act. Like it does. Like you've
Yes, it
been
does.
talking about this for months prior
Yes,
to that.
yeah.
Okay, so all right. So look, I think that's
And by the way, the
fair. I think we
DOJ,
got a good
the
jumping
DOJ
off
has
point
said
here.
that it's in the files.
All
it's
right.
redacting the facial images of any woman.
All right. Yes.
It doesn't matter
I
if there's
understand.
even an allegation that those women are victims.
I understand,
Any
yes.
woman is having their facial images, according to the DOJ,
I understand.
presumptively redacted. Now,
Right.
tell me how that's consistent with transparency, please,
Okay,
because that's what the victims' lawyers want.
I'm sure we will get into some of this stuff. I think that's fair as a jumping off point. So I'm going to toss to Russ in a second, but I do have to. I think most of that was fair. The part of that that's not fair is at the beginning, where you are very indignant about being trolled on Twitter. Okay, so just
No,
as
I'm
an
not.
example,
I'm not. Again, I can
well,
take
you
it.
Seem,
It
you
comes
seem,
with the
well,
territory.
you seem pretty upset about it. Okay,
No, I'm not.
So
I mean,
here's somebody,
no,
Michael.
If
give
I
me a
was
second,
genuinely
please.
upset about it, then
You
I
gotta-
would have. I wouldn't bother with this issue because
you seem
it's
pretty upset
constant.
to me. Okay, you seem pretty upset. Okay, so you tweet out one of your Epstein-related tweets here. Political Punk
let's get into
says, "When I was a kid, I was molested by a half brother. I did not realize the trauma until many years later. My dad was once beating that half brother, and I, as a second grader, jumped on my dad and tried to choke him out to protect said abuser. Hope that helps, dumb fuck." To which you replied, "Congrats, I guess." Okay, so you're telling me that's not an extremely insensitive sort of clapback at someone who's telling you a horrible story like that? I'm not. Again,
I mean,
we don't have to
obviously, it's
litigate
still-
this. Okay,
of
it's
course.
not.
I mean,
It's not like
look,
I don't
calls me a
mind
dumb
it. I
fuck.
always respected you as someone who can take it as much as he dishes it. So
Yeah, of
let's
course.
just kind of call that even. I think that's fair.
No, I can.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
I don't know that I would place that on the same level as just calling someone a pedophile.
I mean, I'm sure
or
they
demanding
would.
that the FBI
I'm sure they
seize
would
somebody's
place that on
hard
the same
drive.
level, and this speaks to an overall
okay, but
critique
let-
that people
but, I mean,
have
if
of
you wanna
your
talk
general
about that,
attitude
that was a
towards
guy
this issue,
calling
which
me a
is one
dumb
of great dismissiveness about victims of sex crimes.
I have no idea who that person is. Neither do you. You have no idea if they're just.
If
making
someone
something
tells
up,
me
if
that
they're
they-
legitimate,
Okay.
the guy calls me a dumb fuck. He introduces some claim about his own personal life that I'm in no position, nor are you, to verify whatsoever in relation to a
Okay.
totally
All right.
unrelated circumstance. So
gotta
yeah,
say,
I
man.
I was cheeky in replying to that guy because I found it bizarre that
Right.
just randomly on Twitter he would start pontificating about his own alleged abuse.
Right. This is what
As if that somehow detracts from the point that I was
I'm
making
just telling
about
you,
that
for someone who
alleged
seems
victim,
very
Anushka Digorgio. I mean,
surprised
go back
at
to that
the
thread. We can
strong
talk about her.
negative backlash you're getting about your coverage, this is why, like, I'm not surprised that people are reacting strongly to your
I'm not
commentary,
either.
given that is the way you react to someone telling you that they were molested by their half brother or whatever the details
what should I
are.
do? Reach out to him and counsel him and
Ignore him.
give him
Ignore
resources?
him. We get trolled all the time. If
Okay, I
someone
mean,
told me that on Twitter, I'd fucking
it was a
ignore
one-off
him.
little thing.
You're gonna
So,
troll them back? That seems very. People don't like that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying people, when they read
okay,
that,
well, if
they
they don't like it,
it.
they don't have to follow me.
Okay, but then don't be surprised when people
I'm
have
not
this
surprised.
perception of you as someone who is like very callous about this whole issue. That's all.
I'm callous about someone who calls me a dumb fuck.
All right.
Claims that he was abused as a child, which I'm in no position to verify, and tries to use that as emotional blackmail to somehow discredit a point that I was making about one of the government witnesses who testified in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, propositioning Jeffrey Epstein for sex when she was an adult woman in her 30s. Now, explain to me the connection between that, which we should go into.
All right.
I mean, people might find it interesting,
We'll
and
talk-
some random person
getting
on
off
the internet
topic. I just
claiming
wanted to
I'm
clear
a
that
child
up.
molestation victim, therefore you're a dumb fuck as to what you're saying about this alleged Epstein victim.
We have a
Explain the
lot of
connection.
dumb fucks who call us a lot of very bad
Yeah,
things,
I
especially
agree.
when we
Yeah.
did our whole
Some
trilogy
of
about
them
how
are
Derek
doing it in the
Cooper's a
comments
dumbass.
right
I'm
now.
sure.
Yeah,
By the
when
way,
we
I'm
have-
sure 99% of the
Yeah,
comments
see,
on this
that's
video
something
will
we
be
agree on
aggressively
there.
antagonistic toward me. I get it. It comes with the
All
territory.
right, so then it comes with
All right.
the territory. That's all. All
Okay,
right?
so
All
if
right,
you're going to
good.
troll me and you can't handle a light return fire trolling, then don't troll in the first place.
Okay, but
There
my
are some-
point
oh,
is
oh,
my
okay.
point is you seemed very
ahead.
taken aback by people's visceral negative
No, I'm not taken
reaction
aback
toward your
by it.
commentary.
I'm not
you
taken aback
seemed
by
a
it.
little-
And
you
I was
seemed
talking
like
about the
it was
trolling,
uncalled for.
not because I want you to be sympathetic with me or for anybody to, shower me with concern for my mental health or because I'm a martyr because I get nasty comments on the internet. I was talking about it from the standpoint of how this constant inundation of trolling helps to explain why the media coverage of the Epstein story, both in the online media and the commercial media, is so poor.
All right.
Because if anybody takes a more rational approach and actually examines the evidence and doesn't just buy into this hysterical outburst, which is the dominant theme in much of the media, then this is the reaction they can expect to get. And most people don't want to be inundated with accusations that they're
All
a
right,
pedophile or
all
their,
right. You seemed
their
upset about
journalism
it
is
to me.
secretly
That's
motivated
my
by
truth.
sexual
That's
depravity.
my lived experience is that you seemed upset about
All right,
it.
so let's-
from my
so
point
we
of
wanna
view.
Your lived
talk about-
experience is
So,
inaccurate.
That's my lived experience. Well, you can't
My
say
lived
that.
experience
All
is
right.
that
I guess you
I'm
can now. You
inert
couldn't
to
say
it.
that under Biden. Now under Trump, you can say that. Don't worry.
All right, so
The
you want
pendulum
to
always
talk
swings
about
back.
journalism. Yeah, it always does. So let's talk about your journalism, and this was something that came up in my video, which I want to give you every opportunity to address this. So you wrote an article posing the question of whether Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile.
Was a convicted
This
pedophile.
was
Convicted
was
pedophile.
a convicted.
Important.
Okay, was a convicted pedophile. All right.
Correct.
So this is the article. I know this is yours. You're sharing the byline, but you make it clear this is yours.
Yeah, I wrote it.
You wrote this. Okay, so this is what it reads in part. No one's being asked to condone Epstein's overall behavior or act like it's a good idea for 50-year-old men to be seeking transactional sexual encounters with 17-year-olds. But seriously, in the grand scheme of things, is the conduct for which Epstein was convicted in 2008 really a sufficient basis for the entire political and media class to be frantically proclaiming day after day that the United States circa 2025 is in the throes of a giant pedophilia crisis? Because this deceased convicted pedophile had consensual sex with a girl in Palm Beach on the literal eve of her 18th birthday 20 years ago. Come on, and there's a little later, to be clear. Come on, people, this is pure hysteria. Again, no one has to endorse Epstein's skeevy lifestyle to observe that if the intercourse with Ashley Davis had taken place in New York or Massachusetts or one state north in Georgia, she would have been above the legal age of consent in those jurisdictions, and the entire legal trajectory of this debacle would have been drastically different. But as fate would have it, the intercourse took place in Florida, which has the highest legal age of consent, 18, virtually anywhere in the world. Now, of course, this leaves out the entire context of that conviction. Now, I know that you've come a lot at Julie Brown, at the reporting.
She's probably the lead. She's incredibly unreliable. So the fact that you're pulling up her 2018 series is already a red flag.
Okay, red flag to you. However,
I mean, she fabricated quotes in her book. You don't think that's a red flag?
Michael, if you're going to write an article claiming that this is what Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of exclusively, which is
I've written
true.
3 articles.
It's true. It's true as far as it. It's true as far as it goes. But if a reader were reading that without knowing any context, they would know absolutely nothing about the controversy surrounding that conviction. It's like writing an article claiming all they ever convicted Al Capone of was tax evasion. It's true as far as it goes.
So you don't dispute the truth of anything that I wrote there?
I don't dispute the truth that that's all he was convicted of.
Do you dispute anything factually in the excerpt you just read?
That's not the point he's making.
The point is that for a reader, you are misinforming them by omission, because a reader who is not, as many people in this space are, encyclopedic on this case or very fixated on this case, if they just came upon that article and read that, they're going to come away thinking what you want them to think. Oh, yeah. Well, this guy, he was only convicted of this. If you're removing the entire yes, but you are removing the entire context of that conviction. And this is something
but if people want additional context, there are many other articles that I've written about the non-prosecution agreement in Florida.
But you wrote an article that is
literally every dimension.
Michael, you're not a dumb guy. There's a reason that you did not put any context there.
Which context do you think I should have put in?
What context should you have put in? Okay.
Yeah, what context did I omit that misinformed the reader about whether Jeffrey Epstein
facing a 53-page federal indictment? Epstein could have ended up in federal prison for the rest of his life.
Sorry.
But on the morning
of the
this is the Miami Times,
because it has my MT logo above it, and I didn't write this.
Oh, I'm sorry. For anyone watching, that's a clerical error. This is not Michael Tracey's writing. This is Julie Brown's, to be clear. Facing a 53-page federal indictment, Epstein could have ended up in federal prison for the rest of his life. But on the morning of the breakfast meeting, a deal was struck. An extraordinary plea agreement that would conceal the full extent of Epstein's crimes and the number of people involved. Not only would Epstein serve just 13 months in the county jail, but the deal, called a non-prosecution agreement, essentially shut down an ongoing FBI probe into whether there were more victims and other powerful people who took part in Epstein's sex crimes, according to a Miami Herald examination of thousands of emails, court documents, and FBI records. Let me go back a little bit. The pact required Epstein. Let me just finish, and I promise you will have the opportunity to answer. The pact required Epstein to plead guilty to 2 prostitution charges in state court. Epstein and 4 of his accomplices named in the agreement received immunity from all federal criminal charges. But even more unusual, the deal included wording that granted immunity to any potential co-conspirators who were also involved in Epstein's crimes. These accomplices or participants were not identified in the agreement, leaving it open to interpretation whether it possibly referred to other influential people who were having sex with underage girls at Epstein's various homes or on his plane. As a result, the non-prosecution agreement was sealed until after it was approved by the judge, thereby averting any chance that the girls or anyone else might show up in court and try to derail it. A little later in the article, it quotes one of the investigators. This was not a he said, she said situation. This was 50-something she's and 1 he, and the she's all basically told the same story, said retired Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder, who supervised the police probe. Okay, that is the context of that conviction. Now, am I saying that in order to fire off this Substack article, you had to get into that level of detail? No, not necessarily.
Which I have before.
I think you do have an obligation to anyone coming across this article to make it clear to them what the context of that conviction is, because a lot of the debate and what you seem to describe as a hysterical fixation on a minor sex crime that wouldn't be a crime outside of this particular jurisdiction is in a context in which the investigation was for much more than that. And that's what people are reacting to. To write the article that way is misleading. And I think particularly, and Matt does this too, this is, I took him to task for his Barry Weiss article that never mentions.
Okay, I'm not Matt Taibbi.
I'm not asking you to litigate that. I only mention it because he's your co-author here. And he also got into stuff about whether it's sex trafficking, which is one of the things that was actually unusual about the deal. Standalone conviction for prostitution of a minor is not a thing. That is by definition sex trafficking under federal law. That's one of the things that was odd about this conviction. Now, you might feel that because she was close to the age of consent, that's crazy, but under federal law, this should have been charged.
Wait, so hold on a second. So are you saying that anytime a 17-year-old is procured for prostitution in the United States, it's a sex trafficking offense that the federal government can just barrel in and charge under federal sex trafficking statutes?
This is from the U.S. Department of Justice. Child sex
I know the
trafficking is
statute.
prohibited. Okay, so the answer to your question is yes, as you know. Yes.
Well, no, it requires
It's sex
some
trafficking.
degree of. I mean, the sex trafficking
It is
statutes
a
have
federal
several
offense
elements.
to knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, or maintain a minor defined as someone under 18 years of age. That's federal. So that's
Correct.
irregardless of the state. Knowing or in
Correct.
reckless disregard of the fact that the victim is a minor and would be caused to engage in a commercial sex act.
But the point
So
is,
it
in the
was wrong
vast
for them to
majority,
even
in
charge
most
him with
instances,
prostitution.
but the point is, in most instances in the United States, when a 17-year-old is quote unquote procured for some sort of commercial sex act, just in terms of sheer practicality, it's not going to be charged as a federal sex trafficking conspiracy by federal prosecutors, because that would be an irrational use of federal resources. More likely, if it were to be charged by any law enforcement authority, it would be a state offense. And that was the case in 2008 when this non-prosecution
these
agreement
were
was being
federal
brokered.
charges. But this was the federal government which mischarged him, and also
Epstein was never charged by the federal government in 2008.
They worked out a plea deal with him that was in defiance of federal law. Their own law, he should have been convicted of sex trafficking, not for prostitution. That I just read you the relevant section.
I mean,
According to
I know that
federal law,
statute,
he was
the
guilty of
sex trafficking statutes are incredibly nebulous in my estimation, which is how, for example, Diddy could have been charged by Maureen Comey in the Southern District of New York on sex trafficking charges because of a very ambiguous situation involving his girlfriend of 10 years and sex parties and so forth, and then gets acquitted because the jury didn't believe that the elements of a sex trafficking offense had been met. So let's not pretend that just because you can quote some federal statute, that means it was just a given that in 2008, when these kinds of federal intercessions were much less prevalent.
You would concede that based on federal law, he was not properly charged in regards to that plea. The plea was not proper.
Concede that.
You don't concede.
He wasn't charged. First of all, he was not charged by the feds.
The plea deal should have been for sex trafficking based on federal law. You do not have prostitution as a standalone charge where a minor is involved under federal law. That is one of the things that was among many, like not giving the victims the opportunity to know about the plea deal, as a later judge found. That was very unusual about this case. Now, if you're going to write an entire article telling people this is all he was ever actually convicted of without mentioning any of that, you are actively misleading your readers. And particularly for somebody who spends a lot of time, as you have on this show, talking about how other journalists are getting it wrong or not doing their job properly, it is incredibly misleading and really an act of journalistic malpractice for you to write an article that so actively omits most of the relevant facts from the case of how Epstein wound up only being charged with that particular crime.
First of all, I haven't omitted the relevant facts of this case. I would challenge you to find anybody
I read
else
the article multiple times
who has more comprehensively covered
We're
all the
talking
relevant
about that
context and
article.
details from this case. Okay, that's one article. I have other articles where I get into the nitty-gritty of the 2008 Florida non-prosecution agreement, the federal intercession by Alex Acosta's office in the Southern District of Florida, how it interfaced with the prosecutors in Palm Beach County, Epstein's detention by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the
but not in this
factors
article.
that went into
anybody reading that
creation of the
article would come away
non-prosecution agreement
thinking
and how there was a
Jeffrey
multitude of
Epstein
misconceptions around it. But if we want to talk about
reading that
journalistic
article
malpractice,
as
you guys just pulled up. If we want to talk about journalistic malpractice, in order to accuse me of omitting crucial content,
an entire article that would lead a reader to believe
Julie
that
K.
Jeffrey
Brown
Epstein was
that
only
is
guilty
just
of
wrapped
having sex with
with
an almost legal
egregious
girl.
omissions and distortions. And it's ironic that you would bring up at this point like a 7-year-old article in the Miami Herald when the
then you
basis
should have
for
litigated that in your
is
article.
available in the public
If that's what you
documentary records
believe,
that people can look at for themselves.
That's fine, Michael. We don't claim to have gone through thousands of documents.
Okay, well, I have.
You have. We believe that. And it was your responsibility, if you were going to write an article like that, to demonstrate what you think is wrong.
I disagree.
With the reporting in that article.
The impetus for that article, I'm assuming you read the whole thing.
You have a responsibility to your reader to explain that to them. You can't assume that they know what you know or they know all that background.
The headline of that article was Jeffrey Epstein a convicted pedophile? And I listed a bunch of examples. Yeah, many very recent of
what's the
people in the media,
of that article,
journalists,
Michael?
Describing just matter-of-factly Jeffrey Epstein as a convicted pedophile. Now, if we want to adhere to basic journalistic standards, even about somebody as world historically villainous as Jeffrey Epstein, you might as well be like Hitler and Satan combined into one, right? Then we should probably want to use the correct terminology if we're talking about a legal designation of somebody who was once a real-life individual who was alive. He is now deceased, so he can't sue anybody for defamation. But if he were alive and you had media outlet after media outlet matter-of-factly declaring him to have been a convicted pedophile, he could sue that media outlet for defamation and he would win the case in all likelihood because he was not a convicted pedophile.
No, he would not. You concede, although you feel the Florida law is excessive.
Admit that he committed against the 17-year-old.
He was convicted of prostitution with a 17-year-old. That is pedophilia under the law. So he was a convicted
That's pedophilia under the law. Pedophilia is not defined. Pedophilia wasn't defined in those statutes.
As you spend time discussing, it would be legal in other jurisdictions. Under federal law and under Florida state law, that is a minor. So he was convicted of not trafficking, which is one of the violations of federal statute you see in the plea deal. But in the end, he prostituted a minor, which
a person under 18. The Florida statute, which he pleaded guilty, was procuring a person under 18 for prostitution. It was not procuring a child for pedophilia. In fact, pedophilia is seldom the term pedophilia seldom, if ever, that I'm aware of, except in maybe some ancillary context, appears in the federal criminal code. And most often does not appear in state criminal codes. So, but I mean, if your contention is that just in terms of colloquial speech, we could all declare that anybody who is ever convicted of a sexual infraction involving a 17-year-old, even if the sexual activity with the 17-year-old would have been legal in other states, we can just somewhat summarily declare them to be a pedophile and call them a convicted pedophile. I just disagree. I guess I have a bit more fidelity to the accuracy of language than that. So actually using verifiable facts rather than just throwing out all the most inflammatory terminology to fuel this moral panic and mass hysteria, which is so reminiscent of the Epstein story. And can we go back to the Julie Brown thing, since you brought that up to accuse me of omitting crucial context? I mean, go to the first
I mean, you
screenshot.
did in that article. It has nothing to do with
I
whether
disagree.
you agree or don't agree with that
I
article.
disagree. I agree that the context of the non-prosecution agreement and the factors that went into negotiating it are important context to understand the totality of the Epstein case. But if we want to understand whether Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted pedophile, as has been stated over and over again
without any context,
media outlets constantly, then that's a more narrow issue to hone in on. And then we have to go look at the plea deal that he struck.
All right, but Michael, you yourself can see
and look at who the victim was that was identified by the prosecutors and confirmed by the judge that Epstein had acknowledged victimizing for the purposes of his guilty plea under that Florida statute. And I don't think it's common knowledge, do you, that the one underage victim or victim who was not 18, who was identified in that June 30th, 2008 plea hearing, when Epstein entered his guilty plea, that the one victim who was not 18, who was identified as having been victimized him, was the 17-year-old who was then older, but had been 17, nearly 18 at the time of the claimed offense by Epstein. Like, do you think that's common knowledge? Do you think people are aware of that when they just think about, in general terms, the Epstein story? And if not, why not?
No, because you're taking it completely out of context. And in fact,
I don't agree that it's out of context. Again, if people want more context about the Florida non-prosecution agreement, I can refer you to other articles and podcasts and so forth that I've done on it.
Okay, so let's see what you've said about that.
But can we go to the Julie Brown article?
That besides having sex with a 17-year-old girl or multiple 17-year-old girls, and I'm going to ask this again, and I swear it's the 5th time, and I'm asking it again because I don't know your answer. Is there evidence, in your view, compelling evidence, that he also had sex with 15-year-old girls and 16-year-old girls?
I've answered you, Glenn. There's a 16-year-old who is in this Palm Beach document dump. Anybody can go look. Who I think credibly attests to having had sexual contact with Epstein when she was 16, and she was asked, "Did Epstein know you were 16?" And I think she credibly says that she knows Epstein to have known that she was 16. In other circumstances, the girls were strategizing amongst themselves to lie about their age so they could go to his house and collect the $200 so they could go to the mall afterwards after performing a massage of differing degrees of sexualization, whether it was just stripping down to their underwear and not engaging in any outright sexual acts, or sometimes maybe engaging in some more sexual acts. Again, I'm not defending any of it. I'm just reciting these facts to you because you're.
So it doesn't seem like you're denying the overall premise that by most people's definition, Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile, at which point, what is the point of the exercise? Like, what point are you making if you're conceding the general facts of the case as people understand them?
First of all, in normal circumstances, I promise you, I'm not particularly interested in litigating the meaning of the word pedophile because it does nobody any good.
So it
automatically causes people to deactivate their critical faculties and just convert into this primal, visceral, moralizing outrage mode, and they can't be reasoned with. However, I don't know. The clinical definition of pedophilia, if you look it up in terms of the medical literature and what is accepted by every medical association, the clinical definition of pedophilia is sexual attraction to prepubescent children. Now, if we want to somehow expand that definition in the political arena or on social media or just in everyday speech
as
to
a
include
society,
anybody who is not above the legal age of consent in a particular state. So for some reason,
so are we talking about
sexual activity with a 17-year-old is pedophilia in Florida, but not in Georgia, then I just don't see how that's conducive to a rational inquiry on this story. And the 16-year-old, listening back to that, I think I might have slightly conflated some of the details, and I'm happy to clarify them because that was the same 17 person who was 17 ultimately who had the sexual intercourse, she said, on the eve of her 18th birthday with Epstein, and then was the one victim who was identified when Epstein entered his guilty plea in June 2008. She indicated that she may have been 16 when she first encountered Epstein. She couldn't remember the dates. She said it was possible that she was 16, but she knew for sure she was 17 when the bulk of the, quote, massages and then the sexual intercourse took place. But
you
thought
said in that interview,
possible
if
she
I
might have
recall
been
correctly,
16.
she had sexual contact with Epstein, but prior to intercourse, right? Contact with him
Yeah,
of a sexual
yes.
nature as a 16-year-old, right?
No. On the first encounter, okay, and then, again, just to stipulate, I'm not condoning Epstein's conduct.
I
Okay? I'm just
understand
trying to be
that.
accurate. What she told the Palm Beach police when they interviewed her, and then what she told the Florida grand jury when she was summoned to provide testimony in 2006, when Epstein was indicted on a state level for a solicitation of prostitution charge, was that on the first encounter, she did basically strip down to her underwear, and then she performed more or less a non-sexual massage in the sense that there was not overt sexual touching or contact aside from her stripping down to her underwear. Now, of course, it's still a sexualized scenario.
Yes.
Which is why I'm not condoning it.
Right.
But if we want to be specific about what was alleged and at what age, she did not allege that on the first encounter, when she was still possibly 16, she said that she had any sexual contact with Epstein at that time. But then she kept going back many more times because she enjoy it on some level, getting the $200 or $300 in cash. Sometimes he would upgrade it. Sometimes he would give her a gift in exchange for the sexualized massage. And then it culminated on the day before her 18th birthday when she had full sexual intercourse with Epstein, which was somewhat unusual for him in terms of what his proclivities were. Unfortunately, I've been forced to learn his sexual proclivities having studied the case so in depth.
I mean, I just have to echo Russell's question. So what's your point then? I mean, I just don't understand what your point is.
What do you mean the point? I was asked about various details of the case by Glenn. I responded to them. You're asking me more details about certain aspects of like the legal minutia of the case. I'm addressing it. So you're asking me what the point is.
I think when people look at your body of work as it pertains to this case, I think their perception is that you are more interested in litigating the legal minutia than you are in digging at the truth behind a lot of these unanswered questions about the scale and scope of the case and the abuse involved. I mean, okay, so you're saying that
people just don't care about the legal minutia.
You seem to be parsing him soliciting a sexualized massage from a 16-year-old. You're parsing that and intercourse with her when she was 17 as if there's a meaningful difference there in the eyes of the average person. I think most people look at that broadly and say that's a despicable fucking creep. Right? And you seem to be more interested in litigating the legal minutia than in just, taking stock of this whole thing, big picture.
Well, I know the legal minutia might be boring to a lot of people, especially self-proclaimed.
It is boring. Yeah, the minutia is kind of boring to me. Yeah, it's kind of boring to me.
Yeah, and it's much more exciting to just casually speculate in the most bombastic terms
because
about what might the ultimate answer be to these unanswered questions.
Look, let me just.
And I'm sorry if you're going to go around just declaring that somebody was a convicted pedophile, and by any reasonable definition they were. I mean, this is just one narrow component of my overall critique, right? You're talking about one article. We can get into many other dimensions.
Sure.
But what I'm more interested in is not just litigating the legal minutia. Although I will say it is interesting, don't you think, that all the most self-righteous so-called Epstein researchers and experts on the internet, like Whitney Webb, Daryl Cooper, Nick Bryant, all these people who are constantly on all these podcasts opining authoritatively on the Epstein case as though they've just done unparalleled research and are just so immensely knowledgeable that we should all sit around them and bask in the glow of the enormity of their knowledge, that virtually none of them have bothered to look into, this admittedly somewhat more boring legal minutia, which is available. It's in the public record. Like, if you want to be knowledgeable and conversant about the Epstein story, shouldn't you read the underlying court records? I mean, just the mere fact that you pulled up a 2018 article from Julie Brown, much of which is just wrong, much of which is contradicted by the documentary expert. Much of which commits far more egregious crimes of omission than I ever have.
And you litigate that.
What's that?
If you're going to write an article claiming this is all Epstein was convicted of, and this is why everyone who thinks that was a bizarre plea deal is wrong, That's
No,
fair, and people
the
can live
article
it.
wasn't
That's
about the
what you did.
bizarreness or lack thereof of the plea deal. It was
Come
whether
on, Michael.
Epstein
You're
could rightly be
not a
called
dumb guy.
a convicted
You
pedophile.
wanted the reader to come away with your pet theory that this is largely hysteria, which is a strange theory.
that is my
given
contention.
That yes,
Right.
It's
And
a
it's
strange
okay.
theory,
So
given that you're conceding that he actually did have sex with what in our culture, in our society, most
He
people
conceded
would
that. He
consider
pleaded guilty to that.
children.
Okay.
He conceded to it.
Not to 14, 15, and 16-year-olds, which you seem in the Glenn interview to be conceding that these girls, but you seem to be blaming them, and I think that's part of what people react to as well. You talk about underage girls conspiring to get the money to go to the mall. It's just
which they did.
A classic and a very retrograde tendency to blame.
I don't see how it's a retrograde tendency.
For their own sexual
I don't see
assault.
why it's a retrograde tendency to
blame
actually accurate
underage
about the
girls,
underlying details.
15 and 16-year-old girls, to blame them for their own sexual
I'm
assault.
not blaming them.
Let's
I've never blamed them.
To imply
I've
that
never
they were
blamed them.
mercenary.
It's not about allocating
for what
blame.
they were
It's
doing.
about actually trying to resuscitate some measure of accuracy in how we discuss what the underlying
But if they're
issues of
15
this
and
are.
16,
And if the
Michael,
hope-
then it
if-
wouldn't
if the
matter
commonly
why they were
understood-
having
if the
sexual
commonly
contact with
believed
Jeffrey
premise-
Epstein or giving Jeffrey Epstein massages. If they're underage, then they have no age. That's why we have age of consent laws in the first place, right? If they're 15 years old, it doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, maybe he offered him a candy bar, right?
But
Or
there are
maybe he offered him $200 to go to the mall. Like,
gradations
what
of
difference
severity.
does it make?
There are gradations of severity in sexual offenses, even
but
in offenses against people who are not 18. The law recognizes this. The law punishes, and you say there's no meaningful difference between having intercourse with somebody who's 17 and getting a sexualized massage from somebody who's 17 or 16 and has their underwear on. Well, I mean, the law does provide for a significant difference because you can be charged with offenses that range in the degree of severity.
I'm talking about in the public
and
mind. Your contention is that this is hysteria.
Tied to the ethical calculus that would inform how we perceive the offense.
I think it is well past a moral red line for most ordinary people.
I've already said that Epstein crossed a moral red line for me. We're not talking about just a moral red line.
But then
I'm not
why
exonerating Epstein.
why out of the other side of your mouth do you insist that this is hysteria? If it's so far past a moral level, if the underlying offenses here are so foul, right, and so obvious,
well, I think the foulness has been exaggerated.
To yourself, as you admit, then why would you categorize the attitude towards this case as one of hysteria? You're making a claim about the emotional investment that people have in this case. When you call it hysteria, that's the argument you're making. You're not making a legal argument at that point. You are criticizing people's emotional reaction to this. Well, no, I don't think, and given the fact that whatever sexual contact you have with someone under the age of 18, right, or a minor, crosses this very, very simple moral red line for, I would argue, all ordinary people, then at that point, I don't see how you can chalk the interest in this case up to hysteria.
Okay, I'll explain to you exactly how I can chalk it up to hysteria.
Sure, please.
Because the reason why that I have focused a great deal, although not exclusively by any means, on the slightly more arcane legal details that get chronically ignored despite the enormous amount of media bandwidth that gets dedicated to this story, and yet everybody thinks it's not particularly necessary to examine any of the underlying documentary or factual record, is because what is the common perception of the Epstein story? Why is it that people are so incensed by it? Why is it that people are so, yes, I would say hysterical about it? It's because the basic, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but the consensus view generally is that Epstein was running an enormous globe-spanning child sex trafficking and pedophilia operation that he enforced by blackmail, perhaps at the behest of some intelligence service. And then he got a, quote, sweetheart deal by federal prosecutors to let him off easy, let him serve a casual term of incarceration in Florida, and then he continued to prey on children or young women after his offense, and all of society is damned for all eternity because he was not intervened against earlier to prevent him from victimizing all these innocent children. And it's a huge scar on our national honor and dignity, and therefore anybody who ever associated with Epstein, no matter how peripherally, even if they exchanged a fleeting email, in 2009 or 2014 or something, they're now to be condemned as having enabled Epstein somehow, and perhaps themselves be complicit in his child sex trafficking operation. And oh, by the way, there's an Epstein client list that I guess everybody is covered up. Now Trump is covering up for some reason, and the victims claim exists, and they were even going to fashion their own list, but never have. And that shows that all these child sex predators are being able to evade justice and get away with impunity for these heinous offenses. That's generally what people think is true about the Epstein story, right? That's just totally fictitious based on the available evidence. So
let me respond to that.
To understand how that's fictitious, you do have to examine some of the underlying court records and transcripts and depositions and so forth, and it'll shed additional light on why that overblown mega hysterical narrative is not actually grounded in anything credible.
All right. So, Michael, I think that you are correct in saying that is, generally speaking, a widely held view. I would not concede, though, that in order to be outraged about this case, you must subscribe to everything you just said. Assuming there is no client list, assuming it was just Epstein preying upon very young women, even if I go to absurd lengths to grant you things that you don't even want granted, which is that he never had sexual contact with a woman under 18. The fact that a man his age and of his wealth was engaging in transactional sex with 18-year-olds, that's a really scummy guy. Even if he's not a criminal, like I said, I'm going.
But the reason why this story is so
for you right now.
Right?
Hold on a second. Yes, I do believe that it is a stain upon the character of people who, knowing that about him, engaged with him to the extent that guys like Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon and Woody Allen did, even if there were no crime. Even if there were no crime. And this is what I think you're missing about this, okay? Because when it comes to the legal minutia, you look at a story like Russiagate. In Russiagate, I was very interested in the legal minutia because the underlying offense was something I didn't really give a shit about. Oh, Donald Trump may have colluded with the Russians to get dirt on Hillary Clinton. Who the hell cares? All I care about is if the information is accurate. Whatever dirt is real that exists on Hillary Clinton is dirt that I, as a voter, have a right to know about. And so unless he committed a crime, don't bother me with it. I don't give a shit because the underlying offense is something that is no offense at all to me or to the average person, apparently, right? Because no one gave a shit about Russiagate. In the Epstein case, it's completely different. The underlying offense here is the predatory exploitation of very young females, whether you want to call them women or girls, no matter what side of the 18-year-old line they fall on, it's still a moral outrage. Now, that does not make their age insignificant, obviously, because you have to determine whether or not crimes were committed and what crimes were committed. But this obsession on your part with the legal minutia really obscures the outrage that people are feeling about the entire dynamic, which is that you have this multimillionaire engaged in predatory sexual behavior with women who are much, much younger than he is. It's extremely creepy, chauvinistic, piggish at best. At best, and like I said, I'm granting you things that you don't even want me to grant you. I'm supposing no crimes were committed against underage girls. I'd still think he was a pig. And given the fact that the people who cavorted with him are guys like Larry Summer and Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon, Bill Clinton, people with tremendous power in the society, their character is to be litigated by the public. It is in the public interest to litigate their character. So if they're cavorting with a scumbag who's fucking 18-year-old girls, even if it's totally legal, that's still something in my interest to learn about. I still have a right to be upset about that. I think most ordinary people would be upset about that, even if there were no crimes committed. Okay, so we would not be talking about Jeffrey Epstein right now if I understand
the totality
that, but
of his
I'm
defense,
just giving you okay, because you seem very blind to all of that.
Right? Hold on. We would not be talking about Jeffrey Epstein now in January of 2026 if the totality of his offenses, after he's now been dead for 6+ years, was that he was a scummy individual who might have had sex with younger women.
You know
a lot of older men have sex with younger women. I'm sorry to break it to you, and it doesn't create a society-wide, months-long morally outraged panic with all
If a
kinds of
22-year-old
political
meets a
ramifications.
60-year-old at a bar, I don't know what bar they would meet at. It must be a pretty successful bar if they attract people of both those age groups. They meet and they hit it off and they want to go home and have fun with each other. That's fine. Okay, if a younger woman and an older man meet online and they hit it off, that's fine. There's something about flying women out to mansions and islands with the expectation that they make themselves sexually available to older men. Implicit in that is that you really can't say no because you'd be violating the arrangement if you did. That's different. That's predatory. That's scummy. And yes, given the fact that people of extreme influence within the society were partaking in that behavior, I think it is acceptable for the public to know who they are and to litigate how appropriate their actions were. I think that's totally within bounds. I don't give a fuck about Noam Chomsky's reputation. Fuck him.
Litigate all you want. That's fine with me. I've never said that people aren't entitled to litigate the behavior of prominent public figures.
Right, but it's not the same as like a younger woman meeting an older guy and sucking him off. Like that happens. That's fine. I'm not I'm not fucking Amish over here. I'm just saying there's a difference in the arrangement.
Can I address what you just said? Okay. So just to go back to what I was trying to say in response to your comments.
Yeah.
We would not be talking about Jeffrey Epstein in January of 2026 if the sum total of his offenses were that he was a scummy guy and he had sexual contact with younger women in a way that people find to be morally repellent, right? The reason why we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein is because there's a theory that you just acknowledged is what a lot of people, a majority of people, maybe even like a 90% plus of people believe when they hear the name Jeffrey Epstein. The theory that he was running a child sex trafficking operation of monumental proportions, that he was the most notorious, quote, pedophile, basically in American history or even world history, and that he somehow was able to escape accountability for those offenses with either the overt or implicit assistance of high-powered,
I would agree with you. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm not trying to be difficult.
That's why we're talking about this right now. And if that theory is fundamentally predicated on a hysterical misreading of the actual facts, then I think that is worth pointing out.
Hold on, Russ, I'm sorry. Let me just get this one point in. You're probably right about that because of the extent to which this kind of chauvinistic behavior is pervasive in the society in certain elite circles, like Hollywood, for example, right? Leonardo DiCaprio. But hold on a second, Michael.
Really quickly.
Monica Lewinsky was of age when she sucked Bill Clinton off in the Oval Office. That was still a major scandal for good reason, because he's the president of the United States. What was he, 24, 25, 30 years his senior, whatever the ages were. That
wasn't a scandal at the time because the idea was that Bill Clinton engaged in some kind of sexually predatory behavior against Monica Lewinsky. It was that it was infidelity, essentially.
No, I believe it was.
No.
I believe it was.
People said a lot of things about Monica Lewinsky, but for the most part, okay.
They didn't think Bill Clinton was.
I was there.
Telling me
it was very much
hold on. I've never heard this one before. You're telling me that people did not criticize Bill Clinton for taking advantage of a staffer or an intern who was infatuated with him and exploiting that in a predatory way? Are you telling me that was not the take on Monica Lewinsky? I've never heard that before.
That would get him labeled like a sex offender, right?
Not a sex offender, a scumbag.
Not a sex offender. It wasn't illegal.
Listen, I shouldn't have gone down this road with you because, as I mentioned, I'm giving you more than you even asked for. I'm saying even if there were no crimes, we know there were crimes. I'm just trying to communicate to you that your focus on the minutia of the case is kind of missing the forest for the trees, if you will.
And also the basic premise, nothing to see here. When you
I never said nothing to see
pattern. Well, your overall take
that's not my overall take.
Think that
if I thought there was nothing to see here, why would I have spent so much time and energy covering copious amounts of detail from every which way on the story?
Belief that he was running a blackmail ring is just crazy.
There's no evidentiary basis for it.
When you look at when you've got an active cover-up, as many would assert, particularly given I don't think you would assert that they blacked out 199 pages because they all had the names of victims.
Overwhelmingly, yes.
Or that they refused
to. You know why? I have read
199 pages.
Here's where reading the actual legal filings can be helpful. Again, I know it's not the most exciting reading material for most people, but it would be helpful to apprise yourself of what rationale went into the imposition of those redactions if you're going to make statements about what those redactions supposedly signify. There was, before December 19th, when the first tranche of them came out, there was intensive back and forth in the Southern District of New York and to some degree in the Southern District of Florida about the scope of the intended redactions that the DOJ was going to impose on the forthcoming release of Epstein files. The so-called victims' lawyers, Bradley Edwards, was sending letters to the two key judges in the Southern District of New York, Judge Engelmeyer and Berman, demanding that the judges intervene and essentially issue an order that would require the DOJ to impose even more expansive redactions, essentially, on the files than is really made clear by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And Bradley Edwards, again, who's just running a racket. He's incredibly wealthy from all these extortionist lawsuits that he's filed. He's once again suing in hopes of getting a class action settlement, even more giant financial institutions, so he can get a 30% cut from the resulting hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever that will stem from it, just like he did with JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank. He's now, as of October of this year, along with David Boies, suing Bank of America and Bank of New York Mellon. But what he said, what he demanded was that the DOJ confer with him personally and take this secret list that he has of something like 300 or 400 victims that have never been adjudicated, never have had the first thing about their claims corroborated by anyone, and then redact public records on the basis of the claim that
that's what the 199 pages are. You know that. You've seen.
Of course, I don't know it for a total certainty.
Okay, so you don't know that. You're simply making this argument in more detail. No, it seems very unlikely that there are 199 pages of victims' names.
I'm not sure why you find it to be unlikely. If there's a case file on a particular victim
it doesn't
that
make
the
any
FBI
sense.
was interviewing,
okay, Michael,
let me
give you an example of why people
and it contains a multitude of identifying details pertaining to that alleged victim, then I don't think it's totally implausible at all.
You don't think it's implausible that there's 199 pages of victims?
To redact everything.
You don't think it's to protect co-conspirators? You don't think a lot of these redactions are to protect co-conspirators?
I don't see a whole lot of grounds for suspecting that. If you can give me some evidence as to why that's a reasonable suspicion to have, then I'm happy to look at it.
I will show you right now. So here's Kash Patel in a very famous clip.
None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay.
Okay, so no evidence that he trafficked to anybody else. And yet, when the files came out, this was among them. I'm sure you've seen this for anyone who hasn't.
Yeah.
The email reads, of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida and served GJ subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were located and served. 4 of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. 1 is a wealthy businessman in Ohio, and so on. Why would Kash Patel, clearly we know now he's lying. He's lying in that testimony. They did have this evidence. Now, either I will allow for gross incompetence when you're talking about crazy eyes Kash Patel, that's possible, but it does give people the reasonable, when you combine this with a lot of the other very bizarre circumstances of Epstein's whole trajectory. You have this college dropout who gets a job at a private school, is elevated to Bear Stearns, is laid off from Bear Stearns, goes on to create a boutique financial services company that only takes billionaires, winds up having power of attorney with a billionaire with no background in financial services. Michael, you seem to feel that anybody who looks at this and says, well, there's got to be more going on there than just the guy talked a great line of bullshit, which I've seen you assert as the explanation for this.
I don't know that I've asserted that as like the ultimate all-consuming explanation for anything. Epstein did talk a lot of bullshit to embellish his status and to network.
Okay, you threw that in. I'm not going to say you spent a lot of time saying that. It was something you threw in an exchange with Sagar, that he was a good bullshitter. But You're talking. I mean, I don't know. If you look at some of his notes that have emerged, that's hard to imagine. He actually
doesn't mean that he was a bullshitter in every respect.
And if you look at the job site news reporting, which reveals a lot of his connections with Ehud Barak.
Okay, can I just address the co-conspirators thing before we get too far
of Israel? When you I mean, we're not going to we don't have time to litigate all that, but I'm just saying,
okay,
the overall premise that this guy was running a blackmail ring, that he worked for intelligence, when you look at the fact pattern, I think most people, including the plea deal that he got in violation of all normal procedures while he was in Israel, by the way.
He didn't get the plea deal while he was in Israel.
Well, they were negotiating it while he was in Israel.
There was a period.
Actual agreement.
No, I don't think while it was being negotiated, he wasn't in Israel in terms of when he first signed it. In September of 2007, there was
obviously
a period in April, I think 2008.
When this was ongoing, he went to Israel. So when people look at all that, Occam's razor, I don't think is unreasonable. I don't think it's crazy for people, including journalists and the average person, to say, yeah, there's something going on there. There is a conspiracy there.
Okay,
now,
I mean, I agree.
And
people would often not to draw a direct parallel because they're not directly analogous, but that's very reminiscent of what I would constantly hear when during Russiagate, people would tell me, look, use Occam's razor. Look at all these ties.
I didn't say that.
I know you're not. I know you're not, but it's a similar principle. Look at all these ties that people in the Trump campaign or the Trump organization appear to have with Russians who may be connected in some ancillary way to the Russian state. And we're seeing example after example of this. And we all know where there's smoke, there's fire. So although we don't have actual hard evidence of our underlying thesis.
And also in that example, like I mentioned earlier, the fire wasn't really fire because no one gave a shit if Donald Trump got information from the Russians about Hillary Clinton. People do give a shit if people are blackmailing other people about them being on camera having sex with children.
One story in the United States, pretty much. But like 2007, 2008.
That was it. But yeah, but
that like 2017, 18.
Yeah, that was a creation of the media that had very little interest at the rank and file level.
You got to give me a little bit more time because you said a lot there. I want to get
to it. We will, but let me just say one of the main points that you seem to be making is that there's such a uniformity of opinion about Epstein. That was never the case with Russiagate. It was primarily an MSNBC liberal class CNN fixation with a lot of dissenting journalists, including yourself, including Matt,
right? Which is why the coverage of the Epstein story is so much more egregious because there's total uniformity, whereas at least for the Russiagate story, you can get
the evidence,
more rational dissenting perspectives.
Do you think that might be because of the evidence I mentioned?
Let me address the co-conspirators thing, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so you played that clip of Kash Patel. First, I'm the last person to defend Kash Patel on virtually anything at this point. I have said, and I don't often do this, but I said if he has any integrity, he should resign, both over his mishandling of the Epstein issue as well as other ridiculous stuff that he's done over the course of his tenure as FBI director, and his like psychotic little cohort Bongino finally has done that, but so should Kash Patel. And the reason why I think Kash Patel ought to resign if he has any integrity is not because I have any basis to allege that he has covered up this universe of Epstein co-conspirators who are guilty of child sex trafficking offenses, but because when he was a private citizen, he said the most absurd things about the nature of the Epstein story that he couldn't have possibly had any legitimate grounds for, such as going on a dopey podcast in December of 2023 and telling the then FBI director, Christopher Wray, that he should, quote, put his big boy pants on and tell us who the pedophiles were, as though Christopher Wray must have just had this list of pedophiles sitting in a vault somewhere in the FBI headquarters. And with the snap of his fingers, he could have provided that list to the public so we would all know who the elite satanic pedophiles are. That was ridiculous. That was Kash Patel playing to a crowd, playing to the algorithm as he was on the podcast circuit. And you have plenty of other right-wing personalities, including many in the Trump milieu, who did that same routine, Bongino included. J.D. Vance would toy with it here and there. But that's, that's what, to during the Biden administration suggests that the Democrats in power were covering up a giant child rape ring to protect their donors and supporters who were also liberals or Democrats. That's what got the juices flowing for the out of power Republicans at the time. Now you see that flipped, where it's the Democrats for the most part now who are convinced that the cover up continues, but this time it's to protect Trump or maybe other Republicans. It's hard to really ever know, but it's become a partisan sort of ping pong ball in exactly that way. So just on Kash Patel, I've already called for him to resign, which is not something I ordinarily do, given his mishandling of this issue and the lack of credibility he now has to convey to the public information that might be actually more factually grounded, but people are never going to take seriously, given his comments as a private citizen and also just the incompetence with which this whole rollout has been executed in many respects. But you said we now know for sure somehow that Kash Patel was lying in that clip. Sorry, we don't know that for sure. He said that there was no basis. He said that in that clip, and this was also stated in the July 6, 2025 FBI memo, FBI and DOJ memo that kind of launched this whole Epstein ruckus last summer. That after a review of the existing file, right, the FBI and DOJ had determined that there was no predicate. There was no evidentiary predicate to charge any additional individuals for their complicity in Epstein's purported crimes, right? So that has been said since July. It was repeated by Kash Patel in that testimony. And then you pull up that email, right, that came out last month in this initial release of the so-called Epstein files, and you see investigators or prosecutors emailing amongst themselves about these 10 co-conspirators. Now you got to remember, they're in a preliminary investigatory phase. So they're not claiming at that point that they have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that could convict anyone of being a co-conspirator of Epstein. And we can tell by context clues who some of them are. The Ohio businessman is clearly Leslie Wexner, and we know who others are, okay?
Indemnify co-conspirators.
We know who others are.
Why would they draft a plea deal that indemnifies co-conspirators?
I'll tell you. Have you read the 2020 Department of Justice Office Professional Responsibility Report that delved into this very issue in great detail?
No.
Okay. Well, again, people should read the primary sources, and then they could learn the answers to some of the questions that they like to pose as though the answer must be so sinister that's being covered up. First of all, among the 10 co-conspirators that were mentioned in that email in 2019 are the named individuals from the 2008 non-prosecution agreement who we can find out. I mean, it's public record. We can find out who those named individuals were. And they were Epstein's lower level female staff who were adults who the government was trying to claim were conspiring with Epstein for a very low level conspiracy, in that they were conspiring with him to bring him the girls against whom Epstein was alleged to have committed the offenses in Palm Beach, right? Another fallacy here is that people think, oh, all these underage girls were being flown all over the place to engage in illegal underage sexual activity, where the vast, vast, vast majority of even the allegations, however credible they may or may not be, of sexual activity between Epstein and underage or people who are not 18, that was concentrated around the Palm Beach house. There's been little, if no, almost no evidence, not even any allegation that I'm aware of it being claimed that Epstein, quote, trafficked or transported girls who were 16, 17, 15 from someplace in the United States to the U.S. Virgin Islands, to his estate, the Virgin Islands, even though that's considered to be, quote, pedophile island in just the popular conception. But in that 2019 email, the co-conspirators, the 10, I wish actually the Epstein Files Transparency Act imposed transparency so we wouldn't have to speculate and we could know more without these superfluous redactions. But based on what we can infer, the co-conspirators include people who are now considered victims by the government and by the plaintiff's attorneys, who were named in the Florida non-prosecution agreement because they were in Epstein's lower level organization. There are 4 women: Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinikova, and 2 others.
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell is claiming phone calls. She's covered by that agreement.
Ghislaine Maxwell was not named in the Florida non-prosecution
agreement. One of her assertions that she shouldn't.
It's one of her legal assertions, but it's been rejected.
Covers her.
It's been rejected. That was part of her appeal to the Supreme Court that the Supreme Court has now even declined to hear as of October of last year. Yeah, so she has asserted that, and there's a good argument to be made that if you agree to a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government, and it's intended to be a global resolution to the criminal offenses that you're alleged to have committed, and there is that term, global resolution, in the deal, and then they do some legal jujitsu a decade later and say, you know what, we're going to confine that agreement that we brokered with you solely to one federal prosecutorial district in southern Florida, and we can say that anywhere else in the United States, even if those offenses occurred during the same time frame, even if they have some like direct factual nexus to the very same offenses that you were being investigated for and told you had to plea to in order to resolve, we can just resurrect that a decade later when there's a moral explosion of moral outrage and political rancor. And then we could just basically effectively discard the non-prosecution agreement. Again, it's another civil liberties issue that people don't care to even ponder the implications of, but it is significant. But I mean, so when Michael, that email came out, everybody thought, 10 co-conspirators, it must be like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and all like the highest profile people in the world.
Are you asserting that all these redactions are victims?
What's that?
Are you asserting that these redactions, when they first released them, up to 90%, are primarily
I'm saying a
victims?
huge
Is
percentage
Marjorie
of them
Taylor
are
Greene
very likely to have
lying?
to do to
Is Marjorie Taylor
are
Greene
very
lying
likely to
when
have
she
been
says that
imposed
Donald
on the
Trump
grounds
told her the release would hurt his friends?
I'll give you one example. I'll give you a perfect
is she
example.
lying when she says that? That Donald Trump said the release will, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She claims that Trump said.
She claims he said that. He may well have said something to that effect. And he may not be wrong. You know why?
That these redactions are not victims, that these are associates of Donald Trump and other people in power who are going to be embarrassed.
First of all, they should unredact the list of co-conspirators or potential co-conspirators that they were investigating at the time but hadn't yet charged or even come close to charging at that point in July of 2019. But nonetheless, they should unredact the information in the spirit of the Epstein Files Transparency Act and just the general public imperative to have disclosure and transparency on this issue. But we're never going to get that because everybody's bending over backwards to accommodate the alleged victims, right? So that means just permanent non-transparency, apparently. But here's how we know it. We know the names of the women who are included in the 2008 non-prosecution agreement as 4 of Epstein's potential co-conspirators. They're now deemed to have been victims because they have subsequently, in the wake of Epstein's death, filed litigation, attempted to collect enormous monetary settlements, tax-free from, it's hard to know what particular institution they sued or sought compensation from, but they could have gotten it from JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank. They could have sought an individualized settlement with the Epstein estate. They could have joined the class action program against the Epstein estate. They're now considered victims, right? Because they're repurposing everything that took place to them in the mid-2000s as, quote, trafficking, or they have been groomed, right, as adult women. And they, too, are now victims who are entitled to all the accommodations that anybody can possibly muster, even though they recruited other girls. They enticed other girls. They were, quote, trafficked. Just like so many of the other alleged victims who aren't even in that one subcategory also did, because years after the fact, who's going to question them if they just recast or reframe everything that occurred to them as trafficking, given how nebulous the concept of trafficking is. So you have those 4 individuals who are redacted. You have Ghislaine Maxwell. She was the only one who was ultimately charged as a co-conspirator of Epstein. You have Leslie Wexner, the Ohio businessman. Right. Another one of those 10 co-conspirators was Jean-Luc Brunel, who was arrested in France after the United States applied pressure to French authorities, and he was arrested in France. He was like the fashion mogul or modeling mogul who Epstein collaborated with and was an associate of his. And the reason why he was arrested in France and he ultimately ended up dying in prison was on the say-so of Virginia Roberts Gouffre, who claimed that he was among the endless array of prominent people who supposedly raped her as an underage person. And then when she had to go to Paris in 2021 to actually provide evidence in a properly adversarial setting, she, of course, withdrew several of her core claims, just like she withdrew.
Right. So what's going on?
Just like she withdrew her claims
what's
against
going
Alan
on in this
Dershowitz,
picture
just
where
like she
she's
withdrew her
17?
claims against other people.
What,
when
all right,
Trump says
what's
people he
going on
knows might
here?
get harmed if all this
Right.
gets dumped out, I don't agree if he means to say that in the sense that it should justify the concealment of all the Epstein files, because even if it does wrongly impugn various people having been child sex offenders, I think given the uniqueness of this particular story and how dominant it is and how politically consequential it is, that's a price we have to pay in order to get full transparency.
Okay,
But
so
if he's saying it just that
going
people
on
are going
in
to be
this
defamed,
picture?
people are going to be wrongly impugned as child sex offenders,
Uh-huh.
he's correct. You know why? The marquee accuser who introduced the
Okay.
entire theory of a child sex trafficking operation enforced by blackmail,
But
Virginia
the
Roberts Frey, who we see on the who we
17-year-old,
see
the
now,
17-year-old
she-
girl picture.
we
here with
know
Prince
for a
Andrew
fact, we know
and
for certain
Ghislaine
that she did
Maxwell?
wrongly
Is that who we're talking
and
about?
defame a huge cross section
Okay,
of people.
so what's
But
going
Trump
on
is
in
not
this
wrong
picture?
about that on the merits.
So what's going on in this picture? What do you believe is
That is a
happening here,
photo
Michael?
that is claimed to have been taken in March of 2002 when
Yes.
Virginia Roberts Giuffre happens to be above the legal age of consent in England. Again, when I said in that clip that you circulated,
She's
I'm not,
right.
an,
She's
or, I'm not an
17
age of
here.
consent guy.
Yeah.
What I meant by that, I was trying to say it in a tongue-in-cheek way, was that I'm not ordinarily somebody who spends a lot of time poring
I
over
don't
the
think
intricacies
I don't
of
think
age of
anyone
consent
really
statutes.
misunderstood. Michael,
But it
because we're
happens to
just
be relevant
poking fun
here.
at you.
That's a photo that is of disputed provenance, meaning the authenticity of it, I think, is credibly questioned. We can't say for certain that it's
So you question,
but we can even
question the
stipulate
authenticity of the
stipulate that it's authentic for our purposes right now. Okay,
Okay,
let's stipulate
all right.
it's authentic. It's a photo
Okay.
of her with Prince Andrew when she's
Yeah.
17 in
Yeah.
London in March of 2002. That's what it is.
Right.
If you want to say
Okay.
that photo is
what
positive that Prince
what
Andrew
is a
sex
17-year-old girl? What is a 17-year-old girl not from the upper classes doing with Prince Andrew and Ghislaine Maxwell in England? What were they doing? She was doing their taxes. She was dusting. They hired her to be a maid. What do you think was happening here? Why was she there?
Well, she was somebody who was in Epstein's milieu by that time. She
Right.
likely met Epstein. She likely encountered Epstein when she was 17. The timeline's always
And
shift.
by
and she had to
milieu,
withdraw.
that is a milieu you can see.
Well, I mean, meaning by she would
involved
go to his house
sex
and provide.
trafficking girls.
She would go
who
to
were
his house and
underage
provide
by,
sexualized
US
massages. I
law.
think
Right.
Right.
she would go to his house, provide
sexualized
sexualized massages. She
Right.
would seek out other girls whom she would tell to lie about their ages so they could go to Epstein's house and also participate in a sexualized massage so that she could obtain cash. Her boyfriend at the time also did this,
You get
who
more.
was several years older than her.
Right.
And
Right.
she, there is evidence that she, as opposed to every other Palm Beach girl, whether they're above or below the legal age of consent in that Palm Beach phase of this in the early 2000s, that she did end up traveling on the private plane with Epstein to a variety of different locations, whether it's New York,
Right.
here it's London,
And what Russ is
etc.
asking is for
And
what
so why
purpose?
was she there? Because Epstein
Yeah.
traveled around with eye candy. Look, she may have had sexual
Mhm.
contact with certain people.
Uh-huh.
I don't know
Right.
for
Right.
sure, but if she
That-
did
that
have
would be- that
sexual,
would be
if she did have
sex
sexual,
trafficking.
let's say she did have sexual contact with Prince Andrew
Uh-huh.
when this picture was purportedly taken in March of
With Ghislaine back there, who's
2022.
a convicted sex trafficker and the daughter of an alleged Mossad agent there in the background.
Yeah, she's with allegedly Ghislaine Maxwell, who I think was totally wrongly convicted in her 2021 trial for a bevy of
All right, let's try and
reasons.
keep a modicum of focus to this. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So what was she doing there? She would attend. She would attend various things with Epstein. Again, I'm not saying that I condone the lifestyle. I find it to be skeevy or even scummy, as
Right.
Keaton
So
mentioned
for
earlier.
sexual
Right.
But
purposes, she's there for sexual purposes.
how do you know?
You-
How do you
you
know
would
that she had
concede
sexual
that.
contact
Well,
with
seems
What other
very likely
what
based
other
on
reason
what we
would she
know.
be there for?
I know you
based on
got to have
what we know,
evidence. If you're going to make
what was she
claims, you
there
got to have
for?
evidence. This is not unto itself
Tutoring?
evidence of any sexual contact.
She was
I
getting
don't know.
lessons
To
in
be eye
British
candy,
history
she might have
there
had.
from
She might have
Prince
had
Andrew?
to provide massages. I mean, the whole pretense of her
Sexual
involvement with
massages?
Epstein was to
They can't find the
learn
girl.
massage.
These are
And she actually did provide massages when she finally left Epstein's milieu. In September of 2022, he paid for her to go to Thailand to go to a massage therapy training institute where she did attempt to learn actual massage therapy.
It's right
wow.
across the street.
yeah.
Oh, is
but
it?
she lucked out then.
go
So you're
visit.
saying she was lucky then.
I don't know exactly.
They were mentoring her. They were massage mentors.
I don't know
They were
precisely
giving
what
her,
she may or may not
they
have
were
done.
Who got
They were
ran
setting
off
her
the road
up
by
in
a school
business
bus at
to
70 miles
England.
an hour
But-
and was
Yeah.
dead a month later.
All right,
Lucky
so
girl.
Michael,
Sorry, what?
this is the problem I think a lot of people have with your
So you
take
think?
on
Wait, hold
this,
on.
and you're
You just said
reporting
she-
on this
you-
because
you
when you
insinuate
look
that
at
she was
this,
murdered in Australia?
what you're
I don't know if
claiming
she was
is
murdered in Australia. I know
unreasonable.
she says that there was an accident and a month later she was dead. I
Okay,
don't know what
have you
happened.
looked into that accident? Because I actually, I know doing journalism on this subject is seen as like antiquated. But
Is that what you're doing?
I filed for.
Is that really what
Well,
you're doing? When we
yeah,
show
well,
you a
I'm
picture
going to tell
like
you what I
this, and
did.
you have to do
I did public
backflip
records requests in Australia for records
to try
related
and
to her,
what's going
her
on
supposed
in this picture.
heinous
You're
bus
doing
crash
journalism
in March
that's
of
the, that's the
2025.
thing, Michael. For you, and I think it's fair to.
I don't
mention
know that.
given
I
you're
don't know the truth
collaborating
of
with
that
him on
accident.
this, to assert that all the other reporters have it wrong. When
Julie
you
K.
are
Brown does.
spending
I was
this
just
kind of
begging you
time
before to go
trying
through
to find another way to explain
line by
this
line,
other than the
that
obvious.
article from Julie K.
That's
Brown. And I can explain to you
journalism.
where she got what
You're
she got
doing
wrong. You didn't know how
better
to do it.
journalism than other people are doing. The reason
I'm
you
not
have
saying-
the
I'm not
uniformity
saying
of
I'm like some
opinion here that you didn't have on
I'm saying
Russiagate
I
is
have
because the
attempted
facts
to-
of the case.
Yeah, I do
while
think a
they
lot.
may
I
be-
do think
they
a
may be
ton of the-
murky in their
None
details.
of the
They're fairly
journalism on this
obvious in
story
the overall
has
pattern.
been totally
and
off.
any
You know why?
assertion that
It's all-
this
it's
was
all
just
just
a guy who
PR.
slung a great line of bullshit is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
So much of the journalism on the story is either just PR for the purported victims, where the so-called the journalists collaborate
PR
with
for
the
the victim.
victims'
Can we
lawyers.
get into a victim?
who
Can we
then
get
feed
into a
them
victim? I
information.
have a
That's what Julie K.
presentation of
Brown
yours.
did.
All right,
Or
let
it's
my
just
associate get in
aimless
his
speculation
question.
about
He's
intelligence
quite
agency stuff.
quiet.
All right, so let's talk about one of these victims. Okay, you did a Twitter thread on this one here. Okay,
Yes.
let me just adjust my screen so I can read this because the font is small. All right. So this is a Twitter thread from you on December 26th, day after Christmas. Interesting redaction. Victim, quote unquote, Nadia Bjorlin, an actress on Days of
By the
Our
way,
Lives.
we don't. So you just violated the code of conduct that's guiding these redactions right now, because nobody's allowed to see the name Nadia Bjorlin in the so-called Epstein files at the behest of the victims' lawyers
Okay.
who want to preserve their ability to
Fine.
withhold from the public information that might affect their perception of the nature of this person's alleged victimhood.
I'm not doing a gotcha here. I want to know what your take on this
Okay,
is
good.
because it's very interesting to me. Okay, so let me start again. Interesting redaction. Victim Nadia Bjorlin, an actress on Days of Our Lives, sent a headshot to Epstein. She testified in the Maxwell trial. This was a government exhibit. DOJ redacts not only her face, but the caption she wrote, "To Jeffrey, thanks for rocking my world." You continue. This is all part of one thread. In November 2020, Nadia Bjorlin received $5 million tax-free from the Epstein estate. She had hired a personal injury lawyer who advised it would help her case, quote unquote, if she helped the government prosecute Maxwell. Bjorlin was a longtime soap opera actress during this period. Another image shows the full note Nadia Bjorlin wrote as an adult to Epstein, "Thanks for rocking my world. You're the best." The government's case against Ghislaine Maxwell hinged in large part on the testimony of Nadia Bjorlin. Around the time she was allegedly in heinous sex trafficking captivity, she appeared as a go-go dancer in the music video Shake Your Bon Bon by Ricky Martin in 1999. She was born in 1980, so she'd have been 18 going on 19 at this time, just for that context. Okay, then you really have a lot of fun with this. You say Nadia Bjorlin was permitted to testify under a fake name at the Maxwell trial. The government really didn't want jurors to know that she was a regular cast member on Days of Our Lives, despite having been enslaved by the most heinous sex trafficking operation in world history. Some more professional photographs Nadia Bjorlin was distributing to admirers after somehow emerging from sex trafficking captivity. Storyteller in her bio. Ha ha. Trafficking victim Nadia Bjorlin with Joey Fatone of NSYNC and Alfonso Ribeiro of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air at the red carpet premiere of Nadia's movie Redline, April of 2007. Few more posts here. I think we get the picture. Do I have to read all of these? I think we can clearly discern where you're going here. Trafficking victim Nadia Bjorlin reportedly dated Bruce Willis in 2004. Trafficking victim Nadia Bjorlin discusses her dating on a history on a radio show in 2012, confirms dating Bruce Willis in her 20s, also recounts going to the Playboy Mansion. Quote, I think I still have your underwear, says ex-boyfriend. I don't think we were ever really sober, says Nadia. Nadia. Then you see a couple of pictures that she did from some movies, Sex, Love, and Secrets, 2005, Venice, the series, 2010. I thought Paris was better, but Venice, the series, was not bad. When
I had
she
never even
sued-
heard of it, so
I'm,
you'll have to
I'm
explain to
joking.
me the
I'm
premise.
joking.
Okay.
That's a little comic relief there, folks. When she
Sorry, I went over my
sued,
head.
when she sued Epstein's estate in 2020, which ultimately resulted in a $5 million tax-free settlement, Natalie Bjorlund said she was a victim of false imprisonment and suffered extreme trauma, humiliation, and anguish. Notably, she insisted on making these claims anonymously. The strategic calculation to demand anonymity in civil litigation was embraced in a criminal context by Judge Allison Nathan, who allowed Nadia Bjorlund to testify against Maxwell under the fake name Jane and strictly limited what identifying info could be divulged to jurors. Hopefully, this gives some insight into why self-declared victims, quote unquote, and their lawyers are so passionately opposed to the disclosure of all Epstein files and have been angrily demanding that the government withhold, conceal, or redact records pertaining to purported victims. Okay, so that's the end of your Twitter thread. Now, this is a piece in the Daily Beast, which references a report in the Daily Mail. Epstein had his own lodge at Interlaken's prestigious arts camp for kids.
Well, he didn't have his own lodge. I mean, I don't know why you guys show old articles. I mean, I can clarify. Yeah, he donated to the Interlaken music camp, and that would entitle him to use a certain cabin a certain amount of times a year, and then they would invite him to come and watch the recitals at the end of the summer session. But he didn't live in a cabin there.
No, he didn't live in the cabin.
Not that it's particularly relevant, but like even in that one little excerpt they referenced from the Daily Beast is just not correct.
Okay, but this is the report that they referenced there. That was the headline. This is the report that they referenced in the Daily Mail. And this is part of the Epstein files, by the way. The DOJ has a link to this article listed. Another girl Ghislaine targeted for Epstein was Nadia Bjorlund, an actress who stars in the American soap opera Days of Our Lives. Now 30, she was just 13 when she attracted the tycoon's attention. Her mother, Iranian-born Ferry, spoke last week of the family's disturbing experience. Nadia's father, celebrated classical conductor Ulf Bjorlund, had died just a year earlier, and Ferry says she believes the mourning schoolgirl must have appeared an easy target. She was at school at the famed Interlochen Music Center in Michigan when she met Epstein, says Ferry. My daughter was a singer. She was a baby. She was a skinny little girl, not mature for her age. She was 13. Everyone thought she was 9 or 10. Epstein was a big donor, and he heard about Nadia and that her father had died, so she was vulnerable, and he contacted her. He said, here's my number. He kept saying, come, will you come? He said he wanted to help mentor her. I wouldn't let her meet him. What sort of a man approaches a young girl and asks to meet her? It was Ghislaine who managed to become friendly with Ferry and Nadia. I trusted Ghislaine. She was like a mother. She was always calling my house, says Ferry. Ghislaine didn't want me to meet Epstein, but I did anyway and asked what he wanted with Nadia. He said he wanted to help her singing career. He said I'd like to be a godfather. It felt creepy. I had a bad vibe about him and said stop. I told him no thank you, she doesn't need your help. I kept Nadia away from him. She never met him alone. She never went anywhere with him. It was not until Epstein's arrest that Ferry realized the fate which could have befallen her daughter.
So
now,
pause there.
Could have befallen her daughter is tricky language, because that means could have hypothetically befallen her daughter if she became more involved. Maybe it did without the mother's knowledge.
So she doesn't. So the mother here doesn't know what fate could have befallen her daughter,
right?
And that she quote kept him away from Epstein.
Okay, now before we get,
you want to talk about journalistic malpractice or omission of critical
I want
context?
to ask you one question before we get to that. I promise I will toss to you. When you put in your slideshow, first of all, you make no mention of the fact that Epstein allegedly had contact with this woman before she was 18. Make no mention of that in the Twitter thread. And it doesn't seem like you edited this Twitter thread for length, because you had about a dozen examples of her comfortable with her sexuality, implying, in my opinion, that she's a scheming slut who glommed onto this case in order to get paid.
I don't go around implying or otherwise accusing anybody of being
yeah,
a scheming slut.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I mean,
yes, you do. You don't use the word.
Are like much more hyper
I'm saying that's the way. That's the way
I
would
match you, but that's not what I do.
Okay, but that is
if you think we are
we are
hyper-feminist,
told that
you have
this
neither
person
watched
Michael,
our show
it is
or looked
pretty
at our
obvious
audience
to me
analytics.
that was your intention.
And she's appearing
That-
in music videos.
Michael, you're a
and
writer.
a
You have
cast
to be
member
conscious of
on
how
a
your
soap
writing
opera.
impacts of how your reader is going to be affected by your writing. It is not an unreasonable inference to make that you feel that this is basically a scheming whore who's out for money. That
has nothing to do with her being a whore.
That's
it casts
what I
doubt on the
gleaned from
veracity-
your Twitter
It
thread.
casts
That's the
doubt on
impression
veracity of her
it gave
testimony.
me. That's the
It
impression
casts
it
doubt.
gave me. Now let's just go with this. When you say here, the
you just
government's
read a
case,
whole
I
excerpt to
will
me. Can I
toss to you
address
in
it?
30 seconds, I promise. The government's case against Ghislaine Maxwell hinged in large part on the testimony of Nadia Bjorlin around the time she was allegedly in heinous sex trafficking captivity. She appeared as a go-go dancer in the music video Shake Your Bon Bon by Ricky Martin in 1999. What that implies to me as the reader, and again, you're here to clarify, okay? But what that implies to me as the reader is that her contact with Epstein happened when she was 18. And you make no mention whatsoever of the fact that her mother alleges Epstein essentially tried to get his hooks into her when she was 13. Now, why did you not feel like the Interlochen school experience was worth mentioning in this Twitter thread, which was clearly not edited for length because you very gratuitously listed example after example of her being a sexual being, more or less?
The examples that I listed were not so much to do with her being a, quote, sexual being.
Oh, no?
It was to contrast
Okay.
her activities around the time that she supposedly emerged from the most heinous sex trafficking operation in American or world history, and to question whether that would seem to comport with all
this
the endeavors
picture on
that
the
she
right
was
here is
involved
dated
in. Can I just answer?
2008.
Can I answer?
Hold
Can I
on.
answer?
No, well, hold on. I got to stop you there for a second because you said that the time she was allegedly in sex trafficking captivity was around the time she was in the Ricky Martin video, which was 1999. Now, this picture on the right here, okay, at the leather and lace party at the Playboy Mansion, that was 2008. So that wasn't right after. That's about 10 years after.
Yeah, that one is not right after. The music video was.
Okay, so you're
but here
implying
was the
that if
point.
she
Here was the point.
regained a modicum of functionality and comfort in her body as a sexual being, that means she must be
I have
full
no
of shit.
opinion on what she does with her.
Okay,
her,
I will
her
appeal to
reinvigorated
the judgment of the
sexuality.
audience
That's
what
not-
your
can I
intent was
answer?
in putting together this thread.
Are you,
Go ahead.
Can I answer?
Sure.
The point of that thread was not to go chapter and verse through every aspect of Nadia Bjorlin's claimed victimization, because I assure you there's plenty more than those 2011 excerpts that you just read from the Daily Mail. I've read the entire Ghislaine Maxwell trial transcript, and she testifies at length and is cross-examined about the Interlochen encounter. What the mother said there in terms of Epstein asking for her number is not even what's reiterated or established at the trial. It kind of gets fudged and repackaged. But so the purpose was not me to go comprehensively from soup to nuts about every aspect of her claimed victimization. It was to highlight things that were newly revealed as a result of the Epstein files disclosure, which the government had tried to redact. But if you're like me and have read the Maxwell trial transcript, you could connect the dots and realize that the photo that was redacted of her, of the headshot that she sent to Epstein as an adult, saying, "You rock my world, you're the best," you could infer that it's her because that very photo came up at trial and she was asked about it by the defense counsel.
Okay.
So therefore, you know that it's Nadia Bjorlin, and who is testifying under a fake name at the allowance of Judge Nathan in that trial, which is a huge violation of the Sixth Amendment, at least if you think that the core civil liberty of being able to confront your accuser at tribal is something that we should try
I would like
preserve.
to ask you about that too, I emphasize ask because I don't know. I want to get your take on something regarding that because it seems to be a little more complicated than that. But go ahead.
I'll just finish the thought briefly.
Sure.
So the fact that she was allowed to testify under a fake name at the trial, her identifying information is still being redacted in these records that are being released, even though everybody's supposedly expecting them to contain the full transparency as to the evidentiary record. And yet, you know, if you're a little bit resourceful like me, you can figure out who is referenced in some of these files. Wow. Sure enough, it's her. So now we have an actual image of the headshot that she sent to Epstein when she was an adult, saying, "You're the best, you rock my world." And that was something that the government and the so-called victims lawyers tried mightily to make sure it was never divulged to the public, and so that they could never have basic information about the background or about the identifying details of one of the most legally consequential alleged victims in the Epstein saga. Because remember, she was one of 4 who the government called to testify against Maxwell at the 2021 trial, out of a universe of what we're now told is either over 1,000 or 1,200 alleged victims. They found somebody who was a literal soap opera actress. Doesn't mean that she's discredited or anything that she says is necessarily not true just because she happened to have been a soap opera actress. But the prosecution, Maureen Comey and colleagues, strategized as to what information they could withhold from the jury because they did not want the jury to learn anything that might cause them to question the veracity of the account that they were being told at trial. So that's why she was under the fake name. And then in the aftermath of the trial, in order to get payouts from the subsequent compensation funds or the settlement funds that emerged, such as from J.P. Morgan and Deutsche Bank, the plaintiff's lawyers have an interest in any information not coming out that could potentially undercut their claims to be able to extract that money from the institutions that they claim were somehow collaborators with Epstein. So there's a whole Epstein industry that is in part fueled by the strategic concealment of information around the purported victims and using these incredibly extreme and I have to say, emotionally exploitative tactics to browbeat anybody who thinks it might be worthwhile to actually have full disclosure, even though that's what so many people claim they want. And so I thought, given that I was able to identify this significant victim based on one of the records that had just come out by the DOJ, that it could fill in some context for people as to what this alleged victim of a sex trafficking ring that is the most notorious in world history was up to around the time that she was allegedly in sex trafficking activity and subsequently.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah,
so
I think that's useful.
All right.
Even though the lawyers wanted to keep it concealed.
All right, so let me keep going here. And again, this is not a setup for a gotcha. I'm very uncertain about this myself, so I want to get your take on this. I want you to kind of piece together what you think may be the real deal with this Nadia Borland. Okay, let me just walk you through this a little bit. Jeffrey, so this is another piece in the Daily Mail in 2021. Jeffrey Epstein befriended his victim at an exclusive $38,000 a year arts camp in Michigan when she was 13 years old. New book claims this was the Julie K. Brown book. Jeffrey Epstein
fabricated quotes in that book, just so you know.
And
even just a few weeks ago, she put out this tweet saying, "Why was the DOJ monitoring me?
All right.
Oh my God, this is part of the cover-up. I'm such an intrepid investigative journalist that the Trump DOJ thought that they had to monitor my movements, and it turned out to be a whole ruse.
All right.
Well, no, if you're going to cite her as a journalistic authority and then accuse me of
her as a journalistic authority, I'm citing the Daily Mail, and I'm trying to parse through this and get your opinion on it. That's what I'm doing, okay?
Well.
Jeffrey, I'm not reading from her book. I'm reading a report about what her book claimed and weighing that against some other things, and I want to see what your take on this is, because I know you have strong feelings about this. Jeffrey Epstein.
I have to say, I'm sorry, one more thing. Daily Mail, the previous Daily Mail excerpt that you read, where it quotes Nadia Borland's mother. If we want to talk about journalistic malpractice, the journalist who has the byline on that story, Sharon Churcher, in 2011, when she published that article, we now know, thanks to discovery,
she sang the national anthem at a Boston Red Sox game in 2008.
No, that would have been amusing. But no, what we do know that she did was that she was conniving with Virginia Roberts Gouffre to strategize about how they could get her the most lucrative possible book deal to capitalize on the Daily Mail article that was also published in 2011 that featured this photo and an interview with Virginia Roberts Gouffre. Yeah. And if you look at those emails back and forth, I don't know if you guys have read them, but maybe you should if you're interested. They're strategizing how they can get the biggest possible payout for Virginia for a book or even movie deal to entice literary agents and entertainment agents. And what they settle on doing was that they say, look, throw any prominent guy's name into this book proposal who you think might have been in Epstein's social circles, and that'll really entice the literary agents to give you thousands or even millions of dollars to make a book out of this
I
whole
would
tale
like to
because if
get
they see
your-
Bill Clinton and Alan Dershowitz and Donald Trump.
I would like to get, pardon me, I'd like to get your take on what happened to Nadia
and
Bjorklund,
then
okay?
Sharon
I'm
Church
trying to get
colluded
there.
with the FBI.
We'll see.
Colluded with the FBI to give Virginia's story more supposed credibility. That she's now involved in some federal investigation.
All right,
right?
Michael, that's
she,
not my.
She attended an FBI interview with Virginia Roberts
That's not my
Giuffre,
question.
supposedly in her capacity as a journalist, but she said that she was there more as a friend.
Okay.
And so she was an FBI collaborator. So if we want to talk about
all right,
journalistic
Michael, no,
malpractice,
I'm not
and you're asking
talking.
me why I have such critiques,
I want to know what you think about this
of the
this
journalism
person.
in the story. That's just
I want
one
to know
of
what you
many,
think
many
about
more
this
examples.
person. I want to know what you think the truth is
Okay.
about this person. Okay,
Let's
try this one more time. Jeffrey Epstein's first known rape victim was a 13-year-old art student who was attending a prestigious Michigan arts camp in 1994. New book claims. I'm going to skip down a few bullet points into the midsection. In January of last year, an unidentified woman filed a lawsuit alleging that she met Epstein when she was 13 under similar circumstances. So this
that's
is
Nadia Bjorklund. That's the same
okay,
lawsuit.
well, this is supposing that that's Nadia Bjorklund, okay? Met his
It
underage
is.
rape victim, 38,000, right? Epstein and his close friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, frequented the camp, befriended the young girl, according to the Miami Herald Reporter. Brown is the author of an upcoming book, Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein story, detailing her years-long investigation into Epstein's sex trafficking operation. The girl had just lost her father. Okay, we know they're talking about Bjorklund there. The camp maintains that they've never received a complaint about Epstein, and the woman, who is now living in California, has not spoken publicly. In a sworn deposition, Epstein's former butler, Juan Alessi, mentioned that the girl often visited Epstein's Florida mansion, and in later years, her name appears on the flight logs of his plane. In January of last year, so that would have been 2020, an unidentified woman filed a lawsuit alleging that she met Epstein when she was 13 under similar circumstances. The woman said she was sitting
I've read the
alone
lawsuit.
on a bench. I'm just setting this up for the audience so we all know where we're coming from, okay? It'll just be a couple minutes. Thank you for your time. The woman said she was sitting alone on a bench between classes when Epstein and Maxwell approached her, telling her that they were arts patrons who wanted to give talented young artists like her scholarships, Brown writes. The lawsuit accuses Epstein and Maxwell of asking her questions, about her background. Eventually, Epstein asked for the girl's phone number. He then contacted the girl's mother, telling her that he helped young talent. Epstein then invited the girl and her mother to his mansion in Palm Beach. Over the next several months, Epstein and Maxwell tried to groom the 13-year-old girl. He told her to call him her godfather, and Maxwell befriended her like an older sister, the suit claims, Brown writes. They took her to the movies, went shopping, and invited her to spend more and more time at the estate. Soon, the sexual comments started. Epstein is said to have paid for the girl's music lessons. He also gave her some cash. Over the course of several years, Epstein assaulted the girl, according to the book. If she resisted, Epstein would scold her. Epstein is alleged to have moved the girl and sent her mother to a New York City apartment. He also paid for her to attend a private school. In 1999, when she was 18, she finally left him and moved away to start a new life. For a while, Epstein repeatedly called and berated her for not appreciating him, Brown writes. Okay, so now the CNN reporting has summations of all these the three other victims, and then what Jane said. Okay, same type of story here. Jane described in graphic detail incidents of sexual abuse with Epstein that Maxwell would at times join in on, both in Palm Beach, Florida, and Manhattan when she was 14, 15, and 16. At times, Epstein would masturbate on her and molest her, she said. Maxwell would sometimes be involved, touching her and Epstein, she testified. At least once, Maxwell instructed her how Epstein liked to be massaged while the three were in Epstein's massage room, she testified. Okay, so these are some of your tweets. Now, this is interesting because, and again, this is why I have you here. Okay, because I'm trying to research Natalie Bjorklund's lawsuit against Epstein. So
you can't find it because her name's always redacted.
Exactly. Okay, so when I say did Natalie Bjorklund sue Epstein, the Google machine, the AI, and I'm not saying this is the truth. I know this could be wrong. In fact, I'll prove to you this could be wrong.
She sued his estate.
I understand. Did she sue Epstein? Did Nadia Bjorklund sue Epstein's estate? Now, the AI says there's no public information or court record of that. Again, I'm not citing this as gospel here. I'm just saying that there does seem to be some uncertainty about this. I'll prove it to you.
There's no uncertainty.
Did Natalie
there is no
Bjorklund
uncertainty.
testify against Maxwell with a fake name? The AI says yes. Natalie Bjorklund is widely believed to have been the woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Source for that was this Facebook post. I asked the same exact Google machine, the same exact AI question, and it spits out a different answer a few minutes later. Actress Natalie Bjorlin did not testify.
Is not very precise,
I
so
understand
what's
it's
the
not
point?
very precise. What I'm telling you is this is why I'm going to toss to you right now, because there seems to be some uncertainty as to whether or not she was the Jane Doe. Now, you're saying she obviously
no
was the
uncertainty.
Jane. Okay, so you're saying that there's no uncertainty. She must have been
I mean, there
the
are
Jane
many,
Doe.
many Jane Does, but
Right,
in terms of
but
that particular
I'm talking about
lawsuit,
the one at this school. Right. So you're saying, okay, there's no
That's her.
possibility that this could have been a different person at that school, that this
No.
had to be her. Okay,
Zero
fine. Like I
possibility.
said, I didn't present that as a gotcha. I showed you how fucked up the AI was, okay?
And
so
it
what do
says,
you
like-
think? So then what do you think, based on your study of this woman and her case and her claims, what do you think happened to her as it pertains to Jeffrey Epstein? Do you believe that she was approached by Epstein as a minor? Let's just start there.
Well,
do you believe the mother's claim that she was approached as a 13-year-old with offers that he would hook her up and, help her in her singing career or whatever?
Just one more thing, because you asked Google or AI, did she sue Epstein? And you said there was uncertainty over whether she got
I
a
also
settlement.
asked if they sued the estate.
We know that for sure because she testified at the trial and she confirmed it because the defense counsel subpoenaed the records from the Epstein Victims Compensation Program. She confirmed that she got a $5 million tax-free settlement from the Epstein estate and that her odds of getting the biggest possible settlement payout would go up, as she was told by her personal injury lawyer, if she collaborated with the government to prosecute Maxwell. And also, Julie K. Brown, I'm sorry, one more thing.
I'm not. I didn't.
But you were citing her. You're citing her as a credible authority on
I'm not
this
asking
subject.
Okay, but what I want to know is what you think.
People should know that her journalism, just like in those excerpts you just read, is basically just to be a PR amplifier for alleged victims who the lawyers
Maybe
speak
that's
her.
true. Maybe there were a bunch of scumbags who glommed onto this case to make money. I'm asking you what you think the truth of this story is. That's what I'm asking you. I would like to know that.
In the acknowledgement section of that book, which again is quoted in that Daily Mail article, she thanks the federal prosecutors, Maureen Comey, Jeffrey Berman, Allison Moe, for their courage and integrity and for using some of her alleged, supposed journalism to generate the case that they would then go on to use against, go on to make against Epstein and then Maxwell. So I don't know about you, but I don't know of many journalists who thank federal prosecutors in the acknowledgement sections of her book. That's why it was so stupid when she tried to suggest that the Trump DOJ was surveilling
that's
her.
not
Even
what
though
I'm
that she was-
asking
she
you,
was
Michael. I'm
voluntarily
asking you
not
collaborating
evidence of
with
anything,
the feds.
I'm asking
Like
you
just
what
going
you
down
think
a
the
rabbit
truth
hole.
of this story is. The mother
story? Okay,
alleged that
so remember-
Epstein made contact with Nadia Bjorlin when she was 13 and tried to, I won't use a term as charged as the seduce because I know you would litigate that, but he certainly tried to make himself available to her in terms of helping her out when she was 13 years old. Do you believe that happened or not? Do you think the mother is lying about that?
Well, the mother in that 2011 quote that you read said that
I'm
she doesn't
asking
know what
you,
happened.
No, but she says that Epstein approached her and that she
that
kept her away
Epstein
from
approached
him.
her?
Yes, that she
Yeah, I
kept her
think
away
the
from him.
preponderance of the evidence is probably that Epstein and or Maxwell encountered her in some form at the Interlochen camp.
Okay.
When Epstein was there. I mean, there are flight records of Epstein and Maxwell flying to the Interlochen camp in August of, I think,
okay,
95
and then the
or
mother
6 or
alleges
something.
that Epstein approached her. Not that he did anything, sexual with her,
I
but that
think
he
that's
approached her.
probable. I
and
mean, it's hard to know for sure.
Of course, we don't know for sure, but
The
you don't
totality
have
of
any
what
reason to
happened
believe that
because
mother is lying.
So many aspects of this were kind of recast
I
strategically
understand
in
that.
hindsight
Okay,
after
yes.
decades.
Yes, I understand that, but we
In-
don't
in
have.
part
You're
to
saying you
get
don't have any
financial
reason to believe
remuneration.
that the mother is lying about that. Okay, so Epstein, we are going to accept what the mother said that
But remember,
Epstein
in the
approached
Max-
this girl. She was at 13.
Nadia Bjorlin testified as to Maxwell. She was a government witness against Maxwell. So in the trial,
I'm
which
asking
is
you
the best
what you
source for
think
what we
happened
can say
to
happened.
her.
What's that? What happened to her?
What happened to her? In other words, okay,
It's hard
what
to
do you
say.
think-
It's really
Okay,
hard to
so
say because under
but we know that
cross-examination,
Epstein
so many
tried
of
to
her
ba-
claims did not withstand scrutiny.
We
For
know
example,
that Epstein.
For example, to connect Maxwell into Epstein's child sex trafficking conspiracy, the government had to prove a number of elements. And so they had to establish a number of what are called overt acts that would then get folded into the conspiracy charge. And so in order to do that, one thing that they did was have Nadia Bjorlin testify that at some point, and they could hardly specify really with any clarity when or where this occurred, but she claimed that at trial that she participated in some sort of orgy scenario that included Maxwell. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And over the course of the trial, the defense attorneys locate other women, and they all happened to be adults at the time, who were allegedly in this orgy that Nadia Bjorlin claimed that she participated in with Maxwell, and they called them to testify, and the women adamantly deny that they ever participated in anything like this orgy that Nadia Bjorlin claimed took place. So when you ask me, what do I think happened? I can only go based on the evidence. I've read the trial transcript. I've read her civil litigation. And you know what? It's extremely murky what exactly happened. Would I be shocked if there was some sexual contact at some point that might have involved Epstein? No, I wouldn't be totally shocked. Do I know that? Do we know exactly what age it took place at?
No, we don't know what age it took place at.
We know that she was very thankful.
We don't know
for
what.
the
Okay, but
largesse
that's what I'm trying to get at here. So we don't know. So if, and like I said, we don't know. But if there were some sexual contact that took place between Bjorlin and Epstein, which
we should know a lot better, because Maxwell was convicted and is sitting in prison and will be for the next 15 years on the basis of what was supposed to be.
She's not going to be there for 15
testimony.
years. What we got? 2 years and 8 months. She'll be
Maxwell
fine.
seems to be the only person you find.
Well, she got 20 years and she's been in for 5. So
she's gonna. I think she's getting out in a couple of years. That's what I think. I think they're going to pardon her on the way out. But anyway,
based on what? I mean, her only option right now is for Trump to give clemency.
I think that's going to happen. Yes, on his way out.
Well, it would be more than warranted if you take.
Okay, but Michael, you just said you think it's reasonable. It's reasonable to suspect that there may have been sexual contact between Nadia Bjorlin and Jeffrey Epstein at some point. Let's assume. Let's give Jeffrey Epstein.
When she was an adult.
Let's give Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, this is a ridiculous statement, but let's give Jeffrey Epstein the benefit of the doubt and say that he waited until she was 18 to do it. Does the fact that he first made contact with her at 13 not bother you at all? In other words, is this not, once again, to get back to my original theme, if you just look big picture here, at what was going on here, could you not at the very least say it's fair to suspect that he essentially attempted to groom her as a 13-year-old and then have sex with her when she turned 18?
Well, it's not a matter of me being personally bothered. I have said all along.
Forget whether or not you're bothered. Do you think that is a reasonable thing to suspect happened? Okay, well, let's just back it up a second. Do you think that's reasonable? Because you just said that it's reasonable to suspect that he had sexual contact with her. So assuming he waited until she was 18 because he was an above-board kind of guy, okay, do you think then it is reasonable to say that he had his eyes on her for that reason when she was 13, and that's an example of grooming on his part at the very least? Again, we don't know any of this.
It's possible.
But do you think that's an unreasonable read on the situation given everything else we know about this case?
I think grooming, again, is yet another very nebulous concept just gets stretched beyond all recognition or all coherent internal principles.
So that's
because grooming can encompass anything. Okay. I don't know. It's possible. I also think it's possible that, particularly in the wake of Epstein's death, when these settlement monies became available, and so many of these women, including Nadia Bjorlin,
she thought she was going to get her ass paid.
Right.
She's like, "Hey,
do you think it's plausible that this financial incentive could have any effect at all on how people perceive these events?
I think it's totally possible. In fact, if I had to speculate, here's what I would guess happened. And this is just a guess. I would guess.
I would probably embellish some sexual thing from 20 years ago if I could get $5 million.
She did say in that photo, thanks for rocking my world. That implies that there was some sort of sexual relationship there, right? I mean, it could.
No,
we don't
not
know
necessarily. I mean, it may. It's hard to know.
It could. If I had to bet,
I would say he was subsidizing her ability to go to Los Angeles.
Okay,
he took her to great adventure, though, didn't he?
What very well could have happened. In fact, if I had to bet, I would say this is what happened. And again, I don't know this at all. Piecing together the timeline, what it sounds to me is that he offered her a lot of career advancement when she was a minor. His mother may have kept her away from him, whatever. Let's just say this is what happened, right? Let's say she reached back out to him when she was of age, and she had sex with him. And then after she died, she thought, you know what? If there's all this money coming out of this guy, I'm going to get in on that. I'm going to get a piece of that. I think that's totally possible.
She told no one.
You know what? That
mentioned
doesn't
to no one.
that really doesn't bother me.
Anything
like,
about
that doesn't
I've
bother
always
me
said,
at all. If I were her, I'd have got my ass paid
I don't
too.
even begrudge these girls.
I wouldn't have lied and said he tortured me, and like I don't know if she lied in court about it, but I would say that yeah, there may have been some people who took advantage of that for sure. That could have happened.
I've always said,
but
I don't
does that
even begrudge
does that
the women who
absolve
came out of the
Jeffrey
woodworks.
Epstein of having reached out to this girl for the purpose of preying on her sexually when she was a minor? No, like that's the big picture. That's
I've
the
always
big
said
picture.
that I don't even begrudge the women who, in the aftermath of Epstein's death, saw this giant pot of money available,
right,
and said, "You know what? This guy, we're told, was the most notorious pedophile in American history, the biggest, Hitler and Satan combined.
Right.
Therefore, if I'm potentially entitled to get some financial remuneration about events from 15, 20 years ago that maybe did not stick out in my memory contemporaneously as anything that was sexually violative.
Right.
But
exactly.
in hindsight, I can kind of recast things and then I can get money.
Right.
And also I can be anonymous so it won't impair my ability to be an actress on Days of Our Lives.
Sure thing.
I can see why they do it. I don't even necessarily begrudge it.
So what's the
especially
problem?
for the more lower middle class girls.
So what's the problem?
Got a bunch of money. What I do begrudge, however,
okay,
and on some level, I don't necessarily have a preference that money stay in the coffers of like J.P. Morgan or a giant multinational financial institution rather than going to some girl who may have lied about her age and gave a sexualized massage to some degree in the early 2000s. What I do begrudge, however, is the utter credulity of the media and of politicians in using these settlements and of the law enforcement apparatus, federally anyway, and also state law enforcement, of using these tales and just including them in their tally of unchallengeable victims to the point now where it's just common folklore that there were over 1,000 victims that were harmed by Epstein. And we can know that by like piecing together a variety of different metrics, some of which have never been made clear by the DOJ because, again, they can keep stuff concealed in perpetuity on the grounds of protecting victims, and then use that assumption that there were all these victims, including some of these people whose stories are, let's say, dubious in terms of the actual allegation of sexual misconduct, to then foment this mass hysteria moral panic, which, as I said at the beginning, to my mind, has a lot of very serious downstream negative effects, including eroding civil liberties, including encouraging people to develop faulty diagnoses of what I think are real political problems in the United States in terms of foreign policy and other issues, and including also just the promotion of irrational thinking that is bad unto itself, in my view. I think moral panic always has the effect of kind of like short-circuiting the brain and making people tolerate infringements of civil liberties, such as this Sixth Amendment violation, where this soap opera actress, who was an adult, I mean, these women were all adults in their 30s, more or less, at the time that they were testifying at the Maxwell trial, and yet they could just somehow have the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution suspended for them because they claimed that there was some harm that would be done to them. Or they could claim some fear. Like Epstein was dead at the time.
I mean,
Maxwell
maybe they're taking advantage.
Who was going to be retaliating against them? It was phony.
All right.
Okay, but you seem to be.
But
at one side of your mouth, you say you don't begrudge them that. Yet it kind of sounds
about
like
the settlement money that they got. I'm begrudging the judge in terms of the false name. I'm begrudging the legal system and the prosecutors. It's funny. People who think that these Epstein researchers who want the truth, they weirdly always align with the government. In terms of like the prosecutors who went after Epstein in 2019 and Maxwell in 2021, or the judge in this instance who thought that it was necessary to allow the alleged victims, who were at that point not adjudicated victims, but just government witnesses, to testify and find their fake name, which obviously conveys to the jury that if they need the protection of the court, they must really be victims. So they're almost being encouraged to prejudge
Again, not
victimhood of
not
the
unique
alleged
to this case
victims.
with where sex crimes are concerned. All right, Michael, let me try to bring this home because, as always, this went way longer than we planned.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people there are certain people who I know you're getting trolled a lot online.
It's okay. I'm not hung up on the trolling. I was saying that
most of
for a particular
most of the people that I've spoken to, including mutual friends of ours, everybody knows that you're not that you actually believe this. There are people in the space who people strongly
Correct.
disagree with, who are clearly they're
It's
motivated.
not me just
by
having some
something else.
belief. Okay,
Let
it's a
me
matter of me
fin-
saying,
let-
here's
let-
what my
all right,
understanding
let-
of
let
the
me-
evidence
let me-
shows.
Okay, right, and I think most people read it that way because
Whereas when
it's
people say,
consist-
"Oh, Mossad
it's
honeypot,"
consistent
they're not
with the
using
kind
any
of-
actual evidence for the most part.
It's consistent with the kinds of interests that you have, and you're a contrarian. And I think for a lot of us who
People called me a contrarian about the Ukraine war, about Russiagate, and that was supposed to be my.
And this is going to be like a Monty Python skit now. You're a contrarian. No, I'm not.
No. So
I guess
okay,
journalists should just be like totally consensus oriented and just affirm what people believe.
No. Certainly, I'd be the last one to say that. The point I'm making is you are not, at least among people who respect journalism or coming from a more professional perspective on it. Nobody thinks that you're doing this really because somebody's paying you, or there are some people where
Believe me, plenty of people think that.
No,
I'm not surprised that people who know me don't believe that.
Not the people I've really spoken to. Again, we have mutual friends. That's not really where people are coming from, and that's not where we're coming from. Like if we thought that, we'd say it. We're those types.
I mean, I wouldn't be interested in having you on if I thought that.
But what you said to me again, you said to me December 24th.
Let me
well, when you decide to go all in on making yourself the preeminent defender of perverts, creeps, and sex criminals, then you don't want to give me the benefit of the doubt, which does suggest that you think that I'm just on principle motivated by defending pedophiles and sex perverts, right? So I don't know. Have you been disabused of that since December 24th?
Okay. I do feel what I was saying there, and obviously X, it's a little wild and woolly. We're having a
sure. So I'm just wondering if that's what you still think, or are you amending your assessment of me?
I think that it can be as misguided to be reflexively contrary as it is to be reflexively.
I don't feel I am reflexively contrary.
I feel, as Glenn pointed out when he was interviewing you, of course, when you get a case where there are millions of dollars on the table like this, you are going to get people who glom
hundreds of
on
millions
to take advantage. Right, of course. You're going to get people like that. You're going to get unscrupulous lawyers. You're going to get people with false claims
it's tainted
who want a piece
the
of that money. But and hey, to have a contrarian reporter out there who does not automatically go along.
I don't do reflexive contrarianism. A reflexive contrarian is somebody said, everybody thinks something. I just want to be a bit of a nuisance, and so therefore I'm just going to reflexively take the contrary position. That's not what I do. I just spent now 2.5 hours with you guys going through in laborious detail the basis that I hope is evidence.
There is so much
for why I say what I do.
There is so much evidence here that goes in the direction of suggesting a conspiracy, of suggesting a sex trafficking.
Like what evidence?
Of suggesting that Epstein was involved. You can go into Dropsite, has been doing some great reporting on Epstein.
Never given any evidence of a child sex trafficking conspiracy. You know what they do? They studiously avoid that and then let people just draw inferences
with Israeli intelligence. In terms of
Mossad honeypot operation, which is the crux of what people think was going on.
And again, I will refer you to Exhibit A. All right, so
that photo is not an evidence of a sex crime.
Okay, you feel that's not evidence of a sex crime.
So you still believe what you said about December 24th or not?
I don't think you have corrupt motives, Michael. I think that for whatever reason,
because it would be a corrupt motive to just for its own sake want to run around defending pedophiles and sex perverts, right?
No, I think that you have gotten very into an aspect of this that I will grant you is a place people don't really want to go.
And why is
that?
that?
When you have a case
Why don't
like
no?
this.
Great, no. Let's dwell on that for a second. Why don't they want to go there? There has been so much ink spilled on this story.
I can answer you
Millions of
very. I
podcasts,
can answer you
Netflix
very
specials,
easily.
BBC, magazines, everything.
A-
Why don't they
ABC,
want to get into
was
the,
it-
They've
well,
examined
that-
every conceivable aspect of the Epstein story. You'll agree?
And
It was one of the dominant issues of
I will
2025,
answer that.
6 years after
And I
he was
will
dead.
an-
Why
okay,
do they systematically ignore this aspect? You tell me.
They systematically ignore it because there are legitimate victims. It's difficult to parse out
Like which ones?
who would be an illegitimate victim. Well, I think most people, and I keep
Like, do you think Anushka Degorgiou, what you pulled up between before, she was another one of the four who testified against?
I'm not going to
Maxwell.
litigate.
It just so happens, after escaping a pedophile ring.
I am going to say no reasonable person sees this picture and thinks that she was there to improve her education. Okay, so there is evidence, especially when you.
But you'll agree that that photo,
when you look at
unto itself is not evidence of any pedophilic sex trafficking operation, right?
When you look at the overall trajectory of Epstein's career and you apply
also she was
Occam's
above the
razor,
legal age of consent in England when that photo
it
was
is
taken.
unreasonable, and nobody cares about that. It is unreasonable.
They don't?
It is
I thought that was a
unreasonable
huge
to
issue.
suggest. It's pedophilia under our laws, and
So
she
it's
was an American
It's not
citizen
pedophilia
being
under all American.
trafficked
I'm sorry, it's
by
not
an
pedophilia
American
in Georgia.
citizen.
It's not pedophilia in New York.
All right,
it's not
all right,
pedophilia in
Michael,
Massachusetts.
this
It's not
is what I'm
pedophilia
saying.
in many red states and blue states.
Okay,
so you're
all
wrong
right,
about that.
Michael. This is what I'm saying. You want to litigate the meaning of pedophilia?
I don't.
and
I'm asked about it constantly, so I
and
address
cultural
it.
standards.
And
You
it
wanna
has
go
some legal and
full
political and cultural
Nabokov
significance.
and litigate the whole Lolita phenomena. And yeah, most people are not coming from that place. They don't see it that
Right, because
way.
they just take for granted that there
when
was
you-
a pedophilic sex
when you look
trafficking
at the-
operation,
when you look
and then
at
they
the overall well, and
they
I
take
think
for
the evidence-
granted pieces of evidence
I think the
that
evidence
just comports it with that.
They take
untested,
for
unexamined,
granted
likely-
that there
almost
was
certainly
that
incorrect
there was
assumption.
predatory sexual exploitation of very young women and girls that we know crossed the legal line at least once, right? According to everybody, right? And
According
so
to Epstein himself, who pleaded guilty to it.
exactly, and so that invites further speculation, especially when there
people
is
can
this
speculate all they want, but
insanely
you know what? This
strange
story
veil of
has been at the
secrecy around this
forefront for
issue.
long enough,
Where
and
Donald
maybe
Trump,
there
whenever
should
he
come a
talks about
point-
Ghislaine Maxwell, he's a
there
puppy
should- maybe
dog.
there should come a
He's the biggest
point
prick in the
where,
world to
as
everybody
dominant
else
as the
but
story
her. That's
is,
why
and
people
as
are
much evidence
suspicious.
available,
Yes, exactly.
We don't have to just speculate anymore.
Michael,
we can
you're
use
honing
the evidence. That's what I'm arguing for.
on the
That's
people
what I argued for
who
with
are not
Russiagate.
telling the truth in order to discredit the people who are
but my
telling
point,
the truth.
look, I don't want to
And
repeat myself
think
because
most
we've been
people
on for over
see
2 hours now.
JP Morgan paying out $290 million. They see Deutsche Bank paying out $75 million. These are
Correct.
people whose lawyers are not
The
particularly
floodgates open
concerned
monetarily on the
with
story. No
keeping
doubt.
litigation going forever. These are people who will defend themselves against running.
Will they? You don't think
running
multinational
money
financial
laundering
institutions
operations
ever
for cartels.
settle lawsuits?
They'll after years and years and years and years and years, the last resort for them. If the evidence was as thin as you're saying, these are people who will launder money for drug cartels and not settle until they absolutely have to settle. Government has them dead to rights. To suggest that the evidence is as thin as you're saying, with these enormous banks with unlimited resources,
I'll go
would
2.5
settle
more
with
hours. I don't care. I want to
100
establish
victims. No, Michael, we're
empirically
not saying there are no people like what you're describing, but you're taking.
Have you looked at those lawsuits?
To insinuate that
Have you read through the court documents in
totality
either of those
the
lawsuits?
case.
I mean, you can
understand.
speculate that J.P. Morgan would never have settled this if the evidence were flimsy.
Okay,
and then I can come back at you and give you examples of what I think any reasonable person would have to agree is flimsy evidence based on my reading of the court documents of the actual lawsuits and the exhibits and so forth. And you could just choose not to do that. But I don't know why you would choose not to look at the primary source evidence if you want to make these sweeping statements.
You yourself are not asserting that there were no Epstein victims. So what is the point of the exercise? Like, what is the point of you yourself concede there are Epstein victims. So if there are Epstein
Which
victims,
Epstein victim did I concede to? There was the 17-year-old who said that she had consensual sexual relations with Epstein in Florida, and then she cooperated with a grand jury investigation.
that
that
there
mean
were
she's a quote
underage
victim? I don't know. The FBI
you have
designates
conceded
people
that
victims.
there were underage girls who got together, and you claim some lied about.
I don't know.
their
The
age.
17-year-old girl never
Are
claimed
you-
that
are you
Epstein
saying that
really
nobody who
victimized
got-
her.
All right, Michael.
She was
are
told
you
that she
saying
was a
that
victim
nobody-
because
you're
statutorily she must have been a victim.
Are
But
you
in terms
saying
of
that
Epstein's
nobody,
conduct,
nobody
she always
who
said it was
got a
consensual.
payment was a victim? Are you saying no one who got a payment was a victim? There were no victims who got paid out. None. It's all.
I'm saying it's really
all
difficult
scam.
to know,
J.P.
given
Morgan
the
just looked at
distortions.
the evidence and said, let's pay him 200.
I'll answer your question if you'd like.
Whatever.
It's very
Okay, go
difficult
ahead.
to know based on how distortive the financial incentives have been on this story and how awful the media coverage is and how credulously the claims of the plaintiff's lawyers have been affirmed to the point that they somehow were given a role in drafting the Epstein Files Transparency Act that is now governing the release of these current Epstein files by the DOJ. It's very difficult to know because people don't want to know the full scope of the information.
So you
So
want
it's
all the
difficult to make
victims'
an assessment
information,
as
names
to
out
who was
there.
legitimately victimized and who wasn't. I've always
Okay.
said that based on what we do know, I think Epstein engaged in objectionable behavior by even putting himself in a position where he would have these girls being ferried to his house, whether they were just above or just below the legal age of consent in Florida, to provide these sexualized massages that he was pathologically obsessed with getting multiple times a day. He was doing something objectionable in that there's no father on earth who is sane who would say to his daughter, whether she was 16, 17, 18, 19, oh yeah, great idea. Go to the rich guy's house in Palm Beach, strip down to your underwear, collect the $300 and keep going back and then recruit other girls to go as well. That's something really nifty you should get involved in.
He wanted to bang a vodka, right?
To the degree that Epstein was the one who was bringing about that situation, I say that there was something that's objectionable on an ethical level, if that's what we're talking about. But there's multiple dimensions of this. We have the legal dimension, we have the ethical dimension, and then we have these histrionic theories that people want to extrapolate groundlessly based on there being insufficient evidence for doing so. But because the media coverage is so bad, it's never been communicated to the people who are making these theories that the evidence is bad. So, there is a media critique here. These self-proclaimed Epstein experts who dominate the podcast circuit, I'm sorry, don't look at the primary source material. I asked you before, have you read that 2020 DOJ report?
I read
have
the
you read
reporting
certain
on
files?
it.
I'm not
Very
saying that
few
you're one of these
people are gonna
self-proclaimed
go through
experts.
hundreds of
But they don't look. Well, why not look at that as well? I mean, the thing is, if these experts are going to be going on, I had to tell Whitney Webb, okay? I had to inform her for the first time in August of 2025 that this incredibly crucial 300-page DOJ Office of Professional Responsibility report that came out almost 5 years ago in August of this year, I had to tell her for the first time that this report even existed. So not only had she not read it, she didn't know it existed until I emailed her. And yet she's the one who gets trotted out time and time again on these dopey podcasts as somebody who's just going to authoritatively opine on Epstein, engage in all these totally unsustainable, uncorroborated inferences and speculative theories based on the idea that she's the internet's leading Epstein expert. The same goes for Daryl Cooper, who says he's the leader in the Epstein space, whatever that means. Then finally, I listened to his 3-hour podcast with Tucker Carlson that people were beseeching me to listen to. Almost every other line, there's something that's factually wrong. And therefore, the conclusions that he draws are factually baseless. I try to, politely and professionally go to him about it and get him to address it. And he launches into a sputtering meltdown. Nick Bryant, is this other guy, less prominent perhaps than those two.
Well, you should ask him about
on and on and on. Julie K. Brown, I say, I read her book. I guess what I should do if I want to learn more about the Epstein case is read Julie Brown's book. It was just quoted on this stream. So it's clearly a commonly used resource. She's on TV all the time and podcasts by virtue of her supposed expertise on the Epstein story and her intrepid investigative journalism. I read the book. Little old me, figure out that she fabricated quotes in the book by taking Virginia self-admittedly fictionalized memoir that falsely accused, by her own admission,
You mean this Virginia
group-
true friend? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, the one
This
in
Virginia
the
friend?
photo of dubious.
Okay, so
disputed
Michael,
provenance, and she
I'm
was above
sorry,
the legal
man.
age
Like,
of
we got to
consent
wrap
in
this up.
England.
But when you spend 10 minutes basically trying to find
So-
every explanation for this photo, but the obvious, what you have to say about anything else becomes dubious.
You don't know what the explanation is. You can't draw any conclusive explanation based on that photo alone.
As a journalist,
but we do
as a
know
journalist,
conclusively
in the end,
that
your
Virginia
job
Roberts
is
Gouffre
to
made
explain things
a
to your
whole
audience, right?
big host.
When you prove
she
yourself
that
are you
the same
capable of
people-
seeing the obvious that is going on in this picture?
I don't see the obvious. No.
Most, yes, exactly. So most
Let's
people
assume it's
who
real.
have
Why
limited
wouldn't a girl?
time-
Why wouldn't a 17-year-old
Well,
want to take a
unlike
photo
you
with
bring
a
up,
British
hey,
royal?
All right.
Everybody should read through hundreds or thousands of pages. No, that's what you're fucking for.
Yeah,
And
I do
once-
it,
Once
but I'm
you
seemingly
prove
the
yourself
one who does it.
to be somebody whose judgment cannot
I've
be
been begging
relied
people to
on,
debate me
when
on
you
Epstein
spend 10
for
minutes trying to come up with every explanation, but that they were about to
Not
play
that I'm
a
just
game
coming
of
up with
Twitter
explanations. Is
for
that
what's going on in this photo?
I
At
have
that point,
ascertained
you're
too much
not
about
a
this story.
reliable source for somebody to rely on for information who is
Okay,
going
well,
to
then
a
tell me what I've
reporter
gotten factually wrong
because
and what
they
makes
don't
them
have
reliable.
time to go through thousands of pages. That's your fucking job. And
Okay.
when you show them that you can't explain this picture without coming up with the most outlandish theories, well, why take you seriously on anything else? Like,
Do you know that the
idea of
original
saying to somebody,
alleged photo
have you
was
read
never
thousands of pages?
recovered?
That's not an own. That's your job. And it looks like the way that you
And I do my
that
job, and then
is
when
not
you ask me about it,
reliable.
I use the materials that I've gathered over the
Okay,
course of what
and
you say is my
conclusions
job.
you
Provide
come
additional
to
context as to what can be inferred
based
about that
on
photo.
things that we do know don't seem reliable. But going back to the very beginning, based on the article that you wrote, talking about what Epstein was actually convicted for without explaining the controversy around that conviction, that's not
I didn't write a
reliable.
book.
For me,
I wrote one article. I've
especially,
written other
especially
articles
doing what we do
about other
you
aspects
have
of this
to-
whole story. It's a pretty big
we-
story.
We have to be very careful about the sources
Please
that we
be
pick,
careful.
because we're
Well, why aren't you
we-
careful
we
about
don't-
Julie K. Brown?
We're not specialists like some people specialize in.
Why aren't you
Epstein.
careful about
So we
Julie
have to
K.
be
Brown? You
very
have to be extra
careful about who we
special
source.
We did not. Well, we didn't
extra
vouch for
careful
Julie
about
K.
me,
Brown. I
but
read
nobody
to
else.
you a Daily Mail article that cited and asked what you make of
Yeah,
it.
and her
you
Miami
gave your
Herald
opinion.
story, which in the first two paragraphs
You
contains
gave your
information
opinion.
that's just false.
Right. You gave your opinion, and
Not an
in that
opinion. It's a
opinion, in that
fact.
opinion, you
would've
admitted
gone
that
through
it's
the facts with you.
reasonable to suspect that Jeffrey Epstein had sexual contact with this woman who he first met and attempted to befriend.
But it's not
as a
reasonable to
13-year-old.
suspect that therefore there was a massive globe-spanning
That's
pedophilic sex
not
trafficking
relevant
network
to that
implicated
example. No, but that you
people
don't have
from all
to.
manner
You don't
of
have to
prominent
infer that from
industries
that,
And was
Michael.
enforced by blackmail and is now being covered up by Donald Trump with the redactions in the Epstein files. I mean, that's just not a credible inference to draw based on the full breadth of the evidentiary
But I
record.
didn't ask you about the full breadth of the evidentiary record. I asked you about that one girl, and you admitted in that. I don't know if you admitted because I don't know. To my knowledge, you never denied that you know she was had a sexual experience with Epstein. You said
We're
it's
talking about Nadia
reasonable to
Bjorlin or
suspect
Virginia
that
Roberts
this-
Gouffre?
I'm talking about Nadia Bjorlin. I'm saying you
Okay,
said
yeah,
it was
it's
reasonable to
hard to know.
suspect she had sex with Epstein at some point, and
Yeah.
given the fact that he made contact with her as a 13-year-old girl, which we are assuming happened, you just said you said back then that you didn't
I don't
have
know that
reason
she,
to believe the mother
it was
was
pretty
lying.
well established that she was not 13 at the time, but however old she might have been.
What do you mean, 13 or
15?
14? She was 19. She was
doesn't-
born in 1990. It happened in 1994, so she'd have been 13 going on 14. Once again, the obsession over the minutia
No, but I'm
strikes
saying all
people
this
as
was
very
litigated-
bizarre because of the
Well, that's
obvious
what
big
trial is,
picture
obsession
crime
over
that's been
minutia.
committed here.
Obsession
All right.
over minutia and cross-examination.
No
and testing things
victim
for
is
credibility.
credible, but Ghislaine Maxwell is telling the truth. That's
All
the
right.
only person who's
well,
credible in the case.
I mean, what I'm confident in is that the basis on which Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted at that trial was nowhere near sufficient to meet the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, which is required to convict somebody of a criminal offense in the United States. At least for now. Like maybe the victims and their lawyers will have us revise that part of the Constitution later so we can throw like anybody and everybody in prison for anything. But you guys just
She'll be
basically
out in a few
conceded earlier.
years.
You
She'll
said
be out in a
lot-
few years, and
it's
I'm
hard to
sure you'll
know
be
certain
her first
things.
interview when she gets
exactly. When
Yeah.
you're at CBS.
I'm sure she'll come on your show when she gets out. She's going to be out.
I
Don't
hope
worry.
so.
She'll be fine. First of all, she's being very well taken care of
Didn't
now.
you just
I'll have
acknowledge
you know.
before that
She's a
given the
club fed.
ambiguities around the Nadia Bjorlin thing, there like could be beyond a reason, there could be some reasonable doubt as to what her victimization allegedly consisted of?
Sure, there could be some reasonable
Okay,
doubt
so
as
then
to what her
then Maxwell should have been
victimization consisted of.
acquitted, right? Because if you can't meet the beyond a reasonable doubt threshold in U.S. criminal court, then you have to you have to acquit the defendant.
Well, there were three other victims.
Right,
there as
and I
well.
can go through. Let's go through the next three. Again, I know we've been on for a long time, but I'm just trying to get across that I will go through every single possible detail to establish what I'm saying.
We believe
But you guys, like, we can vegetate instead, I guess, in front of a podcast where somebody just speculates, hasn't read any of the documentation, is seen to be some kind of expert on the story or like a credible authority, and we'll just opine about a Mossad honeypot because that really gets everybody excited on the internet. And I'm the guy who does the stupid stuff of actually like reading the primary source material, but I'm just a contrarian for doing that.
Ehud Barak just enjoyed his interior decorating. That's why he was hanging around.
Is there any credible evidence that Ehud Barak engaged
quite
in
a bit? You should take a look at the reporters at DropSite who have been diligently going through the emails.
I have looked at it.
The pieces.
And I've explained the issues with it. None of the DropSite reporting has anything to do, except by weasel word sort of insinuation that they occasionally do, with the core contention that people think must be true about the Epstein story, which is that, again, sorry to be repetitive, that he was running a pedophilic sex trafficking operation that was that implicated scores of prominent people across business, politics, entertainment, academia, etc., and then enforced it by blackmail at the direction of intelligence services, whether it was Mossad or anybody else. Nothing in those DropSite news articles gives the slightest shred of evidentiary basis for that core contention. Instead, they focus on all this peripheral stuff about his business dealings with Ehud Barak, which are fine, interesting enough, cover it all. I want full transparency, but it has no bearing on the original thesis here. It has no bearing on the reason why anybody knows the name Jeffrey Epstein. We don't know the name Jeffrey Epstein today because he might have done some business dealings with Ehud Barak. We know it. We know it because of the pedophilic sex trafficking, right? And nothing in the DropSite articles supplies a shred of evidence for the pedophilic sex trafficking. Sorry, they just don't.
All right.
I mean, if you don't believe me, we could spend another 2.5 hours and go through each word of the DropSite news articles, or I could tell you about the 3 other victims or alleged victims in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. We could talk more about the Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan settlements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
We've all made our
the other
points.
evidentiary deficiencies that I think ineluctably prove, at least in my estimation, that this is in fact, in large part, I would say like 90% of this whole Epstein saga is a moral panic and mass hysteria. And there's another 10%, which we've gone over in some detail in this conversation, having to do with the Palm Beach girls in the early 2000s and being, playing it fast and loose about whether the girls were 18. Some of them may have lied about their age. Some didn't. Either way, a scummy situation for a 50-year-old guy to be in. But beyond that, yes, it's mass hysteria, moral panic.
Which Maxwell did facilitate in some way, right? I mean, are you denying that Maxwell facilitated this at all?
What did she facilitate? You tell me.
Okay, well, I mean, there was a trial. I mean, she's sitting in jail. You don't think she should be there? All right, so she'll tell you
having examined the trial.
You're gonna
the
get your
basis for her
wish.
convictions was incredibly
Trump
weak.
is cognitively capable of pardoning her by then. You'll get your wish, I think.
All right,
all right.
Why don't you get a big picture of
the important
of that?
thing is we all had fun.
Yeah, the important thing is we all had fun.
I don't know if I would say that I had fun, but
you had fun.
it was
You had a good
productive.
time.
How
Come
about
on,
that?
You had a good
But
time.
I at least got you to somewhat revise your claim that I'm somehow just
Well, you never
arbitrarily
said you
motivated
were
by
allowed-
exonerating all rapists and pedophiles and
come
sex
on,
criminals,
man.
right?
Come on,
So
man.
you
That's
now
just
have testified that you understand that I believe. Or I'm not just being duplicitous and like I'm not motivated by something.
I never thought your motives were like, specifically.
I mean, it does happen to be the case that sexual crimes in the United States, because of the emotions that they inevitably engender, often lead to fallaciously low standards for evidence or unacceptably low standards for evidence, and therefore a bridge civil liberties.
All right, Michael. Here's what I'll say, because we came with our prepared questions. We don't have the breadth of knowledge on the case that you do. We admitted that going in, right? We're just trying to discern where you're coming from.
I'm a maniac. Nobody should have the breadth of knowledge I have, because why would you want to lead your life that way?
All right. Well, yeah. Well, okay. I'm not. Like I said, I was prepared to address the points that I had prepared. I'm not prepared to debate the Maxwell verdict. I will look into it. I will see what I think about it.
No, and please don't read the Daily Beast.
Send me what you want me to read. I'll look at it.
Or the Daily Mail.
I'll look at it.
Read the actual primary source material. Read it. You can get the full transcript. I will send it to you.
Here, Michael, let me prove to you how much integrity I have, because I'm going to lose our channel 5,000 subscribers now. Okay, I'll read it, and if I'm compelled, I will invite you back.
Sure, I mean, if you want.
There it goes.
You don't have to even. I don't even care if you invite me
down
back.
The drain. 5,000 people just turned the computer off. They said they'll never watch the show again because I just potentially invited you back on.
Okay, I'm not trying to single you guys out necessarily. It just so happened that your video with me and Taibbi being gatekeepers or whatever came to my attention, and I felt that there were some demeaning and inaccurate characterizations that being made, especially by Russ, that I thought I should contest, because if I just let it stand that I'm just motivated by like a sicko perversion. Then however, it's just amazing to me. You guys did a whole hour-long video, and there's a huge overabundance of primary source material on the Epstein story that nobody wants to read. They'll become
Michael,
and confidently pontificate about it. They'll just have no interest in examining the underlying evidence. Why is that? Tell me.
All right, Michael. Everything I talked about in that video that concerns you. You called me a liar.
We gave you the opportunity. I'm trying to remember now. I did not lie. It was about Maria Farmer.
He said you
I lied about Maria Farmer.
He said you lied by omission.
If you're going to call me a liar on a video, then back it up. Prove how I lied about Maria Farmer.
I think he said you lied by omission.
She was by claiming
her claim to fame ended up being that she was the original Epstein victim. Right? Because in 1996, she claimed
Epstein got to her sister through her.
No. She claimed that she was herself a victim. See, if you're confused about the factual details, I'm happy to clarify them for you. In addition to her sister Annie, who is also one of the victims.
Okay, Michael, next time you write a fucking article about what Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of, maybe explain to the audience why. We gave you the opportunity to address that.
I have explained
to you what my thoughts about that were.
How about the next time you're going to call somebody a liar on YouTube for public consumption?
I think for anyone looking for a reliable news source, they're not going to look at you.
You didn't even know that Maria Farmer claimed that she was victimized. Yeah, you don't care. You're willing to just go on a stream and call somebody a liar, and then admit that you didn't know basic details about the thing that you're calling me a liar about.
Says a lot about your reporting.
It says a lot about you, I'm sorry to say. You can go on a stream, call somebody a liar.
Is Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only person you don't find suspicious in this whole case. Michael, if people find your reporting credible, that's up to them. I mean, I'm sure you have subscribers who do. I have presented why I think
people find it credible for you to go on a stream,
you can
and
go
call
down
somebody
all
a liar.
Kinds of rabbit holes.
All right,
it's not a rabbit hole. It's not a rabbit hole. You went on a stream 2 weeks ago and said Michael Tracey is a liar. Because Michael Tracey said that Maria Farmer claims that she was the original victim of Epstein. That's true. That's unassailably true. You simply didn't know the facts.
Based on having
you called me a liar on the basis of the facts that you were totally devoid of knowledge about. Isn't that amazing?
Is the fact that she was used to get to her sister. You don't get into that. You just present her like she's some kind of a crackpot nut job, which
she is a crackpot nut job.
Okay, you know what?
Based on her own words, I'll send you the transcript.
Sexual predators have a tendency to hone in on people who are emotionally vulnerable and being sexually
she was 26 years old,
and also
when she
have very deleterious effects on your mental state. Now you want to go
if anybody can call me on something and prove that I was factually wrong, or maybe I spoke a bit too prematurely.
I mean, Michael,
I would hope I would acknowledge it. I have before. I don't know why you can't acknowledge that when you called me a liar,
omission,
you did not.
You emphasize what you want to emphasize, and you leave a lot of
claim that I'm a liar.
All right. Well, Michael, in essence,
was I lying?
In essence,
or not?
By giving your readers such a curated version of reality.
Where was
You're
it that I
lying
said
to them.
Maria Farmer?
You're
I'm trying
lying
to
to
remember
them
now.
to present that as a story about a couple of wacko
I've discussed the
girls
relationship
looking to
between
cash
Maria
in.
Farmer and Annie Farmer.
That's not honest. The article
Of course
that
it's not.
we
It's
discussed
honest.
here to
It's
tell
honest to
people
call
this is
a liar
what Jeffrey Epstein was
based
convicted
on
of.
facts that
It's
you never even bothered
dishonest
to
to not
ascertain.
talk about the fact that under federal statute he was actually
I know. I
convicted
wrote
of pedophilia
I wrote like a
and sex
5,000 word
trafficking.
article for Compact Magazine on
All
the
right,
federal sex
all right,
trafficking
all right.
statutes.
So look, we're gonna have to agree to disagree. All right.
Agree to disagree on what? So am I a liar or not?
Everything I just said. I
didn't hear what you said.
I
You
think
didn't
that very
address-
much.
you
I
didn't
think
address
that very
whether I'm
much
still
like
a
Matt
liar, according to
Taibbi,
you.
I think
who
he says
are
you know-
collaborating with on this. I think very much like Matt, you are extremely deceptive in what you decide to leave out in order to make your points. So is that
Okay.
lying? Yeah, I'd call it lying. I'd certainly call it bad journalism that's not worth anyone's time who wants to find out
But it
what the
wasn't a
actual
lie
truth of something
when
is.
I said Maria Farmer claims that she was the original Epstein victim, because that's 100% indisputably true, and yet you claimed it was a lie, and you don't even have the integrity apparently
you're
to acknowledge
leaving
that
out-
you made that statement prematurely.
I-
I would accept
well-
it.
well,
I don't hold
so
grudges.
this-
I don't even
so
really
this-
care. It's just bizarre to me that you're
okay,
so
so this-
stubborn.
this is
that
how
you
I would
wouldn't
answer that.
admit that was a
Michael.
wrong-headed thing for you to say on a public stream.
Okay,
Just do it,
this
please.
This is what I will say about that. You left out a tremendous amount of the story, and when I looked into the story, which I did not find her saying that. I am not going to
Saying
say
what?
categorically. I did not find her saying I'm the original Epstein victim. I found a story.
Okay, well, she
looking
said
at-
it, and it's been
looking at-
said of her
looking
plenty
at
of times.
various sources. I saw a
Her
story.
sister
about
says
her
it. Annie
claiming
says it.
that Epstein
Another
used
piece of
her
work.
to get to her sister Annie, who you also smear that way. So
I don't
I'm
s-
not
what-
going to. I'm
in
not
what
going to
way do
say
I smear Annie?
categorically she never said it. I did not find that in my research, hence my assertion.
Well,
my
you got to
overall
do some better
point
research.
that you are presenting an extremely selective version, a very curated
No,
version
I have
of
I've
reality
presented
to
the
your
total
audience
version.
that
I
fits
I've
your
presented.
particular
I've done
peccadillos.
articles on Annie Farmer.
That stands.
I've
I think
attempted to
anyone who
interview
wants to get
Annie Farmer. I've
informed.
spoken to her.
I think
So
you're.
no, I don't
you know,
exclude Annie Farmer.
Like,
You always
are there people
because you
who
can't
infer
justify
things in
your
this
claim
case
that I lied
can't
about
be
a
inferred?
discrete issue.
Sure.
You
You're
then
not any
pivot and say,
better
"Oh,
than
it's a
anybody
lie
that
by
you're
some kind of
criticizing,
omission." But then it turns out I haven't actually omitted the context that you say I'm lying because I omitted. It's just that you can't defend on the merits the claim that you made.
By not talking about how she was used.
I have talked about it. I've talked about Annie Farmer
and to dismiss them as wackos and psychos. And
But Maria Farmer is wacko.
Michael,
I'm sorry. If you get on the phone with Whitney Webb for 4 hours and say that you were kidnapped at a house in Ohio, but over the course of you being kidnapped and held in captivity, you invited your little brother to come visit you, and that there were Doberman retrievers and the Jewish mafia keeping you captive.
Yes, and
that you also, by the way, that you believe that the world is governed by reptilian humanoids, which Maria does. I'm sorry, you're nuts.
People who are psychologically vulnerable tend to be targeted by predators, and being targeted by predator will tend to make you suffer from various psychological ailments.
So
the only person you seem to find credible in this case is Ghislaine Maxwell. You quote Ghislaine Maxwell, who got a meeting with Trump's personal attorney without the victim's attorneys present.
Why would there be a victim attorney present?
Normally,
attorney
there would be victims' attorneys present to represent the fucking victims, and none of them were present.
Why in a proffer interview with the Department of Justice would there be a victim's attorney
at the Department of Justice?
And
then Ghislaine Maxwell gets moved to a prison that she's not qualified to be in based on the length of her sentence and her charges.
Not
Nothing
qualified
to see
to be
here.
in.
This
What are
is
the qualifications for being
she's
transferred
not-
to the prison in
based on
Texas?
pure? Oh, you don't know that? You didn't read
I do
the
know it.
Bureau.
I've read the-
You
I
didn't
know the Bureau
so
of
why are you
Prisons
asking it? Did you assume that
standard.
I didn't know? Is that why you're asking? According to the Bureau of Prisons' own rules, somebody
prisoners
with
are
the
housed
length
in
of
the federal
sentence she
prison
has
system is at the
and
discretion
who is sentenced
of
for
the
sex
warden and
crimes
others in the chain of
are
command of
not
the Bureau of
supposed to be moved to a prison like that. For you to be sitting there and saying somebody who's angling
why not?
for a pardon from the fucking president having a meeting with his personal attorney without any of the counsel for the victims present.
Which victims' counsel should have been there?
Right after that meeting, where we don't know what they might have said in a sidebar because there was nobody there to witness it, gets moved to a club-fed facility where, according to subsequent reporting, she has access to copy machines. She's treated like it's the Four Seasons. According
She
to
is not
people who
treated
work
like it's the
there.
Four Seasons. That's a
I
total
know
fiction.
every reporter is terrible.
Okay, so
except
then why
for
don't
you,
people
and
vacation in federal
everyone's
prison
lying
if it's
in
like
this
this?
case,
Jesus.
except
All
for
right.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
All right.
All right.
That's not true. I mean, it's simply not true. I said in
It's
that
not
article that you
literally
claim
true
that
that
you
Club
read.
Fed is the Four
I said in
Seasons.
the article
No,
that
it's
you
not
claim that
literally
you read
true.
that
No.
Ashley Davis, the 17-year-old who said that she had sexual intercourse with Epstein the day before her 18th birthday, that she did strike me as credible. That Epstein and his lawyers like Dershowitz and Ken Starr and Roy Black, etc., did not even attempt to undermine her credibility in 2007, 2008. Because what she was saying was credible. So again,
Right,
I don't know
Michael,
how
all right,
carefully you read even the articles that you claim that you read.
You seem to be
because you said the only
minimizing.
person I think is credible is Maxwell, and yet I credited that particular victim, or adjudicated victim, Ashley Davis, as having been credible as far as I could surmise in terms of the account that she gave with her of her interactions with Epstein. And that happened to be before the money floodgates
You
opened.
seem to be minimizing the immorality of his sexual encounter with the 17-year-old because it was on the eve of her 18th birthday.
No, I'm saying this is what
suggesting
she
that it's
said.
not much
It's not a moral
that it's
judgment.
not much worse than if he had waited an extra day until she turned 18.
Nope, that's
what
not my
I
point.
would say is that it wouldn't have been
I'm
much
just
better
relaying
had
to
he
you
waited an
what
extra
she
day until
said,
she was 18.
what
And
she
I think
told
that
police
that
investigators in the
perspective
grand jury.
colors your commentary on this.
Nope. I'm just relaying to you.
I understand.
What she told
I'm telling you what it
police
looks like to
investigators.
me, and that's what it looks like to a lot of
agree
people
to disagree.
online. Okay, that's the
What are we
way a
agreeing
lot
to
of people
disagree on? I don't get
perceive
it.
this.
All
right. So maybe
All
all right.
right.
So maybe we don't have to agree to disagree. How's that?
I'm not sure what we're agreeing to
All right,
disagree on.
perfect. All right. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. All right, Michael. Thank you for your
Does
time.
these 3 hours at least demonstrate that I'm willing to defend my positions? On
I've
the
always
merits?
said you're willing to defend your positions. I've always respected you for that.
Okay.
You are a
Exactly.
worthy adversary, and you're a good sparring partner. And I've always respected that. You say what you think, no matter who hates you for it, and that's why I had you on. I wouldn't be
Which is
interested
why it
in
was so
having you
funny
on
to
if
me
I
for me to
thought
be
you
called
were a
a
hack
gatekeeper.
who was
It's
bought
like,
and paid
I'm the
for.
one who's dictating what acceptable opinion is on Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, so,
that was just
well,
funny to me.
I mean,
Look,
YouTube thumbnails
you got
have a tendency
bigger
to be
balls
funny.
than your
Okay,
partner, who
YouTube
we've also
thumbnails are not
invited.
precise. I will
Ivy
admit
can
that.
speak for himself.
All right, what I will
well,
likely do.
No,
well,
he won't. He's
what
been
I,
invited. He will
all right,
not.
so he will. All right, so what I will likely
for
do,
himself.
so that
Unprincipled
people,
up on
what
it.
I will likely do, so that people will actually watch this, I'll probably clip this in 2 parts. Is that okay with you? I want to represent what you're saying. If we clip this as one thing, 3 hours, nobody's going to watch it. So I'll do Michael Tracey and
People
do
going to watch
dissidents.
2 90-minute. I don't know. Do whatever you want. In terms
Michael
of the
Tracey
production.
and do
Michael
dissidents debate
Tracey
the Epstein
discusses the
files.
Phantom Menace.
Yes, right. Michael Tracey and do dissidents debate the Epstein case, part 1 and part 2. That's what I will do. All right. Well, thank you, Michael. I'm sure you'll agree with us that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. And with that, I thank you very
I think
much.
there's a lot of mythology
all
around
agree on
Winston
that.
Churchill.
Yeah,
Let's
all
say.
right.
Keep going. I don't know. That might have been Hitler, but
Oh, hey, man. Yes. Well, that'll be the cliffhanger.
Roosevelt
All right.
didn't.
Thank you for your time,
perform
and
very well
I'm serious, and I am serious, and I am serious.
Let's do.
that
Come on, let's
I
go.
risk
3 hours on World War II right now. Let's do it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Hey, send me what you think I should read, and I'll read it. I'm an open-minded guy. All right. So thank you very much for your time tonight. I appreciate you. You're always a good sport and a good sparring partner, and you're a worthy adversary, and respect for that. Thanks, Michael Tracey. Appreciate it. mtracy.net, and follow Michael on Twitter. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
you,
and if
Michael.
anybody out there happens to
Namaste.
listen to all 3 hours of this, you're crazy.
All right.
Sorry, go
Excellent.
ahead, Russ. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, just
Although I
give
do
me
interrupt a lot, I know that.
Thailand goodbye.
Thailand goodbye. All right.
Namaste.
While you're
That-
there, why don't you go visit the Massage Therapy Institute that Virginia Roberts Gouffre went to? And then she met her Australian husband and then led to Australia.
I might do a special report about it on your Substack.
How do you know he's
Please
not
do.
there now?
Please do.
Yeah.
All right.
Good
Thanks,
day.
Michael. Appreciate
All
it.
right.
All righty.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Thank you, Michael.
All right. Wow. That was I knew that.
Yeah, fucking hour and a half we were gonna do. Yeah.
No, it's not gonna be an hour and a half. No, Michael Tracey, I told
We
you.
have
I
fucking
told you.
97 super chats here.
Yeah, we got a lot going on here. For sure. All right, let's get to some super chats and some Rumble rants here.
I mean, this is so many. How many do you have over there?
I got a lot over on my end.
So we both do. All right, so I guess we'll go back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. Just,
I mean, what else are we gonna do?
Yeah, gotta roll. You just, gotta keep it
gotta
moving.
roll with it.
Yeah, you'll
All
be
right.
doing Laos by the time we get out of here.
All right, I do have something scheduled for later, so I don't even know if we're gonna get to segments, man.
Yeah, we might not. I might just have to, or I mean, I could just I could do my segment.
I gotta be. Yeah, I mean, I gotta be out like 11:30 the latest, so I have an hour and a half.
All right, so why don't we take some super chats? You'll do your segment, and then I'll do my segment. If you, and then I could do the Q&A myself if you want.
I mean, it might come to that. Yeah.
If you have
all right, so let's get going.
Maybe we'll bring
time.
Michael on for the Q&A. We'll ask if he
That's
minds
an
sticking
idea.
around for
That's an
audience,
idea.
for audience questions.
Okay, DM him.
Hey, you want to come back?
All right, let's get moving. All right,
All right,
Peter
go ahead.
Monahan, Gator Pete, got CSs today at a protest at the Whipple Center. What is that? What's CSs?
I don't know. Listen, if you know.
The Salsa Boys. If I'm
CSs.
being honest, Michael does resemble a PDF. Well,
That's not nice.
That's not nice. That's not nice. Brad Gilbert. Hey, Mikey, when conspirators control the evidence, people have the right to think for ourselves and j'accuse. Amazing how we were right about Convid, too. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can get into any particular point, but, again, Occam's razor, big picture. Hang on, is that not coming up? There we
It's
go.
coming up.
Jesus, bro, go more footnotes than infinite jest. All right. Michael Tracey's a gatekeeper. I've seen his interviews with Glenn. As you know, I researched his conversation with Glenn for that. Rock McDonald, Tracy, baby, you're breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. Brad Gilbert, the victim redactions are meaningless, moron. They showed themselves publicly on the steps of Congress, for fuck's sake. It's the perp redactions that prove it to us. Yep. Ken Minji, and I thought Kamala was queen of the word salad. Well, he's in discussions to be a running mate this time around. Devil Zone, not going to waste my time listening to this asshole.
Oh, come on. Why not waste your time?
I resent being called an asshole. Steve Polychronopoulos. Show ain't the same without Russell. Glad you're back. Oh, thank you. See? Thank you. Somebody loves me. Good news travels fast. $9.99. Thank you, man.
See, this is the Epstein podcast grift at work. You do an interview like this and you're drowning in super chats. This is what Michael's talking about. This is what Michael's talking about.
This is it. He's right. Now I see the light.
Now I see what he's talking about. Yeah.
Brad Gilbert. So assume troller until proven truther, Michael. Yeah, I mean, that was the point I was trying to make, but I had to yell over him to make it. El Oso, how long has Michael Tracey been working for Alan Dershowitz? He's got all the same talking points Chuck Johnson used to smear victims. Yeah, it's a little retrograde, man. Nikki, why do you come at me as if I'm a lesties? Because you are. I see what you did there. Sparky, he's pretty clearly stuck far too much on I need proof to believe anything, and it can only be proof I found. And that's absurdly journalism brained, like he feels like the type to consider flat earther arguments valid. I mean, I do think he's gone down a rabbit hole here. That's what I was trying to tell him. Corey Elliott, good to see Tracey finally get on a real show.
Oh, by the way, this came in before we started the show. Rename, I don't think it's on yours because I don't think you logged in at that point, but rename Greenland to Epstein Island and it will never be spoken of by Trump ever again. Wish I could take full credit for the joke. The Looser 1959. Thank you, P. Walker. Yeah, that came in before the show.
Thank you, man. Leon Scott, that's an insane take. It's the cover up, you idiot. Yes, exactly. So I kept going Occam's razor, but he didn't want to hear that. Good news, travel fast. Listen to Trump's early comments. I'd bet money the state's classifying rich procurers of Epstein services as victims, making them redaction eligible. I think you are probably right. Okay. Brad Gilbert, then why does the federal charge exist, moron? It's also not normal for a plea deal to prevent prosecution of your co-conspirators. You are just a Ziobot. Brad Gilbert, journalistic integrity, spoken like a gatekeeper. Rachel Horning, please get him out of here.
That was timestamp 7:56.
Well, your wishes are command.
Yeah, that was 2 hours.
Brad Gilbert, PDF is not a criminal offense in the United States. State laws vary significantly in their definitions and penalties. He's using Zio-semantics. Leon Scott, this is grounds to arrest Michael and Ray. So
no, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. And listen, and once again, in all seriousness, look, I mean, to come into a viper's nest like this, took some stones, and we appreciate that he came on. You there?
Yes. Goba 44, church lady, are you minimizing Epstein because of Israel? That's an old reference right there. Did you get that, Keaton? You know the church lady?
No.
Oh, wow. You don't know that? That was Dana Carvey's character. Ismailami, Egyptian, $14.99.99. Quick, Jake,
$50.
Run the numbers.
I think that's $50 right there.
So, Tracy, so listen, it is ridiculous because I went to the largest market in Bangkok yesterday and I forgot. I didn't bring a bowl or anything because if there's anywhere you could get a fucking prayer bowl, it's here.
Right.
And I totally forgot. So I'll get a little bell in a bowl when I come across a place. The tour I'm taking today, I think, goes to a market. And if not that, I got one on Saturday. So Tracy wants us to apply the legal standards regarding Epstein's convictions, but refuses to apply the legal standard for the definition of pedophilia and resorts to the clinical definition instead. Can't have it both ways. Dishonest. I agree, and that's basically what I said. Over the top. Michael Tracey is not interested in the legal aspect and journalism of the issue. He has a victim perpetrator anger and antagonism rooted in his boyish maleness. Skyman, this is some next level contrarianism. He might as well say Epstein is a victim too. I mean, he kind of did with he was taking too much tea. We didn't get into that.
All right,
guys,
let me grab some of mine.
Let me finish. Guys, my brain is too big to allow such a man to be maligned. All right, go ahead.
All right, Vianticus Prime, everything's a scam, everything's a lie. Gay orgy and Diwali festival with cow furries will forever be stuck inside your mind. Abiding says, please let this $1 service partial payment for a ladyboy of Russell's choosing. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Professor Brown notes, says, ask Tracy if his closest to death was his experience with Boobert at the RNC. Oh, did he have a run-in with her there? Future intact. Thank you, Russell, for your segment on Tony Ducapill's circumcision on the Jimmy Dore show. Yeah, he's been a wealth of material lately. Blank State says, Russell and audience, who would be better cast to play Kyle's cousin and Kyle Schwartz from South Park in a live-action adaptation, Keaton or Michael? I got to say Michael, I think, right? Oh, no, Kyle's cousin. Oh, the real Jewy one. That would probably be me. I think I can pull. I think I'm Jewier than Michael.
Yes, absolutely.
Future intact. I believe sexual violence against children believes with infant circumcision. What does Michael believe? Oh, we'll have him.
That's what Ducapill says.
We'll have him. Yeah. Are elective non-medical plastic surgeries on children's genitals a legitimate parental choice? Why don't we bring him back on and ask him that? Eric Cousseau, Michael Tracey is exhausting. He fights for every point. That's what I told Russell. I said he fights for every point. I'll never turn down playing devil's advocate, and so I'll ask, how much are age of consent laws about both rules for thee and not for me and throwing men in jail? Look up the song Bramello. Thank you for that. Old Stoner says, I'm just saying a lot of mums and dads let their kids get fucked. When do we ask if they are criminals? Good point. This cross-examination by Rush is so satisfying, says Gen X Lefty. Vianticus Prime says, look, let me simplify this. The devil's in the details. If you're not going to pay attention to them, someone else will. I'll let you all figure out who will win after that. Thank you, Vianticus. Old Stoner says, let people claim to care about this when, if they really cared about it, they want to have inquiry with the ideal of stopping that from happening in the future. Vianticus says, people want to think that language is naturally changes, but since when has any societal change really been grassroots? The Tower of Babel story is instructions to rulers and warnings to others. Eric Cousseau says, Tracy left out the part where the Florida dad was told Epstein was hands-off intelligence. Vianticus Prime says, the Monica Lewinsky scandal was the first time I heard my grandmother use the word slut.
Yeah, the idea that was not part of the Monica Lewinsky story.
She thought Monica was a girl trying to cozy up to rich people. Shady deals, the horror. Nujoma, good discussion. Tend to give Michael a W here. See, Michael's got fans representing. Damn it! I let my food burn watching this. Oh boy, I hope that was all that burned, Vianticus. Sorry about that. T-Bone says, great show, all. Thanks for coming on, Michael Tracey. Russ is already looking younger after only a few days in Asia. All right, I'll clear these out. Why don't we do a segment here? Why don't we do our oil segment?
This is what I was going to suggest. I mean, even for clips and newsness, we should try to do my segments, man. Right? Like try to get them in.
I agree. I agree with
and
that.
you might need to read most of the super chats at that point. That's
all right.
the downside.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So at least we know we have those in the can, and then I'll do what I can beyond that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scheduled anything. I didn't think this was going to go 3 hours. I don't know why I thought that. Of course it was going to go 3 hours. Yeah. I was like, yeah, hour and a half of that segments be fine.
Famous last words. All right, why don't we do your segments?
Exactly.
Your oil segment.
Okay. All right.
Let's do oil. Let's do Greenland, since those are on the thumbnail. We'll get those in the can. And then if we need to, I could do Iran with updates on Tuesday.
Right. Okay. All right. We'll try to get to it, though.
We'll see. We'll see what we can do.
We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. All right. Let me make sure I have everything in for that one. Yes, I do. All right. Cool. So as you probably heard, on Friday, Donald Trump had a meeting with all of the salivating oil executives Venezuela. Who was that when he was walking in? Who was that? Oh, Yashar Ali spotted this fella in the crowd. Tucker Carlson, who has been aggressively against any sort of intervention in Venezuela, was at the White House Venezuela Oil Meeting. Wow. All right, let's take a closer look at that. More evidence Tucker Carlson has controlled opposition.
Like the Alfred Hitchcock
attends
cameo.
White House. Yeah, there he is. White House Venezuela oil meeting despite fierce anti-intervention stance. Wow, man. You know, just when you think you got a handle on the deep state, they throw you another curveball, right? Abby Martin, anti-war populist Tucker slavishly applauds a war criminal who violently deposed a head of state at the meeting to sell off the country's oil to corporations. Yeah, that's a sticky wicket there. Escobar, what a populist. Tucker Carlson admits the working class oil barons applauding future government subsidized profits. Yeah, that's kind of strange. But maybe not so strange if you've ever seen this video of Carlson claiming not to have known his father was CIA after having claimed that he knew his father was CIA 10 years earlier. Let's revisit that for a moment.
And I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it.
Native talent.
and he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies, and I learn actually, yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
Okay, so look, I know a lot of people are not going to want to hear this. This is what we call Night of the 1,000 Lost Subs. The guy is fucking clearly a professional liar. Like, you just saw that, right? You just saw that. And he sounded completely sincere and credible in both cuts. At that point, somebody who lies that well with that kind of sincerity, that's like an actor, man. We come out of a theater background. It's like an actor. That's a good actor can do that. They get grounded. They'll give a little emotional hook what they're saying, and then I said, no, he's not, right? That's a good actor would find that kind of like core emotional hook to what they're saying. So Carlson's a professional actor. That's what you see there. He's a fucking liar. So you don't know what his motives are once you've seen clips like that. I know. Hey, look, we've given Tucker Carlson some very complimentary coverage when he gets things right.
We probably will again.
We probably will again. But when you look at this context, you got to remember this guy is probably CIA. He probably is. There's Jory Micah. Tucker Carlson's dad was literally in the CIA. Tucker says he applied to the CIA and was denied, so he started a journalism career instead, and he shares here a CIA tweet. CIA officers work as scientists, support staff, engineers, economists, linguists, mathematicians. You get the idea. They're telling you, you've got CIA plants in all walks of life. Is that meant to be inspiring and not terrifying? It seems that way. PFP here. What if the rejection was the recruitment? A father builds the propaganda machine. A son becomes its post-network mouthpiece. Charted, tracked, sourced. And if anyone wants to check it out, this is beyond the scope of this segment. We're not reading all that. Free Palestine. But it's attached to the tweet if you want to check out the balls of yarn and push pins he put together here of the Carlson dynasty's ties to intelligence. And then, hey, we didn't have time for this tonight, but it bears mentioning in relation to the CIA's very creepy tweet about how they're everywhere and could be anybody. This just came out this week, man. Just in. A buried CIA video just surfaced, and Erica Kirk is in it. She's briefing national security professionals on EMPs and coordinated physical attacks on the U.S. power grid. She was definitely Charlie's handler. We don't know if she was Charlie's handler, but apparently she was fucking CIA. So why would you think that Carlson, there's much more reason to believe is CIA, is not CIA? Hey, they said it right there. They're everywhere, man. They're everywhere. There she is. So now Trump started asking a Halliburton executive when they left Venezuela in his way. Turns out they weren't forced out under Chavez. They were actually forced out in 2019. Guess why? Trump sanctions. That's why. Yeah.
More so for the opportunity to return to Venezuela under the stability that I know that this team and your team are able to deliver. And so
when did you leave?
Huh?
When did you leave Venezuela?
As a company, we left under the sanctions in 2019. So we had intended to stay, and then sanctions went into place. We were required to leave, but very much interested.
That was one of several senior moments that raised some eyebrows. Here's Max Blumenthal. Halliburton filed a lawsuit against Venezuela this December for damages it incurred when it was forced out of the country by Trump's unilateral sanctions. Rather than seeking financial restitution from Washington, these vultures targeted Venezuela's government. I wonder why people around the world hate us. And this was a pretty funny moment where Marco Rubio made the mistake of passing Donald Trump a private note, assuming he wasn't just going to read it.
You'll make it back one way or the other. You're all going to do very well. I think really very well. Marco just gave me a note. Go back to Chevron. They want to discuss something. Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Marco. Thank you, Marco.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What was it?
He's lucky that's what was on the note.
Mark, if
He's so lucky that's what was on the note.
Yes, on operations
Chevron
on the
guy
ground and
smells
with the
like
appropriate,
shit.
Approvals,
What's
what you might
that?
be able to
Oh.
achieve in the next 12 to 18 months. Can you give us a little view from the ground? You bet. You bet. So today, Chevron has 3,000
Susie Wiles
employees
farted.
in 4 different
What?
joint ventures in Venezuela today. And over the past
The
5 to 7
missiles
years, we've
hit
taken
Tehran in
40,000
7 minutes.
barrels a day to 240.
What the hell does that mean? I didn't authorize that. Oh, right. I'm not actually in charge.
Guy 3 seats down did 9/11. What's that? What is it?
Right? Really?
What is
That guy?
What does
That
mean?
guy? I teed off with that guy yesterday. We played 6 holes. Yeah, but it got better. It got better. Here's his real Pepperidge Farm guy with Alzheimer's moment of the day.
I got to look at this myself. Wow. what a view. This is the door to the bar.
Laughs nervously. And
That's all he cares about now is that ballroom.
The real Thelma Johnson tweeted out, "My second husband started doing stuff like this near the end." Now, you want to talk about hypocrisy? Can you imagine if this were Biden? Can you imagine if this were Biden, the way Hannity and the rest would be howling about his melting brain, about how Joe Biden needs to be removed for medical reasons? Can you imagine if on the same day he read a note out loud that was clearly handed to him as an aside, and then in the middle of a meeting with the world's biggest oil executives just got up and wandered over to the window? Yeah, I gotta take a look at it.
Take a look at it.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Can you imagine what they would have said if Biden did that in the
Oh, of
middle of a
course.
meeting?
Yeah.
No, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. So this is the Exxon CEO. See, this is what you got to remember. The president is middle management. These people actually run shit. These people actually have more power than he does. And all of the charming Alzheimer's moments aside, Darren Woods of Exxon was really not having it.
Venezuela in particular, we have a very long history in Venezuela. In fact, we first got into Venezuela back in 1940s. We've had our assets seized there twice. And so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here and what is currently the state. If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made to those commercial frameworks, the legal system. There has to be durable investment protections, and there has to be a change to the hydrocarbon laws in the country. We're confident that with this administration and President Trump working hand in hand with the Venezuelan government, that those changes can be put in place.
Okay. Once again, the great Max Blumenthal. What does all that mean? Exxon CEO Darren Woods is saying he wants what his company always sought in Venezuela but couldn't get post-Chavez. Laissez-faire laws guaranteeing maximum foreign plunder without having to pay back into the state. He is demanding full regime change. See, this comes up with the Iran story as well. Whatever you think about the government of Iran, whatever you think about the government of Venezuela, look at what the West is offering as an alternative. And obviously, you're particularly seeing this with more effectiveness. I'm finding the libs are jumping on board with the Iran regime change narrative. Who do they want? A return of the Shah? Like, what are they offering? What they offer is for the West to come in and rape your country. They don't offer a better alternative than what they have, particularly when you look at these governments in these countries. They were founded in response to the West raping their countries. That's why these governments are there. They were the result of revolutions that were largely in response to the way that the West were treating those countries under the old regime. So a little bit from CNBC on this. What the big oil executives told Trump about investing in Venezuela. Leading U.S. oil executives told President Donald Trump at the White House on Friday that Venezuela will need major reforms to attract investment. Trump said Friday the industry would invest at least $100 billion to rebuild Venezuela's energy sector with U.S. security guarantees. But the CEOs of big oil companies like ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips did not commit at the meeting to quickly re-enter Venezuela. Exxon is prepared to send a technical team to evaluate the current state of Venezuela's oil industry and assets, Woods said. ConocoPhillips CEO Ryan Lance congratulated Trump on ousting former President Nicolas Maduro. He said the banking sector will need to help restructure Venezuela's debt and provide billions of dollars in financing to restore the country's infrastructure. Lance also called for the restructuring of state-owned oil company Petroleas de Venezuela. As we think that big and bold, we need to be also thinking about even restructuring the entire Venezuelan energy system, including PDVSA, Lance told the president. Trump told the Conoco CEO that the U.S. government is not looking at recovering the assets the company lost during the 2007 nationalization. Quote, "We're not going to look at what people lost in the past because that was their fault. That was a different president. You're going to make a lot of money, but we're not going to go back." Chevron is the only U.S. oil major operating in Venezuela through joint ventures with PDVSA. Vice Chairman Mark Nelson said Chevron has a way forward to rapidly ramp up its production, which currently stands at about 240,000 barrels per day. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent indicated Thursday that the U.S. might rely more on smaller oil companies, read desperate, rather than the majors to invest in Venezuela. Quote, "The big oil companies who move slowly, who have corporate boards, who are not desperate," editor's note there, "are not interested," Bessent said Thursday at the Economic Club of Minnesota. "I can tell that the independent oil companies and individuals, wildcatters, our phones are ringing off the hook," Bessent said. "They want to get to Venezuela yesterday. We heard from this guy's name's Billy Bob Thornton, runs a company out there. He wants to get involved in this. Serious oil manager." So yeah, this is what we've seen every time we overthrow a regime and we overthrow a government. What's it for? What's it for? Under the guise that, yeah, we're going to help them rebuild their energy infrastructure. Why is it deteriorated? Because of decades of sanctions. You keep those sanctions on as long as they keep your companies out and away from raping the country and taking its resources. They'll go in and rebuild if, as Darren Woods says there, as Max points out, what does he want? He wants the old colonialism to be reestablished in Venezuela, where the government is a puppet government of the West, of the U.S., and they can just take resources out of the country like they did before Chavez. They just want to restore these kind of right-wing nationalist governments who are going to work hand in hand with the CIA to bring back the old, capture, torture regime under which the current president's father was tortured to death in 1976. That's what they want back because it's easy to control a puppet, and that ensures your investment is going to be safe in that country. You start having democracy, you start having real power of the people. Who's going to vote to get raped by Western companies?
Yeah, and to think that they would even have this oil executive meeting, like just out in the open, in public for people to see, just shows the arrogance and the stage of empire that we've now entered, so much to the point where now people are adding this sort of critique of empire to their discourse in a way that we've never really seen before. Like even with Iraq, you didn't see it being talked about in that way as openly as it is now. In fact, even Tucker said in one of his last broadcasts, we're in the imperial phase now. We're out of the republic phase and into the imperial phase, right?
Completely.
Implying a
Yep.
collapse in the system, and that
The
is
CIA
absolutely
told them to say that.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's absolutely what we've entered here. That's absolutely what we've entered here. And in terms of, Trump, I mean, just mentally speaking, this is why I said, man, I suspect he will resign at some point within about a year or so. That's what I think. All right. Let's move right on along here. Hey, first of all, why don't we do this? How many we got in here? We got 2171. That's good for 1 week. And we're at 1,204 likes. All right.
First headbang in Thailand.
First headbang in Thailand. That's right. All right. What should we do here? Should we go straight to my segment?
Yeah, why don't we
And
keep
then
it moving, man?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, we want to keep people their money's worth, though. We'll do like 5 each. All right.
All right, we'll
And
do
then
5
go.
each. Then we'll do my segment, and then I guess you could take off, and I'll do the rest of the chats because it's gonna be forever. We're gonna be on till 1 in the morning. Yeah,
I know.
It's all right. Doesn't matter. The
I'm
Iran
sorry.
stuff-
Like I wouldn't have scheduled anything. I don't know what I was thinking.
It's all right.
I
Doesn't matter.
forgot about how many chats you get when you do this kind of an interview.
Yeah, we get a lot of chats. Well, what I'll do is, because here, folks, you get a little peek of how the sausage is made. The Iran stuff, I'll just add to it whatever makes it current on Tuesday. Because don't forget, I got my own. I'm doing it solo on Tuesday. So the fact that segment is
You're not
half
bringing on a co-host.
No, I am, but I mean, I have to prep the segment. So the fact that
yeah,
that's half
right.
prepped gives me a little head start. Plus, I got my ice
makes
stuff.
makes life a little easier. For you.
Yeah, I got Savage
All right.
Joy.
So I
coming
don't.
on
I don't need to
Tuesday.
load in the Iran.
No
videos?
No, yeah, no.
All
no.
right.
I got Savage Joy coming on Tuesday to talk about East Palestine, Ohio, and some of her activism. She won't be co-hosting the whole show, but I have her on for some of it, and then we will piece together the rest. Don't worry, we'll put together something good for you guys. It's gonna be it's gonna be a very great time. You guys are gonna love it.
Guys, so let me explain. So this week I just got here. I'm not normally going to miss this many shows. I have dental work that I have to have done here while it's really fucking cheap. So that's why I'm not going to be on for Tuesday. And then when I was first planning this, I didn't think through the time difference that I shouldn't be traveling on Mondays because Monday is when the Sunday show is going to happen. So
Right.
this Sunday I'm going to miss. After that, I am very rarely going to miss a show after this week because I figured out how to schedule properly. The only times I miss shows after that is when like I'm doing some kind of a tour that it couldn't be avoided because it's like 3 days. So I
Right.
was going to miss one show. It couldn't be helped. And usually I put that on the weekday. But after this week, it's just a little crazy. So my apologies for the
Yeah, no,
shows
it's all
I'm
good.
taking off.
It's all good. Thursday, I got Savage Joy and a co-host to be determined. Thursday, Russ will be back, and we're going to have Rex Jones on as a special guest at the top of Thursday's show. Son of Alex Jones, our InfoWars super chatter, who revealed himself recently. That'll be a fun time.
Yes. That'll be
Excuse
fun.
me.
We should talk about Epstein with him.
Yeah, we're talking about Epstein. with him, yeah. Ken Texican says, thank you, Keaton and Russ, for all you continue to do. Thank you very much. You get a virtual cowbell from me, Ken Texican. Thank you. Ravid Laz, RFK Jr. I apologize before this interview. I gave Michael my 40-year-old leftover crack that I bought from Token Pill's dad. Some of those brown specks in there was asshole dust from my favorite filters. That's mean. Over under 50% of his name is in redactions. No, sir. No, sir. That's mean. Stoop sign. The Epstein case has always been really spooky for me as my mom's family is from the USVI, including aunts, the Virgin Islands, uncles, and dozens of cousins. I could see Epstein Island from where I stayed as a kid. Really? Wow. Wow. It's interesting. Magical. Have been watching for a few years. First time poster. Love you guys. But fuck, that was painful. Many words, no substance. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Funny enough, that was the original name of the show.
Yeah, many words, no substance.
No substance.
Exactly.
Race Car K. Even in 2026, it's amazing to see a live video of us from Asia. Those electrons, man, they move pretty fast. If you don't slow down, you'll miss them. Brad Gilbert, 18 USC 2241, calls it child sexual abuse, not PDF. He's using technical semantic legalese to say Epstein wasn't charged for PDFing, but PDFs use CSA. Yeah, I mean, all that was ridiculous, man. They define it as sex trafficking under that code, which, you know, but Matt was the one who called around to 4 reporters, which he was so proud of, like he fucking nailed it. You know, that he called around these reporters. And I didn't even know that when we did that segment. Not only was it nitpicky, he was actually completely fucking wrong on the facts. Like, he was technically right, but isn't the relevant part there that what he was charged with is by definition sex trafficking under federal law?
Right.
You're calling around to reporters. Why are you calling it sex trafficking? What a fucking loser. Skyman, Michael Tracey deserves that airline. That's not nice. Quintessential to have relaxing vacation is to jaw with Tracy. Yeah, I'm not here to relax. I'm here to learn. Brad Gilbert, what a clown. The victims never named the perp. Shaking my fucking head. Yeah, dude. I know. Skyman, quote, if everyone agrees on Epstein, that means there's room for me to take on the opposite view, peddle it without much competition, and use it to stand out amongst my peers. I don't think that's his motivation. Like what I said, I meant it. Like I think everyone I've spoken to who knows him more than we do is like, no, that's a sincere belief there.
I totally believe that. Yep.
Jor Eddington, the King of England, removed his own brother from all of his titles over this. The royal family is not known for casually disowning family members. Yeah, Tracy, in his appearance with Glenn, I think it was, claimed that they were coerced. It was either with Glenn or Sagar. Those are the two interviews I watched. Brad Gilbert, since Michael has brought up we can infer that the utter lack of transparency and urgency proves Washington is guilty as fuck. Mossad too. Yeah, I mean, that's my point. Like Occam's razor would indicate more that there's a there than that there isn't. Kuznetsky was saying Michael never did get to the point, Tracy. Well, you know, debate tactics.
Tusker.
Clock.
There's Tusker.
Tusker would be nice. Welcome back. Would be nice if I could figure out how to appropriately phrase my super chat so that YouTube would let it go through. I can read it because she texted it to me. This is what she wanted to say. At this point, I think Tracy is just jealous that no one would ever want to traffic his asshole for blackmail purposes. So there you go. I got you, Tusker.
All right, you got that one?
Yeah, okay. One more. Kuznetsky was saying, is Michael Tracey an attorney for the oligarchy? I don't think that's his motive, but it kind of feels that way.
All right, let's move right on along here. Okay, all right. So this will be our final segment of the night. Then we'll do super chats, and then I'll go over to the Q&A. So we'll get Russ out of here on time. Well, you got till quarter after?
11:30 should be fine.
All right. All right, let's move right on along here. All right, where we got this. Okay, so Greenland is in the news. Amidst all these worries about Iran and Venezuela, we, of course, have to be concerned now about war in Greenland. That's right, war, perhaps. War. I bet you didn't have that on your card for 2026. So Trump says right now we're going to have to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not. If we don't do it the easy way, we'll do it the hard way. So here we go.
Thank you. And the policy question. How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
I don't hear the Greenlanders afraid of being taken over by Russia or China. We'll get to them later in the segment. They don't ever say. I've never heard a Greenlander say, you know what, I'm really afraid that Russia's going to take us over, China's going to conquer us. They say that about America because we're the ones actually, threatening to do it.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Oh boy.
And by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and they've been very nice to me.
They're a fan of Denmark. There's a lot of wonderful white people in Denmark. It's a very white country. I love white people. I really do. I much prefer white people to all other kinds of people. And the thing about the Danes is they're white, so I like them a lot. Denmark's a great white country, but they got to give us Greenland, or else we're gonna have a big problem.
I'm a big fan, but the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
Oh, is that right? That's an interesting phrase to utter. Because they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean they own the land. I can think of a few boats that landed on a certain shore about 500 years ago.
Yeah.
Interesting comment.
I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also.
Yeah.
But we need that because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place.
So why does every Greenlander we talk to say they're afraid of America? I don't ever hear them say they're afraid of China, afraid of Russia. They all say they're afraid of Donald Trump.
We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way.
Oh boy, either the nice way or the more difficult way. Well, Greenland's party leaders firmly reject Trump's push for U.S. control of the island. Greenland's party leaders have rejected President Donald Trump's repeated calls for the United States to take control of the island, saying that Greenland's future must be decided by its people. We don't want to be Americans. We don't want to be Danes. We want to be Greenlanders, Greenland Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen and 4 party leaders said in a statement Friday night. Trump said again on Friday that he would like to make a deal to acquire Greenland, a semi-autonomous region that's part of a NATO ally, Denmark, the easy way. He said that if the U.S. doesn't own it, then Russia or China will take it over, and the U.S. does not want them as neighbors. Well, maybe Russia didn't want a NATO Ukraine as a neighbor, right? But, we insisted that it be that way. Greenland's party leaders reiterated that Greenland's future must be decided by the Greenlandic people. As Greenlandic party leaders, we would like to emphasize once again our wish that the United States' contempt for our country ends, the statement said. Officials from Denmark, Greenland, and the United States met Thursday in Washington and will meet again next week to discuss the renewed push by the White House for the control of the island. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has warned that an American takeover of Greenland would mark the end of NATO. Even those of us who are against NATO, we didn't really have it in mind for it to end this way. End with the United States invasion of Greenland.
Greenland, yeah.
We think there could be another, more civilized way to do that. It would be a war, says Danish politician Rasmus Jarlov, has a message for the United States over their possible annexation of Greenland.
Over Greenland. If someone thinks that the Americans can just do this quietly and they can just send in a boat and send us a note that now Greenland is theirs, that's not going to happen. We're not going to just hand over 57,000 Danish citizens, and it would be a war. And I'm not saying this to stomp our chest because we are well aware of the size difference between us and the United States. We're well aware that they could just, kill all of us. But we're just hoping that's not the kind of country that they want to be.
I hope so, too.
Yeah. I don't know if you're right there.
Yeah.
It was definitely not on my bingo card that World War III was going to be the United States versus NATO.
Yeah, versus NATO. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Germany to pitch NATO mission in Arctic to ease Greenland strife. So, yeah, Europe is making a few moves here. Germany will propose setting up a joint NATO mission to monitor and protect security interests in the Arctic region in a bid to ease tensions with U.S. over its threats to annex Greenland, according to 2 people familiar with the government's thinking. NATO's Baltic Sentry mission, kicked off a year ago to shield critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea, could serve as a blueprint for a new Arctic Sentry mission, which would include Greenland, said the people who declined to be identified discussing confidential plans. While U.S. President Donald Trump has long mused about making Greenland a part of the U.S. for national security reasons, his focus on the self-governing island that's part of the Kingdom of Denmark has intensified in recent days following the audacious U.S. raid to capture the leader of Venezuela. That action has sparked new fears among allies over Trump's willingness to deploy the U.S. military to achieve his foreign policy goals. On Sunday, Germany's vice chancellor, who is flying to Washington this week for a meeting of group of 7 finance ministers convened by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, called on the U.S. to respect Greenland's sovereignty and international law. It is solely a matter for Denmark and Greenland to decide on the future of Greenland, said Lars Klingbeil, who also is Germany's finance chief. Territorial sovereignty and integrity must be respected. These principles of international law apply to everyone, including the United States. We are working together as NATO allies to increase security in the Arctic, not against each other. So even Germany is warning, hey, cool it. So here's David Crow, who is an Australian reporter. He had the fortunate assignment to go to Greenland. He drew the short straw at the office this week, I guess, and off to Greenland he went to get a feel of how the people felt about Donald Trump. Here's what he says.
I'm in Nuuk in Greenland, and I can tell you that when you talk to people here about Donald Trump, they're just not impressed. As one of them said to me today, we welcome all people, but not him. One of the problems is that when he talks about Greenland, he never talks about the people of Greenland. He just seems to want their land.
That's right. Friend of show, Michael Tracey, tweets, it's kind of sadistic to be psychologically terrorizing the people of Greenland like this, as they're just minding their own business and overwhelmingly just want to be left alone. We should have him back on to talk about Greenland.
Yeah. It's almost like sex trafficking victims.
You know, Jeffrey Epstein should have fled to Greenland when he was negotiating his plea. Right. Here's this poor woman in Greenland talk about how she can't sleep because she's afraid the Americans are going to invade.
Because he spoiled my sleep, or they do. Yeah, I don't sleep very well because I'm afraid. They have no respect for us, for my country, or for our country. So,
what I think is he wants the Greenlandic minerals to pay off the national debt of United States. That's what I think.
Do you think people are really scared in Greenland?
Yeah, I've seen quite few who were concerned.
I dreamt about him last night. Yeah. Nightmare. That he was coming with the ship. It was awful, that dream. So I'm scared.
What the reasons behind it, we don't get it, really. It's so peaceful and calm here, and he says that Denmark is not protecting Greenland from what, and there's been a collaboration with the USA for many years. So it's not all of the sudden, but it's really aggressive now, and it's getting kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, I would say. You know, what do we say all the time about people who are either colonized or under the boot of empire? They just want to live. Like, if there's any example of that, it's this. Like, what do these people in Greenland want other than to just, like, live their simple lives with nobody bothering them, not bothering anybody? But no, we will not allow that to happen. And this is what the reporter was asking about when he asked Trump about the payments, right? Trump administration reportedly considers paying each Greenland resident up to $100,000 amid U.S. takeover talks. Proposal could cost up to $6 billion given island's 57,000 residents. There's a lot wrong with that. First of all, how America first is that we're going to have a $100,000 payoff per Greenlander? Secondly, I thought this like universal basic income doesn't work. I thought giving everybody money doesn't work because all you're doing is devaluing the currency. In other words, if we gave every American $100,000, they would say, no, you can't do that. That's no good. That wouldn't do anything to help anybody. Okay, so then why are we offering to pay $100,000 per Greenlander to bribe them? That's a bit curious to me. But here the Greenlanders are insisting that they are not for sale.
He could never buy us. Ever in my life, I would.
500,000?
No.
$1 million?
Not.
You can say any number, but
any number in the world, and we'll know, and we'll say no. It belongs to us and only us only.
belongs to us and only us only. Here's some more kids. The kids are all right.
Watching this, we don't like you. Don't come to Greenland. Don't buy Greenland.
It's not for sale.
It's not for sale. Greenland is not for sale.
Honestly,
leave us alone.
I'd like to live in Greenland.
We Greenlanders, we don't
Really?
like you. We don't like you so much. I don't know why.
I mean, I like
because
cold, but
Greenland
not
is
like
not
that.
for sale. Remember.
Yeah, he
Also,
already has all the bases around Greenland already. He does not need any more. He just wants money.
He said he wants to make you great and make Greenland
We
great.
are already great. We're already literally great. happy. Like,
I think that's quite silly, and I think it's quite out of mind, and most Greenlandic people don't actually agree with it because we are our own people and our own land.
The message to Donald Trump from Greenland's government is the same. Back off and stop your fantasies about annexation.
All right, now, folks, who have we not heard from yet? Think about it. It's not a news story unless it's got Nick Shirley. That's right. Here's Nick Shirley in Greenland. Now, this is footage from a year ago. This is not current. He didn't just come up there. He's hot on the trail of, Somali daycare centers now. But MAGA says, all right, who do we go to when we need to generate a PSYOP? Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley. Wow. I mean, if you fell for this guy, don't you feel a little dumb? Don't you feel a little dumb, all the people who, you say you like fraud? You say you like a fraud? Fraud is fraud.
That's a real independent journalist.
Yeah, the guy goes from fucking Israel to fucking Greenland. Like, if there's any consent he has to manufacture for the deep state, he's willing to do it. This is the guy, you're saying you like, I guess you like fraud. All right, here's Nick Shirley.
Well, a lot of people have pointed out, what's that guy's name that they tried to crank out from the plastic stamping factory as soon as Charlie died? Breland.
Oh yeah, the guy, the Juan Guaido of TPUSA, that guy.
Yeah, that was the first try.
Yeah,
this is the perfected version.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, so this is from a year ago. To be clear, this is not current, but now they're starting to spread these clips around to send the signal out to MAGA that I guess you're gay if you don't want war with Greenland.
States buying Greenland. No more Danish. Why do you guys not like the Danish? Liar. Good or bad idea for Greenland to become a part of the United States?
USA and Greenland? I think it's okay. It's good.
So if the United States were to buy Greenland and you were able to get $20,000, would you do it?
I will not say yes for money. For Greenland or money, I will choose Greenland. We live in Greenland, he cannot buy this.
For $100,000, would you guys sell Greenland? If each citizen of Greenland got $100,000, would you sell your country?
Yes.
But you said Greenland is not for sale, but you'd sell it for $100,000.
Money is money.
No, I suspect that was deceptively edited because you look when he
Well,
says
you
yes,
could see
he cuts in.
That's why when you sent this, I was asked if it's real because it's so jumpy.
He cuts it in. Yeah.
He like AI.
Well, no, this was real footage. He really went to Greenland.
No, I know it's real, but that's
Yeah.
why I thought it was AI when I first saw it because it's so cut.
Yeah, when he says yes, it looks like he cuts in.
For $100,000, would you guys sell Greenland? If each citizen of Greenland got $100,000, would you sell your country?
Yes.
But you said
See,
Greenland
that
is not for
wasn't the
sale,
answer
but
to
you'd
that
sell
question.
it for
He edited that to
$100,000.
look that way.
Money is money. The old boy will understand.
What do you think about Donald Trump in the United States buying Greenland?
Well, I don't know about buying, but I believe that there should be a better relationship with America because I don't think our country is very. We don't talk with any other countries really. We are kind of bound to Denmark. Yeah, I ain't sure about buying it.
Would you guys like to seek independence from Denmark and then become part of the United States?
I believe that at someday we should have independence, and that also means that we would have to mine and stuff. I don't believe we would be able to be self-sufficient with that.
So what exactly are you doing out here now? We don't know. But nobody bothers us. We don't bother anybody else. All right. So he found the Cuban diaspora Greenlanders there who some of them said they'd be open to a deal with the United States. But that is, of course, the small minority opinion within Greenland. Should Greenland join the USA? 85% no. And then only 6% say yes. So that is what you call a lopsided poll. But folks, there is some more convincing left to do. This is an amazing video for that George tweets out. Soon the people of Greenland will be free. Now, this is AI. This is an imaginative AI rendering of what the people of Greenland could have if they bend the knee to the United States. This is what you call freedom.
Finally opened a Target here.
My new snowmobile is parked right over there.
This place is amazing.
That's
Can't
Greenland.
believe they finally opened a Target here.
My new snowmobile is parked right over there.
This place is amazing.
I mean, you just don't get dumber than this country now. I'm sorry. Like, it's just as dumb as you could possibly fucking get. So, readers added context. Greenland is already a self-governing territory with political freedom. Full political, economic, and judicial freedom would only come through independence. Polls show a majority support independence, while most oppose becoming part of the U.S. So the serfs actually had a banger here. Got to give it up to the serfs. Don't always love their stuff, but this is 100% right. Can't be overstated how pathetic it is to have your ultimate colonial fantasy just be a strip mall. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is what you could have. You could have a Target and a McDonald's and a shoe store in a strip mall. Northern lights, mountains, nature, and these motherfuckers want parking lots and stores. Americans are ghetto AF, says Kiba. Yes, they are. Regime bureaucrat says, this image represents the highest aspiration Americans have for the world. Exactly. How bleak is that? Power to the people says, absolutely insane how many Americans think being ruled and exploited by corporations and billionaires is freedom. Yeah, that's another point. To that point, Warren Gunnels breaks it down here. Greenlanders have free health care, free college, 52 weeks of paid parental leave, 5 weeks of paid vacation. In America, 100 million owe $220 billion in medical debt. 40 million owe $1.7 trillion in student debt. There's no guaranteed vacation or family leave. Freedom, you say? Yep, that's right. Freedom, that's what we call freedom. And that's the freedom we are desperate to export to Greenland. Once again, it just says so much about our society that this
finally opened a Target
is an
here.
AI rendering of paradise
My new snowmobile
that Greenland
is
could
parked
be
right over
enjoying
there.
This
if
place
they
is
just
amazing.
bend the knee
Oh,
to
this
the
is
empire.
wasn't this made ironically?
No,
Like they mean this?
I think the guy means that. Yeah.
You're kidding.
That could be. It seems like that. Seems that way. Seems that's a rendering of liberated Greenland.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the things, and I'm not just saying it here. I always say this when I leave America. America is a big fucking psyop, man. It is just a big pressure cooker. Like what you take as normal in America, nobody else acts like this. Nobody else thinks like this. When you see all these people who are stirred up to say, yeah, I love my culture. Why can other cultures have pride in their culture and I can't have pride in my culture? And what's funny is usually what they'll invoke is actually Europe. Like they'll show you Gothic cathedrals from Europe to invoke their culture. That in and of itself, you're telling on yourself. Because, yeah, when you represent American culture, it looks like that. Nobody wants that. Why would anybody else want that? This idea that American culture is somehow inherently superior. Listen, man, America is not superior, certainly to any Western country and it's not superior in terms of the way of life, the sense of community, the sense of psychological health, public programs, than a good portion of the planet, like most of it. And I'm not saying, yeah, man, I mean, there are horrible war zones largely instigated by ourselves and our allies like Sudan. Sure. I mean, of course, that's a terrible situation. But the fact that people have to point to that as a defense, and that's what they always do. That's what they've always done my whole life. They point at the worst case scenario. Oh, yeah, well, what about the people over there? You notice how they never point at Sweden and say, what about the people over there? They never fucking say that. Because America sucks. America sucks. And over the course of my life, it's just gotten sicker and sicker and sicker. You know, James Lee has been getting into this a lot with the shooting, with the ICE shooting, how much it's being used as a psyop to just keep people fighting with each other. It's just not like that anywhere else, man. Not anywhere where I've been. That they're the closest you get to that kind of a social environment, not surprisingly, is England. They're the most like us, and they were the most recent empire. So they have a lot of the mental diseases that come with empire, but not like us. Like to be this sick, you almost have to be an imperial power, because an imperial power needs to exert that kind of control over the population to get them to go along with an imperial project that does not benefit the great majority of them. Other places, they don't need to do that because they're not trying to corral their population into such unnatural actions and shapes.
Of course. 100%. All right, let's take some super chats and Rumble rants so we could try to get to Q&A at a somewhat reasonable hour here. Albu Kid says the biggest Epstein issue is the cover-up and blackmail of powerful political, corporate, and judicial men used to benefit Israel to the detriment of the U.S. The salacious parts are a distraction. Albu Kid says the undisclosed and redacted FBI files tell a story that's more inclusive than court cases records. The outrage is that nobody has or will be held accountable based on existing evidence. That's right. Professor Brown note, U.S. attack on Greenland would mean end of NATO, says Danish PM. You don't say. Look, a narco-terrorist Inuit. Gents, this is one of the worst interviews. You always interrupt. Please watch this objectively and give kudos to Tracy not leaving early. I think we gave him a lot of time.
Yes,
I mean, you gotta keep it on track. I think we were pretty liberal in letting him talk a lot more than a lot of other interviewers let him talk, because he does tend to go on and litigate literally every single word. So it's a balancing act. I mean, at a certain point, you have to just rein in and move on once you feel like he's been able to make his point. And I think we did that.
Yeah. So let me explain if you've never actually interviewed somebody. When you got a guy like Tracey, he will run away with the interview if you let him. He really does not give you a choice. If you don't cut in, if you don't talk over him, then basically what you're going to wind up doing is 2 hours of Michael Tracey getting a platform for his views with very little pushback, because he's never going to give you room for pushback. So you
That's why
wind
it
up
took forever to
having
wrap.
to do that. You
Right.
have to do that. You have no choice. Otherwise, it would
choice.
be 2 hours of Michael Tracey talking.
Right. Well, that's why it takes a long time to wrap, because you can't just
I
say,
mean,
all right.
you saw
You
that.
saw. Let's agree to
I mean,
disagree.
I'm sorry. I love you, but that's a very silly comment, man.
Yeah. A jaded millennial, Russell and Michael have a kind of Walter Lebowski energy. A shady deal is more like Lebowski Donnie energy. Shady deals. This interview is a violation of the 8th Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment. Stoop sign, Michael Tracey's kink is petty fogging. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Nujoma says, Michael Tracey definitely makes me look at this topic a little more skeptical. Thanks for having him on, and please review your interview conduct. He talks a lot, that's true, but he is up against both of you. We gave him plenty of time. Gave him any more time, we would have never talked at all, and it would have just been a monologue that meandered. Ham Hog, I'm going to look forward to the interview with Daryl Cooper. Thank you. Nina Camp, oh my God.
He blocked us. He would never come on.
No, he would never come on. I need Xanax and a shot after Michael Tracey. He is exhausting. Thank you, Nina Kantz. Vianticus Prime says, can we call Michael Tracey the Colin Robinson of Epstein reporting? Jay Dayers, maybe Nadia Bjorlin was 13, but what was she wearing? Yeah. Yeah. Nina Kantz, get sand out of your vagina, Michael. Stoop sign, I think it's funny. I was worried I'd miss the Michael Tracey interview to watch the end of the Eagles-Niners game. Yeah, by the time we're out of here, it's going to be the Super Bowl. All right, go ahead. Take some super chats.
Brad Gilbert, then the lawmakers would release the files and prove the women are trying to blackmail Washington and Hollywood, for fuck's sake. I'm inferring Mike's a Zio clown. I don't think so. I mean, I didn't, we already went 3 hours. Like, I didn't even have time to dig into his writing.
I
on
think
that.
he approaches this the way he approaches Russiagate, and I explained to him why I think that the two situations are different and warrant different approaches. That's what I think.
Kuznetsky was saying, what a lot of goddamn word salad to protect criminal verbs. David Santucci, whatever you think of Michael Tracey's reporting on this, I think it's good to have him as a gadfly, and he's a good sport for coming on. You know what? I was trying to say that at the end, and he would not even fucking let me be nice. Seriously, like he wouldn't let me. Like I was trying to end it on a nice note, and he wanted to litigate the whole thing all over again. We wound up another 20 fucking minutes talking that shit.
Yeah.
You guys had a contentious but still respectful and productive discussion. I mean, more or less. Christina Swozo, why is Michael willing to die on this hill? I mean, he believes what he believes.
He dies on
man.
hills. That's what he does, man.
That's it. That's his deal. Brad Gilbert, Michael trusts the official story Tracy, thinking he's Sherlock, mocks Dr. Watson for trusting the official story Holmes, is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I feel like him and Tavy are both doing that a lot. Kuznetsky was saying, so all the victims over 1,000 are lying. Well, the ones that are telling the truth aren't important. The ones that are profiteering in his mind are the only ones who are important. Snorky, God blam it, get Keaton a remote control taser collar to keep the other two calmer.
Well, that's the thing. It was, I tried to, and I think Russ did too. We were conscious of the fact that it was a 2-on-1. So we tried to let the other person go for a while so that we didn't jump on them at the two at the same time.
At the same time, exactly. Yeah. Walby, for a guy who's balding, he sure likes splitting hairs. Jelperman, is this weirdo familiar with the Mann Act? Taking a girl from one state to another with a lower age of consent is human trafficking. I mean, he wasn't even interested in the fact that he was mischarged for prostitution, that under federal law, what he did was trafficking. Alan, Michael uses a minimum of 4 adjectives per clause. Somewhere around there. Well, that's what I'm saying. He'd run away with the interview if you let him. Timothy Fox.
Yeah, if you put Michael Tracey and Norm Finkelstein on a podcast, it would never end. It would literally never. It would never stop.
Brad Gilbert. Wahaha. Michael infers, never implies. Jelperman. Michael Tracey. I saw her on TV as an adult, so nothing bad happened to her as a kid. Wait till he hears about Audrey Hepburn. He'll say Nazi war crimes are fake. Alex Desalib. I hope to never play Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition with Michael Tracey. If you know, you know. I do not know. I do not know.
I do not know.
That was a level of nerd that was beyond me as a kid. The Ragamun 5070 seemed like a lot of learning, a lot of stuff with no practical application involved. Jelperman, Tracey had better keep under 500 feet, over 500 feet away from school.
See, this is what I mean, where you guys see the first 15 minutes, the first 15 minutes of the interview, he's talking about how you scoundrels out there harassed him into coming on our show when we didn't even plan it. We didn't reach out to him. We didn't seriously suggest he come on.
When that first came up, we weren't even saying anything.
No, we had. I remember it was a guy who watches the show. I don't even know who he is. You saw an X account. Be like, Michael Tracey, you should go on do dissidents. They said,
and we weren't even talking about him at that. That's what I was telling him at the top. Like when that first started.
Yeah, we didn't do any
random.
Pieces. We probably brought him up in passing and said maybe he'll come on. But yeah, we didn't do a we didn't we didn't go after him in a premeditated way where we critiqued him. And then somebody said, "Oh yeah, Michael, you should go on do dissidents."
Right.
Yeah, they're not our booking people. Yeah.
Yeah. At that time, I hadn't even read his shit about that. I didn't even know anything about it.
Yeah.
The Ragaman. As a local police officer employed by a smaller department, I can tell you from experience that feds often get involved in child trafficking cases. Well, as they did here. Noah Linden, Michael's cashing $7,000 checks. Yeah, I don't think that's what's going on here. Kuznetsky Bassane, Michael Tracey uses every irrelevant tangential point. I've never seen such a desperate cover-up accomplice. I don't think that's his intention, but
I don't think that's his intention.
I think that's the effect of it.
That's the effect, and that's why I told Russell. I said, "There's no way this is ending in 60 to 90 minutes."
Saul Duarte, has Tracy ever met Jeffrey Epstein? I don't think so. I don't think he's the kind of guy who gets invited to those kind of parties. Flick
Jeffrey
off.
Epstein's probably in Greenland.
Probably. That's why they want to take it.
Yeah.
Flick off. Attacking the person and not the work is always a sign of a strong argument. Good tactics, Michael Tracey. Laughing my ass off.
I kept acting as if I was vouching for Julie K. Brown. I wasn't. I was just showing you an article that referenced her book to get your opinion based on that and other pieces of information, and it took forever to just come off of that.
I warned you. He's got a real hard on about her.
Yeah.
Kuznetsky was saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, and also Michael Tracey with more smoke. Yeah. Axel Strife, I was hoping to avoid the filibustering charlatan, but no luck. The absolute pretzel logic that Michael Tracey engages in is beyond the pale. I mean, I agree. Brad Gilbert, you didn't ask him if he condemns someone.
Well, that'd be a 2-hour answer, too.
Yes, exactly. Well, we'd still be on. Kenman G, Tracy deserves tenure at a clown college. Kuznetsky was saying 7K per minute looks like. You're going to get a lot of that when you go down this road. Alex Deslibe.
Alex does
when a black hole's event horizon cheats on Fidel Castro with the filibuster, you get Michael Tracey. Well, that's inventive. Brad Gilbert, did Michael Tracey cover Epstein before 2025? I can't find it. Odd. It's a good question. I don't know. Kuznetsky was saying next hour, Michael Tracey on lack of evidence of conspiracy re JFK assassination. I think he did get into the JFK assassination, didn't he? Didn't he have a thing about that? I thought so. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on it. Appreciation community. Appreciate you and appreciate chat too. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Black Atcha production. Please pack this dude up already. Thanks for all stupid. I mean, we were trying, but what are you gonna do? Kuznetsky was saying, how did a math teacher get filthy rich? I raised that point. Like, hey, whatever you think about these specific things, look at the big picture. Brad Gilbert, we can't draw or imply, but he can infer. Shaking my fucking head. Axel Strife, what a solipsistic. See you next Tuesday. Ron Burgundy, DD, please disconnect this waste of time. I appreciate you giving him space, but there's too long, too much BS, too hurrahs.
You're damned either way. Somebody says you cut him off too soon. Now you get that you let him talk
yeah,
too much.
You went too long. You can never please everybody. Right. Dimitri Mugianis, great guest, who says the art of conversation is dead. Fuck, that was painful. Bless you, boy. Solidarity from Harlem. Living in my home hood right there. Brad Gilbert, my first view of Michael Tracey is this. He just seems jealous. Maybe. I mean, people have egos in this business, that's for sure. Throw Bear Network. Leon Black was removed from being CEO of Apollo Global Management after an internal investigation, although he is still the largest shareholder. That was one of the avenues I thought of bringing up, but you got to pick what you're going to get into with limited time, which turned out not to be as limited as we were planning.
Well, that's why I said, you gotta count on everything going an hour.
Emoji, Michael Tracey must have once severely cut himself shaving with Occam's razor. He's never touched it since. So what should we do, man? I don't want to stick you with all. Should I just bang these out?
No, I could read them. If you got to go, I'll read them. Doesn't matter.
I mean, no, I've got another 15 minutes. Like, should I just keep going?
Yeah.
All right. Kuznetsky was saying, thanks, Mike. Bye-bye. Yeah, that's how that went. JD Santis 59. This shows why I love you guys so much. Thank you. So that's what you call a controversial interview. You give very widely varied opinions. Brad Gilbert, Mike claimed convictions are facts, but not GMs. What are GMs? Am I being stupid?
GMs? I don't know.
Kuznetsky saying sex, power, blackmail by intel agencies, way of the world. I mean, I had a whole fourth question that we'd still be on if I had asked it about like why he finds the idea of money, power, and sex going together in these circles so incredible. It's a story as old as time. Tusker, Tracey is not worth your time. Let him go. We were trying. Shaney Foldstones, my brain is now leaking out of my ear. Should get that checked. Ron Burgundy, invite him back, Keaton. He didn't get the opportunity to break down Epstein's birth and conception for us all.
No, look, I mean, I was not prepared to litigate the Maxwell trial. There's a lot more to the Maxwell trial than that one woman's testimony, of course. And it's true. I mean, when I was looking it up, I couldn't find any information about her lawsuit. And even Google is confused as to whether or not she was the Jane Doe. So I figured I'd ask him about that. You know, like, what do you think? And yeah, I mean, it takes time. Takes time,
especially with that guest, man. Alex, how do you say it's Daslib?
I think Alex Daslib.
Daslib. Michael is the Andy Kaufman wrestling of YouTube guest. It has definitely occurred to me that his whole career is an Andy Kaufman bit.
Yeah.
David Santucci. Okay, an hour ago, I thought this was a productive conversation. Now I just wanted to end. You and me both, brother. We were both looking at each other like, are you going to wrap it? Are you going to wrap? How are we going to wrap it? And then we're both such argumentative fucks that in the end, we kept taking the bait.
Yeah.
Like we couldn't let it rest. So you got three people who can't like let it go.
Yeah.
That was part of it.
Yeah. You know what that conversation needed? We needed Brianna Joy Gray here with us. That would have been something. That would have been when he talked about something that would have never ended.
El Oso, if God is just this out, yeah, really, like four people will not let him and then you get mad on that would have been a 24-hour conversation. If God is just this Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein pedophilia saga will stretch on for a long time. Michael Tracey tweet from 124:15. What changed? Really? See, we didn't find that. Kuznetsky saying, is this going all 15 rounds? I think it went 20.
Yeah.
Dimitri Mugianis, we are going to have to agree to disagree. I'm on the floor. Yeah, we tried that, didn't work. Shaney Old Foldstones, this stream is going to ring in 2027 practically. Tusker, so nice to have you back. May this be the last podcast that Tracey is ever invited on to give his opinion. He can play this on loop and whack off to his own voice for
spicy
hours.
tonight. Spicy Tusker tonight.
Very spicy. I tried to recruit her to take over for the Q&A, but she doesn't. She's only on audio. Belchist Felchist. It appears to me his personal misogyny took over his judgment when he wrote that article. The rest is mental gymnastics to defend his pure logic. I mean, frankly, yes. Like that's why I said a lot of his contentions are very retrograde. It's really blaming the victims. And, we're not woke around here, but I mean, call a fucking spade a spade. If that's not blaming a victim, what is?
No, I mean, we don't even like women.
Fuck it. If Amanda gets, if she doesn't get a fresh one once a day, she thinks there's something. She thinks Keaton must have the flu. Brad Gilbert. Wait, is she a convicted crackpot nut job? Yeah, exactly. I mean, these kinds of arguments about victims of sex crimes, like it's very retro, man. It's very retro. It's very I mean, there's why women didn't cut. It's the nuts and sluts.
But then nobody accused Bill Clinton of being a predator to Monica Lewinsky. Like that, nobody thought that was a predator.
There's a strong like anti-victim bias, but Ghislaine Maxwell is credible. Like that's the only one you don't find any problems with. David Santucci, my dinner with Michael, 2.5 hours of yelling. Yeah, we should get Wallace Shawn on to talk about that. Shaney O. Foldstones, I am become the Matt Damon aging gif. I don't know that gif. Cryosynth, the thumbnail for these clips should be a series of Keaton's faces throughout the discussion. He is very expressive. Steve McNelly, well, that was fucking epic, if nothing else. You all got more patience than I do. Yeah, you need it in this business.
Like I said, when Russ was talking, when Russ and him were going back and forth, I was conscious not to butt in since you don't want to create a 2-on-1. You don't want to create a dog pile.
Yeah.
So I
You
had
don't
to
wanna do a
emote.
Vanguard
I had to
on 'em.
emote with my face to let the audience know I'm still checked in. I'm still tuned in.
Brad Gilbert, I agree with Michael Tracey. I am crazy for listening to this.
That's why I said we should clip it in 2 parts. It should be part 1 and part 2 because if we clip it for 3, nobody's gonna watch it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Kuznetsky was saying this interview will definitely go viral. No, wait, I'm just getting an infection from it. Brad Gilbert, now for 3 hours of super chat rant readings. You called it, brother. I'm barreling through these pretty quick.
We'll get through there.
We're getting through them.
It's like moving
PW
boxes off
March.
a truck, you know, the UPS warehouse. You think, how am I going to move all these boxes? You just do it one at a time.
That's it. PW March 17, gaslight and talk over central over here. Great patience on your part. Thank you. I am glad you see it our way. Vito P. It's Vito P. Good show. You have to have these conversations. Cancer sucks. You all rock. Thank you, Vito P.
Thank you, Vito.
Our friend who's subjected to that pizza over there. John Trevina, y'all call Chomsky a creep and Michael Tracey a worthy adversary. Okay.
We didn't call
man.
Chomsky a creep. We called him a hypocrite. And if Chomsky came and debated us for 3 hours, we'd call him a worthy adversary.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. God, we're being fair. We try to be fair, you know?
Right.
Godly gamer.
Right. You can't invite somebody on and just trash them and then trash them when they leave. Like, you know, he believes what he says. He made his case, and that's that. You know, it's a good sparring. He's a worthy adversary, is what we said.
Yeah. Those of you who are OG due dissonance people, I'm not going to say the name because I don't want people to go look it up. You know, we did an interview when we were very green that I was not happy with, where we basically fucking invited somebody on the show and fucking did WWE SmackDown and just hit him with a fucking chair in the back of the head as soon as he got in. I never felt good about it. I swore we would never do that again with anybody. So there you go. Hence the grace. Godly gamer. I never needed so many breaks watching this stream. I can't imagine how you guys feel. My butt's getting a little sore. Not going to lie. Andy Gardner, I love that Tracey has the same devil's advocate ethos as me back in high school. A wily sucker, that one. Yeah. Kenman G, Tracey argues like he hates people. You're not referencing that, right? That's very obscure. That was like my favorite restaurant review of all time. There's this terrible Chinese restaurant mini chain in Manhattan, Ollie's. And it's terrible. Like the lo mein is like starch with salt.
Right.
It's just like a big ball of starch with salt. And somebody reviewed them saying they cook like they hate people. Best restaurant review ever. BMK, thanks, DD. I hope the super chats compensated you for that pain. Hey, man, it all comes with the territory. We appreciate your support, folks. Quintessential PW, is Hong Kong part of Russ's trip? No, it is not on the agenda. Asia's a big place. There's only so much you could see in one trip. Brad Gilbert, TC, MKCO, fired? No, reassigned. Nick is fake too. Tucker's dad was CIA propagandist. You don't think Tucker was MK'd? That nervous laugh. I mean, yeah, like looking at that, there's definitely something going on. Like, absolute. Why would you lie about your father being CIA or having known about it?
Right.
Sleepy Rod, have Whitney Webb on. She should respond to MT. We would have her on. Didn't we ask her at one point?
Mm-hmm.
We were talking to her about coming on.
Yeah.
Siddhartha Vicious, visit Russia and get a free genealogy report. Really? Do they do that there? Forrest McCoy, he began by arguing that philia isn't a federal crime. True, but no wonder why people think he lives suspiciously close to a playground. I mean, it is weird the way, and as much as he denies it, like the idea of portraying underage girls as conspirators, tricking the middle-aged guys so they can go to the mall
is because they don't have the agency to.
Of course, like he's imparting a lot of agency to underage victims.
Right.
Tree Marie 23. Thank you, Tree Marie. Fritz Vladimir Washington Sanchez, best name ever. Thank you for the super sticker. Brad Gilbert. So Tuesday, 3 hours of Palantir, Palantir.
Thursday, Rex Jones will be on. He will not be on for the entire show. He's not co-hosting. He's just guesting at the top.
He's not trying to defend the indefensible. We won't be doing that for 3 hours.
No, Rex Jones, he must be a little based. He likes this show. He's been a long-time fan of ours, he says. He says he's followed us since we were like 5,000 subs. And I remember because he used to super chat us. He used to be like, hey, I talk about you guys at InfoWars all the time. We're like, what InfoWars employee likes our show? Turns out it's Alex's kid who likes our show. Yeah, so it'll be a fun little conversation.
We got to ask him if his dad likes our impersonations.
Right, yeah.
P. Walker, I would love to see Donald Trump opening a pack of Iguanak from Greenland. What is that? Do you know what that is?
I don't know. No.
I don't know. It must be some local food or something. DC 8828. Russia neighbors the United States, Diomede Isles. Well, yeah, I mean, it's right across from Alaska, right? Sarah Palin told us that. I can see Russia from my house. Brad Gilbert, Greenland, beware, BB attacks while U.S. negotiates. Yeah, Israel invades Greenland. That would be quite a plot twist. Dolmark, Trump was wearing a cartoon pin of himself on his lapel. God, Goddess, Krishna, Sky Daddy, Santa Claus, John and Sarah Connor, help us. Yeah, somebody's got to help us, man. P. Walker, if Greenlanders get 100,000 K, that's 4 months of health insurance coverage for a family of 3. Yeah, once we institute our peculiar system. Andy Gardner, I would sell my country for super chat credit. You'd sell that pussy cheap, as Tim Dillon might say. P. Walker, the AI video of American Greenland didn't have homeless veterans trash everywhere, collapsing infrastructure, and drug addicts collapsed on sidewalks. Yeah, they left a lot out. That was like an artist's ideal rendering of what it would be like.
So for the sake of time, we're going to put up the patron scroll now, of course, but it is Sunday, so it's Q&A night. So if you join, you can give me a call. Russ will be gone in a few minutes, but I'll be hanging out for the after party. So feel free to call in. That's one of the perks of membership. It's $5 a month. We hope that you do it because we're great. All right, that's the scroll. All right, while that goes, Russ, you can keep going.
Hemerinox, on a different note, I'm expecting big ML energy from Russ after his trips to Vietnam and China. It's time to take the real red pill. I can promise you I'm going to come back with a lot of T-shirts of like Mao and Ho Chi Minh and that kind of thing. A lot of new T-shirts coming back with me. Richard Namulala, my friend from Buffalo. I hope you recognize the shirt I'm wearing. Look, I brought this Buffalo movie theater shirt all the way to Thailand. Pascal Lata's neutrality studies was kicked off YouTube.
I don't know who that is. I never heard of that channel.
Yeah, I don't know. Brad Gilbert, Murray to Tracy. Have you ever been to the island? Have you ever been, Clarice? Jerry Chowiat. Super sticker. Thank you. Brad Gilbert, seriously, clip all the Michael Tracey chats as part 3.
Yeah.
Jerry Chowiat.
That would piss him off. That would fucking piss him off again. I clip a tweet. Gatekeeping Michael Tracey destroyed by Due Dissidence chat.
P. Walker 1360. Gunak is fermented meat. Google an image. All right, man. I've heard tell. Is this what you're talking about? I've heard tell of shit they got over there that's like fucking they ferment birds inside of a sheep's stomach for like 2 months. It's like
where in Greenland?
I think that's Greenland, man.
They
like
do
the
a lot of
birds
that shit
ferment
there.
inside the
Yeah,
stomach.
you pack shit inside of other shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking nasty, man. Well, all right.
All right. Well, good job. You're done right on time. Look at that, 11:30. How's that for efficient time management? Right there. All right. Well, Russell, take a bow.
Thank you. Thank you. And once again, my apologies. I mean, this is later than we would go on like our latest show. Like this would be the latest we would normally go.
Right.
Why on earth I thought this was going to be over in an hour and a half, I don't know. That was retarded.
Well, you got the I mean, you thought the Tracey thing would be an hour and a half, and then the rest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I was like 4.5 hours will definitely be done.
Yeah. Speaking of retarded, I had a good idea for a comedy movie, about Jurassic Park, where they're opening a third park because the first 2 parks have gone horribly wrong with the dinosaurs busting out and eating everybody. So they have a third park where they clone all the dinosaurs. They engineer the dinosaurs to be retarded. That's the safety mechanism. And they call it Retarded Park. And they bring all the when they bring the guys in, the Jeff Goldblum character comes in at the beginning, and he's like, "This is very irresponsible. What you're doing here, you don't understand. You're unleashing, millions of years old life form, and they'll find a way to conquer you." And then Richard Attenborough says, "No, you don't understand. They're all every dinosaur in Jurassic Park is retarded."
But nature will find a way.
Life will find a way.
Nature will find a retarded way.
No, you don't understand. Every dinosaur in Jurassic Park is retarded. And they all just, they stick their claws up their ass and sniff them. And they got the gates disabled, but they don't know how to do it. That's a new Jurassic Park series, Retarded Park.
Well, that was random, but hilarious.
Yeah, made me think. I had that idea like a couple days ago. I just laughed it to myself, and then when you said it, I felt like, all right, I'll pitch it.
We should make that movie.
With AI.
that should be our first dude.
Our first film. AI
Retarded Park.
Retarded Park. That's good. That's a good idea.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Boy.
Funny.
All right, so where I'm going, I'm taking a bike tour of back alleys and hidden neighborhoods. So yeah, this is my one chance to do that. And then tomorrow they're gonna rip my fucking teeth apart, which hopefully doesn't kill me.
Yeah,
hopefully I don't wind up dying of a horrible infection in the middle of Da Nang or something.
Right,
in a couple of weeks.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you between now and then, obviously. So best of luck with that. Well, when are you going in for surgery?
I'm doing that tomorrow. That's why I wanted to get this in today.
So tomorrow, but tomorrow is not my tomorrow. Tomorrow is our day after tomorrow.
This is Monday.
So you're doing it Tuesday,
tomorrow,
which will be my
I'm
Monday
doing
night.
it Tuesday.
Right,
That's going to be your Monday night. But that's why I can't do the show Tuesday, because I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fucking pain. Basically, with a lot of smokers, you wind up doing gum damage. So even though I haven't smoked for a long time, you have that damage. So I've got to have like a deep clean under the gum line. I'm sure it's, probably going to have to knock me out. Like I'm not going to be a reliable scene partner.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll talk to you tonight, which will be my tomorrow morning, because that'll be before you have the surgery. All right. Very well. All right.
All right,
the
folks.
tour.
Thank you all so much.
All righty.
We'll see y'all soon.
Russell Dobular signing off. All right. Vienticus Prime says, I never like to agree to disagree. I much prefer to disagree to agree. I'm just a disagreeable person. Thank you, Vienticus. Sunrise 65. I was putting the Christmas tree out. What did I miss? Oh, late on that, huh? Eric Rousseau. Trump feigned going door to door to look out windows because he had to fart. A Big Mac fart. Could be. Vienticus says, with Trump going after Greenland, it becomes even more obvious that Trump was just merely playing his part with the whole Russia thing. Vienticus Prime, say it, Russ, say it. Everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and so I don't comply. You missed Rush there. EO Shush, you two were very unprofessional. You didn't give Tracey a chance to speak, and you interrupted him constantly and cut the interview short. Free Ghislaine. Thank you, EO Shush. The DD audience is going to think about trolling Tracey in the future. I send this tweet, I might get another 3 hours of Tracey ramblings on defining the word PDF file. Get Up King, MT interview like fucking on too much coke, furious pounding for hours, nobody satisfied at the end. Good one. Beyonzo Bean says, next time please have a shot of tequila every 15 minutes, all of you on a timer. Also, audience needs to trip to the lobby after 3 hours of MT and DD. Bonzo Bean says, DD merch t-shirt. I was there. MTDD debate 2026. Yeah, that's a good one. Bonzo Bean, I'll give Michael a cut of that. I think that's only fair. Pascal Ladas, neutrality studies, good channel, Swiss compatriot. Check it out. Thank you, Bonzo Beans. I guess they're on Rumble. Jurassic Park. Ha, good one. Vienticus Prime. Appreciate that. All right, folks, we made it. That's our show. Appreciate you all very, very much for being here. We're doing a Q&A. That's right. We're sticking around. When we say we're going to do something, we do it, even when it gets late. DoDissidents.com/Rumble. I'll be taking your calls after a 5-minute intermission. We really want to thank everybody for being here. We do want to sincerely thank Michael Tracey for getting in the ring with us and joining. We want to thank Jake in the booth for going the distance with us on a long night. Earned your keep tonight, Jake. Round of applause for Jake in the chat, please. Thanks to the mods for keeping the peace in the chat, the YouTubers, and the Rumblers. We will be back on Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern, but we will have a Q&A right now. All are welcome to join and watch along and chat along at DoDissidents.com/Rumble. Patrons, members are welcome to call in. Call in queue starts now, so get on the line if you want to call in, and we will see you in 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll see you back here at Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, we thank you all very, very much for staying up with us this evening. Be safe and be well. Courage.
Please clap.